The first time I heard about the cabin, it was from an online forum dedicated to off-the-grid living. Most of the posts were about people trying to get away from the chaos of modern life, sharing tips on solar panels, water filtration, and ways to fend off bears. But one post stuck out, buried in a thread about abandoned properties in the Appalachian Mountains. The user claimed they had spent a week at a small, isolated cabin in West Virginia that was practically invisible from the road, and they swore they weren't alone the entire time. The post was vague, the details scarce, but it was enough to spark something in me. I'd been itching for a break from the city for months, desperate to disconnect from work emails, the constant hum of traffic, and the suffocating familiarity of apartment walls. The idea of disappearing into the woods, even for a week, sounded like salvation. I didn't tell anyone I was planning the trip. Not my friends, not my family, not even my girlfriend. There was a stubborn part of me that wanted it to feel like my own private retreat. I packed as lightly as I could: tent, sleeping bag, small propane stove, canned food, some water purification tablets, and a couple of books. My phone would stay off unless it was an emergency. The drive was long and winding, the kind that makes the city feel like another world entirely. By the time I turned onto the gravel road that supposedly led to the cabin, the sun was sinking low behind the ridges, painting the sky in bruised shades of orange and purple. I should have turned back then. I really should have. But the directions were simple, and my stubbornness was stronger than my caution. I didn't see the cabin right away. The gravel road twisted through dense forest, the trees pressing in on either side, their branches clawing at the sky. Eventually, I noticed a narrow path veering off to the right, almost hidden beneath a tangle of vines. The undergrowth had clearly been cleared at some point, but it hadn't been maintained in years. I parked my car at the edge of the path and followed it on foot, the forest closing in around me with every step. The cabin was small, built from rough-hewn logs, with a tin roof that had long since rusted. The windows were grimy, and the porch sagged as if it were tired of holding itself up. It wasn't luxurious, but it was exactly what I had been imagining. Isolated, quiet, off the grid. I unloaded my pack and set up inside, lighting a small propane lantern that cast flickering shadows on the walls. The first night was unnervingly silent. I'm used to silence in the city, the constant background noise of traffic, the hum of air conditioning. But this was different. The silence felt deliberate, almost watchful. I slept poorly, my ears straining to catch even the faintest sound. A branch snapping, an animal shuffling through the leaves, the wind whispering through the trees. Nothing came, yet I woke several times, convinced I had heard movement inside the cabin. By the second day, I was beginning to feel comfortable. I explored the surrounding area, collecting firewood and checking a small creek that ran nearby. The water was crystal clear, and the isolation felt liberating. I spent the afternoon reading and writing in my journal, savoring the lack of interruptions. But as dusk approached, I noticed something odd: the feeling of being watched. I tried to dismiss it as paranoia, a trick of the mind amplified by my isolation. That night, the noises began. It started with a faint scratching, almost imperceptible at first, coming from somewhere outside the cabin. I froze, straining to locate the source, but the darkness swallowed everything. The scratching grew louder, more deliberate, like claws dragging across the wooden siding. I grabbed a flashlight and stepped onto the porch. Nothing. Just the trees, swaying gently in the wind. I returned inside, convincing myself it was an animal, maybe a raccoon or a squirrel. Over the next 2 days, the occurrences escalated. Doors I was certain I had locked were found ajar. I would hear footsteps on the porch when I was in the back of the cabin, footsteps that stopped as soon as I turned around. Sometimes I thought I saw shadows moving just beyond the tree line, but whenever I approached, there was nothing there. My rational mind kept trying to explain it: wind, animals, exhaustion. But a gnawing dread had taken root. On the fourth night, the scratching turned into pounding. Heavy, deliberate thumps, like someone or something was trying to get inside. My hands shook as I held the flashlight, sweeping the beam across the trees. Then I saw it. A figure dark and shapeless, standing just at the edge of the clearing. It didn't move, didn't make a sound, but I felt its gaze pin me to the spot. I wanted to scream, to run, but my body refused to cooperate. Then it vanished as suddenly as it had appeared. I didn't sleep that night. I stayed awake, listening to every creak and groan of the cabin, every rustle in the underbrush. Morning never came fast enough. I debated leaving immediately, but the road back to civilization was long, and I wanted to make sure the path was clear. When I stepped outside, there were footprints, too large to be mine, deep impressions in the soft dirt leading away from the cabin and into the forest. I followed them for a few minutes, my stomach twisting in fear before deciding it was safer to return. The footprints ended abruptly, as if the person or thing had simply disappeared. By the fifth day, I was desperate. The sense of being watched was constant now, and I caught glimpses of the figure almost every time I stepped outside. At first, I thought it was hiding behind trees, but the more I looked, the more I realized there were no clear hiding spots. It simply appeared and disappeared, always just at the edge of my vision. I tried to record it on my phone, but the moment I aimed the camera, it was gone. I decided to pack up and leave that afternoon. I hadn't felt this on edge in years, and the isolation that had once seemed like a blessing now felt like a trap. As I gathered my things, I noticed something else. The inside of the cabin was changing. Scratches appeared on the walls overnight, deep gouges in the wood that hadn't been there before. Personal items were moved, though I was certain I had left them in specific spots. A sense of violation settled over me, thick and suffocating. The drive back to civilization was nerve-wracking. Every time I glanced in the rearview mirror, I thought I saw movement in the trees behind me. I kept the windows up and the doors locked, my heart hammering in my chest. When I finally reached a paved road, I let out a breath I hadn't realized I was holding. I tried to tell myself it was over, that the cabin was just abandoned, and the figure was some local person or a figment of my imagination. But the dreams began almost immediately. Every night I would wake in a cold sweat, seeing the same dark figure standing at the foot of my bed, its gaze fixed on me. I started sleeping with lights on, doors locked, and even then I would wake to the faint sound of scratching on the walls. Months passed, and I avoided the area entirely. I tried to bury the experience, dismissing it as stress and exhaustion. But every so often I'd see someone mention the cabin online. People posted photos of the same place, often noting how perfectly secluded it was. But sometimes a figure appeared in the background, dark and shapeless, standing just beyond the trees, watching. I never went back, and I never will. But every time I hear about someone going off the grid, somewhere deep in the forests of West Virginia or the Appalachian Mountains, I feel a chill. That cabin wasn't abandoned. It was waiting, and whatever was there, it didn't like being left alone. I know this sounds unbelievable. I would have dismissed it myself if I hadn't lived it. The isolation, the silence, the creeping feeling of being observed, it isn't paranoia. It's real. And the thing I saw, it doesn't belong to the world I know. I've tried to explain it to friends, but they just laugh and call it stress or hallucinations. I can't blame them. I'd have said the same thing once. But I know what I saw. I know what followed me back into the city. I can still feel it sometimes, like a weight pressing on my chest, a shadow lingering in the corner of my vision. And the worst part, the cabin is still out there, waiting for the next person who thinks they can disappear into the woods without consequence. I can't shake the feeling that it's aware of me even now, keeping tabs, patient. Because it doesn't move the way we move. It doesn't sleep the way we sleep. And it doesn't forget the way we forget. A friend once suggested I go back to see for myself that it was just my mind playing tricks. I laughed it off, but deep down I know I'll never go near that place again. The thought of setting foot on that path, of crossing the threshold of that cabin, makes my stomach turn. The forest looks inviting from the road, peaceful and quiet, but that's a lie. The forest is a trap, and the cabin is the heart of it. Whatever waits there is patient, and it's hungry. Not for food, but for fear. I still have the journal I kept during those days. Some nights I read through it, forcing myself to relive every detail, trying to rationalize what happened. But rationalization only takes you so far. The marks on the walls, the footsteps outside, the shadow that never fully materialized, they can't be explained, and the sense of being watched doesn't leave. Even here, in my city apartment, I feel it sometimes, subtle, almost teasing, like it's testing the limits of my awareness. I've considered going back with a friend, recording everything, trying to confront whatever it is. But the thought terrifies me. The cabin isn't just a structure, it's an entity, alive in ways that don't make sense. And I know if I return, it won't let me leave so easily. I warn people who talk about going off the grid for solitude. It's not the isolation that's dangerous. It's what comes with it. The quiet gives something else a chance to notice you, to watch you, to get close. And once it's aware, it doesn't stop. It's patient, it waits, and it remembers. I've tried to forget, but some things can't be erased. I still dream of the cabin sometimes. I wake up screaming, only to find my apartment empty, the lights on. But the feeling remains, the same oppressive, inescapable presence. I know it's out there, still waiting in the woods, waiting for the next person who thinks they can escape the world and disappear into silence. And I know one day, if I'm not careful, it will find me again. I try not to think about it, but I can't. The thought is constant, like a pulse under my skin. I've become hyper-aware of shadows, of movement at the edges of my vision, of the silence that seems to stretch too long between normal sounds. I've started carrying a small knife with me everywhere, just in case. I know it won't help, I know that, but it makes me feel slightly less vulnerable. The cabin is still there, waiting, and I know that one day, if I ever make the mistake of thinking I can return, it will remember me. Story the end. It started as a last-minute decision. I had always been drawn to the idea of escaping, truly escaping, from the chaos of the city, from the constant hum of responsibility that seemed to follow me wherever I went. My friends didn't understand it, of course. They thought I was just stressed, needed a vacation, or maybe losing touch with reality. But I didn't care. I wanted isolation, to go somewhere that wasn't on any map, where nobody could find me if they wanted to. Somewhere truly off the grid. I found the place online, some small patch of land in northern Idaho, advertised by a man who seemed too eager to get rid of it. He mentioned an old cabin, no electricity, no running water, and a stream nearby. Perfect. I booked a bus to the nearest town, packed my gear, tent, food, water purification tablets, a first aid kit, some basic tools, and a small solar panel to charge my phone just in case, and headed out. The bus dropped me off at a dirt road that quickly narrowed into a rutted track. My cabin was miles away, and the only way to reach it was on foot or by a borrowed ATV, which I didn't have. I walked, carrying my backpack, feeling the weight of it as the forest closed in around me. The trees were dense and tall, a mix of pines and firs that seemed to stretch endlessly. Birds called occasionally, and the wind whispered through the needles, but otherwise the forest was quiet. Too quiet. By the time I reached the cabin, the sun was low. The structure was old, made of rough-hewn logs with a roof sagging in places and a chimney that looked like it hadn't been used in years. It had a kind of charm that made it look lived in, though not recently. The door creaked when I pushed it open, and a smell of damp wood and mildew hit me. Dust motes danced in the slanting light from the windows. I set down my pack, lit a small lantern, and began to explore. The cabin had a single main room with a loft above. There was a crude kitchen area with a sink that didn't work, a wood stove, and a small table with 2 chairs. I set up my sleeping bag in the loft, unpacked my supplies, and settled in. That night, I slept fitfully. Every creak and groan of the cabin sounded like footsteps. I kept telling myself it was just the wood settling, the wind, my imagination. The next morning, I explored the area. The cabin was perched on the edge of a clearing, and beyond that, the forest stretched endlessly. The stream the owner had mentioned was nearby, just over a small rise. It was clear, running over smooth stones, and I filled my water bottle, tasting the cold, fresh water. I walked along the bank, marveling at the solitude. For the first time in years, I felt untethered from the world. The first few days were uneventful. I chopped wood, cooked over the stove, read, and explored the surrounding forest. I had brought a journal and started writing about my experience. The isolation was peaceful, almost meditative. But on the 3rd night, something changed. I woke to a sound outside the cabin. Soft, deliberate. At first I thought it was an animal, maybe a deer or a raccoon, but the sound didn't match anything I knew. It was a scraping, like nails on wood, coming from the side of the cabin. My heart started to pound. I grabbed the flashlight and went to the window, shining it into the darkness. Nothing. I convinced myself it was just a branch brushing against the logs in the wind, though my stomach told me otherwise. The next day, I found footprints around the cabin. Human footprints. Not recent, but fresh enough to be unnerving. They circled the cabin and disappeared into the forest. My first thought was trespassers, maybe locals checking out the property, but I was miles from the nearest road. It didn't make sense. I tried to dismiss it as an animal that somehow left impressions resembling feet, though even I didn't believe it. By the fifth night, the sense of being watched had become unbearable. Every snap of a twig, every rustle of leaves set my nerves on edge. I had a small rifle for protection, but I didn't want to use it unless absolutely necessary. That night, around midnight, I heard a low, guttural voice outside, whispering my name. Not shouting, not calling. It was like it was dragging my name through mud. Michael, it said. I froze. I live alone, but I never expected to hear my name called in a voice that didn't belong to anyone I knew. I grabbed my flashlight and shined it into the darkness. Nothing moved. My breathing was loud in my ears. I stayed up the rest of the night, sitting with the rifle across my lap, listening to the forest. By dawn, nothing more happened. The following day, I decided to explore further from the cabin. I wanted to see if there was anyone else living nearby. I followed a faint trail into the woods, deeper than I had gone before. The forest became thicker, the light dimmer under the canopy. After a mile or so, I found a small clearing with remnants of an old campsite. Charred logs, broken cans, a rusted tent frame. It looked like someone had been there years ago, or maybe recently. I went back to the cabin, uneasy. That night, the whispers returned. Louder this time. Not just my name, but words I couldn't understand. I tried recording them on my phone. When I played it back, the voice was there, but distorted, overlapping itself like multiple people speaking at once. My stomach turned. I slept in the loft with the rifle ready, but every sound made me jump. Over the next few days, things escalated. Objects in the cabin moved, my journal was open to pages I hadn't written, and one night, I woke to find a knife on the floor that I hadn't put there. I began marking the doors and windows with chalk to see if anyone was tampering with them. Every morning, the marks were disturbed, some erased completely. I was terrified, but I couldn't leave. I didn't know how far I was from civilization, and the forest seemed to twist and stretch, making navigation impossible. One evening, I saw movement in the trees, a shadow that wasn't cast by the wind, not consistent with the moonlight. It was humanoid, tall, thin, and it moved with an unnatural stiffness. It stopped whenever I stopped, watching me. I tried to photograph it, but the camera malfunctioned. The screen went black. I heard a whisper again right at the edge of my hearing, "You can't leave." I tried to rationalize it. Sleep deprivation, stress, isolation, it had to be that. But the feeling of being hunted, being stalked, was undeniable. I started keeping a fire burning constantly, thinking that light would keep whatever it was away. But the fire didn't help. The whispers became voices, arguing, crying, laughing, always outside the cabin, never inside. One night, the cabin door shook violently as if someone or something was trying to get in. I aimed the rifle through the window, but I didn't see anything. The shaking stopped as suddenly as it started. I was trembling, soaked in sweat. I realized then that staying was no longer about enjoying isolation. It was about surviving. I tried to leave. I packed my bag and headed for the road, following the only trail I thought led out. Hours passed, the forest around me seeming to grow thicker, darker, almost alive. I lost the trail, backtracking several times, feeling like I was going in circles. The whispers followed, now in my head as well as outside. "Why are you leaving? Stay with us. Don't go." By the third day of wandering, I was exhausted, hungry, and dehydrated. I stumbled across a small, abandoned cabin similar to mine, with signs of life that were older but still recent. Scraps of food, a blanket, footprints leading in and out. I was desperate, so I took shelter, praying for some safety. That night, the voices didn't stop. In fact, they seemed to multiply. They spoke in unison now, chanting something I couldn't understand. In the morning, I realized my phone was gone. I must have dropped it in my panic, or maybe it disappeared. Either way, I had no way to call for help. I walked all day, following a creek that I hoped would lead to civilization. As dusk approached, I found another clearing, and at its center, a circle of stones with something inside. Human bones. Some were charred, some bleached by the sun, others partially buried. The realization hit me. I was not the first to try to survive here. I ran. I didn't know where, didn't know if I could outrun whatever was hunting me. The forest seemed endless, oppressive, each tree like a sentinel watching me. That night, I slept against a tree, shivering, holding the rifle like a lifeline. I dreamt of the voices, dreamt of the shadow figure, dreamt of being dragged into the darkness. I woke to silence. Too much silence. Cautiously I moved, realizing I was on a faint path. I followed it for hours, weak and starving, until I saw a faint glow in the distance. A road. Civilization. Relief washed over me. I stumbled onto it, waving my arms until a car stopped. The driver didn't ask questions, just called the authorities when I explained where I had come from. When I returned with search teams to the area, the cabin was gone. Not burned, not dismantled, just gone. The forest was empty, as if it had never been there. They found no signs of anyone else having been there. No footprints, no trail, just an empty patch of trees. I've tried to tell people what happened. Some call it stress-induced hallucinations. Others think I was lucky to survive alone in the wilderness. I don't know what I experienced out there. The memory is vivid, the fear real, the voices unforgettable. I haven't gone back, and I never will. But sometimes, late at night, I hear whispers through the wind outside my apartment window, and I know that I am not as far from that forest as I thought. I tried to move on, to forget, but the forest, the whispers, the shadow, it follows me. I hear it in my dreams, see it in my peripheral vision. I'm careful, I stay in well-lit areas, I avoid remote paths, but I know it's out there, and I know that if I ever return, it will be waiting, patient, silent until I think I'm safe, then relentless. Some people search for peace in nature, some for solitude. I found terror, pure and unending, and I know I will never be the same. Story the end. It was mid-September when my friend Alex and I decided to go completely off the grid. We both lived in the Pacific Northwest, just outside of Portland, Oregon, and had been talking about escaping the city for months. Alex had stumbled upon a remote cabin listed for rent in the middle of the Siskiyou Mountains. It was only accessible via a rough, barely maintained dirt road, and there was no cell service, no Wi-Fi, nothing but nature. For us, it was perfect. A chance to disconnect entirely, to escape the chaos of modern life and reconnect with the wilderness. We packed what we could carry: food, water, a small generator, flashlights, batteries, and some camping gear. The cabin had basic amenities: a wood-burning stove, a well, and a small propane fridge, but nothing fancy. The photos looked beautiful. A modest, weathered cabin surrounded by dense forest with a river visible just beyond a grove of trees. It seemed too good to be true, and as it turned out, maybe it was. The drive-in was rough. The last few miles were a narrow, winding dirt road with steep drop-offs on one side. The air was heavy with the scent of pine, and fog rolled through the trees in thick, ghostly layers. By the time we arrived, it was almost dusk, and the cabin seemed to emerge out of the mist like something from another world. We parked, unloaded our gear, and did a quick walkthrough. Everything was dusty and smelled of old wood and mildew, but it was clean and intact. The first night was quiet, almost eerily so. No planes, no cars, no distant city hum, just the sound of the river and the wind through the trees. At first, it was magical. We made a fire in the stove, drank cheap beer, and laughed at how isolated we were. Around 11 p.m., we both noticed a faint sound, almost like footsteps coming from outside. Alex shrugged it off, saying it was probably just a deer or some other animal, but I couldn't shake the feeling that we weren't entirely alone. The next day, we explored the surrounding forest. The trees were dense, ancient, and the underbrush thick. We kept noticing things out of the corner of our eyes, shapes that seemed to move just beyond our vision. We chalked it up to nerves and exhaustion from the drive. By late afternoon, we returned to the cabin, tired but exhilarated. That evening, the sounds outside intensified. At first, it was scratching on the cabin walls, then the unmistakable sound of heavy footsteps circling the cabin. We stood frozen, staring out the windows. The only thing we could see were trees swaying in the wind. We spent most of that night awake, listening. The sounds stopped by dawn, and when morning came, we convinced ourselves we were imagining things. Nature has a way of playing tricks on the mind, especially when you're alone in the wilderness. But over the next few days, the strange occurrences grew. Items we had left on counters would be moved, our food would go missing, sometimes only partially eaten. Sometimes it felt like someone or something was watching us, always just beyond the tree line. Around day 4, we were gathering firewood when I stumbled across a trail. It wasn't a normal animal trail. It was too straight, too deliberate, and it led deeper into the forest. Curiosity got the better of me, and I followed it for maybe 20 minutes. I came across a small clearing, and in the center was a crudely made effigy, sticks tied together, draped with tattered cloth, and a few animal bones arranged around it. I froze. It looked like some kind of ritualistic display. My stomach turned, and I ran back to the cabin without calling Alex, not wanting to freak him out just yet. That night, the noises returned, louder this time. Something, or someone, was walking through the trees, circling the cabin, stopping and starting as if studying us. The scratching turned into knocking on the walls, almost like someone was testing them for weakness. I swear I heard whispering too, though I couldn't understand the words. Alex didn't hear any of it, or he pretended not to. We argued about it the next morning, both frustrated and tense, but neither of us could deny the growing feeling of dread. By the 5th day, I noticed something even stranger. Each morning, our food and supplies seemed to have shifted overnight in ways that couldn't be explained. Not only had things been moved, but some of the smaller items, matches, utensils, even our personal belongings, were missing entirely. The cabin felt invaded. We tried to rationalize it, suggesting that maybe raccoons or squirrels had found a way in, but it made no sense. The movements were deliberate, calculated, almost mocking. One evening around dusk, we saw him, a figure standing at the edge of the trees just beyond the river. He, or it, was tall, thin, completely still. At first, I thought it was a tree, some trick of the shadows, but then it moved slightly, shifting its weight. Alex and I froze, unsure if we should shout or run. The figure turned slightly, as if acknowledging our presence, and then retreated silently into the forest. We didn't speak for hours. That night, sleep was impossible. Every creak of the cabin, every rustle of leaves made us jump. I kept staring at the windows, expecting to see him again, and then around 3 a.m., the knocking started. Not light tapping, but deep, forceful knocks that shook the wooden walls. And the whispering came back, soft, unintelligible, but unmistakably human. We decided we couldn't stay. Packing in the middle of the night, however, wasn't easy. The trail back to the main road was overgrown and confusing. We had no map, and the forest seemed to twist unnaturally. Shadows moved in ways that didn't make sense, and every time we thought we were making progress, we would end up back at the cabin. Panic set in. The forest felt alive, watching us, and the sense of being hunted was overwhelming. On the 6th day, desperation took over. We decided to hike straight through the forest, ignoring the trail, hoping to find the road. By mid-afternoon, we had been walking for hours, only to realize we were completely lost. Our water supply was dwindling, and the sun was beginning to set. That's when we started noticing signs: broken branches, footprints that weren't ours, shallow graves with animal bones half buried. The air grew thick, heavy with the smell of decay, and an oppressive silence descended. No birds, no insects, nothing. Night fell fast. We tried to make a fire, but the wood was damp. Shivering, hungry, and terrified, we huddled together. And then we heard it, breathing. Deep, guttural, coming from all directions at once. We couldn't tell where it was. We tried calling out, but our voices were swallowed by the darkness. And a shadow passed over us, larger than any human, gliding silently between the trees. We ran blindly, branches slapping our faces, roots catching our feet. Behind us, the breathing grew louder, faster. We didn't look back, fearing what we might see. After what felt like hours, we stumbled upon a small clearing with a shallow creek. Exhausted, we collapsed, water running over our hands and faces. That's when I saw them, dozens of figures standing motionless along the tree line, watching us. Thin, shadowy, almost human, but wrong. Their heads tilted unnaturally, limbs contorted. They didn't move, didn't make a sound, but I felt their attention pressing down on me, suffocating. We stayed in that creek bed until first light, trembling and silent. When the sun rose, the figures were gone. We hiked as fast as we could and finally reached the dirt road by midday. No sign of the cabin, no footprints of our pursuers, nothing. It was as if it had all been a nightmare, or as if the forest had swallowed it whole. Back in Portland, we tried to explain it to anyone who would listen, but people laughed. You got lost in the woods, they said. You're just paranoid. But Alex and I knew what we had seen. We never went off the grid again. I still wake up some nights, hearing faint knocks, the whisper of leaves, the rustle of movement just beyond the darkness. And every time I see a forest, I feel eyes on me, watching, waiting. Months later, I discovered that the cabin we had rented had been removed from every listing. Locals said it had burned down years ago, abandoned, though no record of the fire could be found. Some claimed it had been a trap, a place people stumbled into and never returned from. Others whispered about cults in the Siskiyou Mountains, but no one could prove it. Whatever it wasn't just the cabin, it was the forest itself. And I know without a doubt that the forest is still out there, waiting for the next people foolish enough to wander too far off the grid. Even now, I won't go camping in the Siskiyous. I can't. The memory is too vivid, the fear too real. And I can still see them sometimes, in the corner of my vision, standing just beyond the tree line, watching, waiting. Story the end. It had been over a week since I drove my old beat-up pickup deep into the mountains of northern Idaho. I wasn't exactly hiding, but I needed the kind of solitude that only comes when cell service dies halfway up a switchback road and the nearest neighbor is a 20-minute hike through dense pines. I'd grown tired of the city, the constant hum of traffic, and the endless chatter of people I didn't really know. I wanted quiet, and I got it. Or at least, I thought I did. The cabin I had bought was small, a single-room structure with a sagging porch and a rusted tin roof, but it had a charm to it. The previous owner had left it stocked with a few essentials: firewood piled neatly in the corner, a box of canned beans and soup, and a kerosene lamp that I figured I'd need once the sun dropped behind the ridges. The place wasn't exactly off the grid by modern standards. There was an old generator in the back shed, but it was far enough removed that I wouldn't have to talk to anyone for days, maybe even weeks. That was exactly what I wanted. The first few days were bliss. I chopped wood, cleaned out the cabin, and scouted the surrounding trails, keeping an eye out for any wildlife or signs of hunters. The air smelled like pine and wet earth, a combination that made me feel cleaner and sharper than I had in years. Nights were colder than I anticipated, so I spent them wrapped in an old army blanket, the kerosene lamp casting a warm, flickering glow across the walls. I cooked simple meals over the wood stove, wrote in my notebook, and fell asleep to the sound of wind brushing through the trees. On the third night, though, I noticed something strange. The forest wasn't silent like I'd expected. It was full of sounds, yes, but not the usual ones. There were twigs snapping in the distance, low thuds against the cabin walls, and the occasional scrape that made my stomach twist. At first, I chalked it up to deer or raccoons. Predators were rare here, I told myself, and most of them would avoid humans anyway. But the more I listened, the more deliberate the sounds seemed, as if something was moving with intention. By the fifth night, I wasn't sleeping well. I kept hearing faint whispers in the wind, like voices just on the edge of comprehension. I convinced myself it was the echo of my own imagination, the kind of thing that happens when someone isolates themselves for too long. Still, I began keeping the cabin locked up tighter than before, and made a habit of checking the windows before going to bed. The sixth morning brought a peculiar discovery. I had gone down to the creek about 100 yards from the cabin to fetch water, and when I returned, I noticed footprints in the soft mud near the cabin's side. They weren't deer or bear tracks. They were too small, too uniform, like a person had been there. My heart raced, but I saw no one. I considered the possibility that the previous owner, or a neighbor, might have wandered by, though it was late morning, and the likelihood seemed slim. I brushed it off as someone hiking in the woods and didn't think much of it. The seventh night, however, changed everything. I had just finished dinner, sitting in the cabin with the fire crackling, when I heard a knock at the door. Not a tap-tap-tap, but a solid, deliberate knock, like someone was testing the wood. My first thought was panic. I hadn't seen a soul in days, and I didn't know anyone in the area. I ignored it, reasoning that it was probably a branch falling against the porch. But then it happened again, louder this time. And then, a voice, a low, raspy whisper that I couldn't make out at first, calling something. I grabbed my hunting knife, my hand trembling, and opened the door just a crack. No one, just the darkness, stretching into the trees. I scanned the yard with my flashlight, heart hammering, but there was no movement. I closed the door and locked it, trying to steady my breathing. Sleep that night was impossible. I sat by the fire, listening to the wind, feeling eyes on me from somewhere beyond the trees. The next morning, I discovered something that made my blood run cold. The cabin door, which I had locked the night before, was slightly ajar. The lock hadn't been tampered with in any obvious way. It was old and the latch was loose, but I was certain I had locked it. On the floor, there were faint scratches leading toward the back wall, scratches that hadn't been there before. I stepped outside and found more footprints circling the cabin, always ending at the edge of the tree line. By this point, I was no longer calm. I decided I needed to leave, to go back to town, to get cell service and call someone if necessary. But when I tried to start the truck, it wouldn't turn over. I got out, checked the engine, and realized the battery was dead. Odd, since I had charged it the week before. Frustrated, I decided to walk to the main road, a path that would take me hours, but when I reached the tree line, I froze. There, between the thick pines, I saw movement. A figure crouched low, almost like it was blending with the shadows. It was humanoid, but the proportions were wrong. Long limbs, head too large, and it didn't move like a human. As soon as I locked eyes with it, it darted behind a tree, vanishing from sight. I ran back to the cabin, slammed the door, and barricaded it with a chair. I sat there shaking, trying to convince myself that I was imagining things. The following days were a blur. I barely slept, kept the fire going constantly, and stayed armed. I heard whispers outside every night, sometimes muttering my name. One night, I found a small pile of stones on the porch, arranged in a crude circle, with smears of red, blood maybe, from some animal. I didn't touch it. I just stared, frozen with a terror that made my stomach turn. By the end of the second week, I realized that leaving wasn't just difficult, it was dangerous. Every attempt I made to walk to the road or even peek out of the windows was met with movement in the shadows, with the sensation of being watched, of being hunted. Sometimes I could swear I saw eyes reflecting the lantern light, eyes that didn't blink, following me wherever I went. The cabin, once a sanctuary, had become a prison. One night I woke to the sound of scraping inside the cabin, not the floorboards or the walls, but the roof. Something was climbing. I grabbed the heaviest tool I could find, a metal pipe, and ran outside into the freezing night. Nothing, only the trees swaying in the wind. I returned inside, heart hammering, and found a single word scratched into the wooden floor near the doorway. Leave. I didn't need telling twice. I packed what I could carry, food, water, the knife, the flashlight, and tried the truck again. Still dead. I realized there was only one way out, on foot through the forest and to the main road. I left in the dead of night, moving as quietly as possible, trying to stick to the shadows. I didn't dare look back. Hours passed. I stumbled through underbrush, scraping my arms and legs on branches. I felt eyes on me constantly, heard whispers just beyond comprehension. At one point, I tripped and hit the ground, and when I looked up, I saw multiple figures emerging from the trees, crouching and watching, long limbs moving in unnatural ways. I froze. They didn't make a sound, just stared. After what felt like an eternity, they disappeared into the darkness, but I knew they hadn't gone far. I finally reached the road at first light, exhausted, covered in cuts and bruises, and I flagged down a passing truck. The driver looked at me like I was insane when I told him I had been off the grid and needed help. He drove me to the nearest town, called the sheriff, and even took me back to the cabin during the day. There was no trace of the footprints, no scratches, nothing except the faint circle of stones on the porch. It was as if the forest itself had swallowed them whole. The sheriff told me people sometimes get spooked in the mountains, that isolation can make the mind play tricks. I wanted to believe him, but I couldn't shake the memory of those eyes, the unnatural figures, the whispers calling my name in the dead of night. I moved back to the city after that, never going near that area again, but sometimes, when the wind howls just right, I swear I hear whispers in my apartment too, faint but insistent, reminding me that the forest never forgets, and it never stops watching. Years later, I found out that the cabin had a history. Before I bought it, someone had disappeared in those woods. They were never found. Local rumors spoke of a watcher, some entity that hunted anyone who ventured too deep into the wilderness. Most people dismissed it as myth, but I knew better. I had felt its gaze. I had heard its whispers. I had run from it and barely lived to tell the tale. Even now, I dream about those nights. The smell of wet pine, the crunch of snow under invisible feet, the low, raspy calls that wake me in the middle of the night. Every so often, I feel the same unease creeping over me, the sense that I am being watched, that something unseen is tracking me. I haven't been back to Idaho, haven't even thought about it too long, but the memory lingers like a shadow, and I know somewhere out there in the mountains, whatever haunted that cabin is still waiting, patient and relentless for the next person to wander too far off the grid. Story the end. The first time I realized how isolated the world could be, I was about 25 and desperate to disappear. My life in the city had been unrelenting. Endless traffic, noisy neighbors, fluorescent lights buzzing in offices I didn't care about, and people who smiled too much but never really saw me. I wanted real quiet. I wanted the kind of silence where my own thoughts would sound like shouts. That's why I drove 500 miles into northern Maine to a plot of land I'd bought online without ever seeing in person. It was advertised as completely off-grid, a slice of wilderness with nothing but trees, a creek, and maybe some deer. No neighbors, no electricity, no roads that mattered. It was perfect. The drive there was long and increasingly unnerving. The GPS kept losing signal after the first 100 miles, and the roads became little more than dirt tracks that twisted through endless stands of pine. My car skidded a couple of times over mud, but I eventually found a small clearing with an old, decrepit cabin perched at the edge. I hadn't expected the cabin to be intact. The pictures online had made it look rustic and charming, but in person it looked abandoned for decades. The windows were clouded, the paint had long since peeled away, and the porch sagged under its own weight. Still, it had a door that closed, walls that stood, and a roof that seemed like it might hold during a storm. I figured I could make it livable. The first night, I slept in my car. The cabin felt too exposed, too inviting to something unseen. It wasn't just the trees, it was the way the darkness between them seemed to breathe. Around midnight, I heard the sound of the creek. Normally, that would have been soothing, but there was a strange undertone to it, a kind of wet, dragging rhythm that didn't match the flow of the water. I chalked it up to nerves and the fact that my body wasn't used to silence. Eventually, I drifted off, only to wake to the sound of snapping twigs. I froze, heart pounding, listening. There was nothing visible outside, but the snapping continued, moving slowly around my car. Whoever or whatever was out there wasn't running, but walking. Purposeful. It circled, maybe 5, 10, 15 minutes before retreating into the woods. I convinced myself it was a deer, maybe a moose, and eventually forced sleep again. By morning, the forest had a deceptive calm. Birds called from the trees, and the creek babbled normally. I decided to unpack a little, make the cabin livable. I found an old wood stove, a rusty metal box that served as a kind of pantry, and a stack of firewood that might have been usable. That night, I lit a fire in the stove and sat near it, reading by the flickering light. Around 10, I thought I heard the door creak. Not the wind, not the cabin settling. It was the hinges, slow and deliberate. I got up, flashlight in hand, to check. Nothing. No footprints in the dirt outside, no sign of anyone having been there. I tried to sleep in the cabin anyway, telling myself it was paranoia. The days passed slowly. I started setting up basic survival things, collecting water from the creek, stacking firewood, and trying to make the cabin habitable. But the feeling of being watched never went away. I'd catch glimpses of movement between the trees, just out of the corner of my eye. Once I saw a figure standing among the pines, completely still, watching me. I screamed, and it vanished. I thought maybe it was a hermit or a hunter, but the isolation was extreme. No one could have been that close without me seeing signs. On the fourth night, the first real horror began. I was asleep in the cabin when I woke to the sound of whispering. It was faint at first, barely audible over the creaking floorboards and the wind outside. But it grew, becoming words I couldn't quite make out. The air in the cabin felt thick, suffocating. My flashlight flickered as I scrambled out of bed. The whispers stopped. I ran outside, looking around, expecting maybe some kids messing with me. Nothing. Only the trees. motionless and dark. The next morning, I discovered footprints around the cabin. Human footprints. Not animal. Not like the ones hunters make, muddy and inconsistent. These were precise, clean, circled the cabin and disappeared into the woods. I hadn't seen anyone. My heart raced. I considered leaving, but I'd driven hours into the forest. The nearest town was 20 miles away, and I didn't have the fuel or the nerve to try driving out at night. Days passed, and the events escalated. I began to notice things missing inside the cabin. Matches, a can of beans, even a small knife. I never left anything outside, and there was no way for raccoons or deer to get inside. I thought about calling the police, but there was no cell service, and the cabin didn't even get a signal strong enough for one bar. I was alone, completely and terrifyingly alone. One night, around 2 a.m., I woke to the sound of someone or something breathing outside my door. Slow, deliberate, wet breaths. My pulse hammered in my ears. I gripped a heavy metal wrench I'd found in the cabin and crept to the door. Peering through a crack in the wood, I saw nothing but shadows. I opened the door slowly. There in the dirt were fresh footprints leading from the edge of the forest to my door, stopping, then retreating into the trees. I called out, my voice shaking, "Who's there?" Silence. No reply, only the wind through the pines. By the second week, my mental state was deteriorating. I started hearing voices inside the cabin, soft, indistinct, just out of focus. Sometimes I'd wake to find objects in different positions. My food, my firewood, even the mattress on the floor seemed to shift overnight. I tried to rationalize it. Stress, exhaustion. But deep down, I knew something was wrong. Something was out there, observing, planning, patient. One evening, I noticed something I can't explain. The creek had shifted direction slightly, or maybe the water level had risen. A faint trail of footprints led from the creek to the cabin. But these were different, larger, deeper, and they looked almost humanoid, but not quite right. The toes were too long, the stride too wide. I stared at them, frozen, until they disappeared into the trees. That night, sleep was impossible. Every sound outside became a threat, every shadow a lurking presence. I started making small traps around the cabin, sticks propped to fall, lines of cans to make noise, but nothing worked. The movement around the cabin was careful, calculated. Whatever was out there knew I was awake, knew I was watching, and didn't care. I began leaving scraps of food outside to distract it, but the next morning the scraps would be gone, and sometimes I found small objects I didn't recognize. Twisted bits of metal, stones stacked in patterns, even a small doll made of twigs and leaves. It was intelligent. By the third week, I was in survival mode. I barely slept, barely ate. I kept a fire burning 24/7, worrying that the dark would become active again. The whispers had evolved. They were clearer now, words I could almost understand, but when I tried to focus, they would vanish. One night, I distinctly heard my name called, slow, deliberate from the woods. Meek, Meek. I froze. My hands were shaking. I tried to shine the flashlight toward the sound, and that's when I saw it. A figure standing at the tree line, impossibly tall, limbs too long, face obscured by shadow. I swear it moved its head unnaturally, like it was twisting in ways no human could. And then it was gone. I began seeing more figures. At first, just shadows at the edge of the trees, then full humanoid forms. They never came close enough to touch me, but I could feel their attention like a physical weight. Sometimes I would catch glimpses of faces pressed to the cabin windows, pale and expressionless. One morning, I woke to find the door slightly ajar. Nothing inside was touched, but outside, dozens of footprints circled the cabin. They didn't go anywhere, just traced patterns in the dirt like they were playing with me. I started marking days in the cabin with scratches on the wall. Each day that passed was worse than the last. I realized I couldn't escape. The forest seemed alive, reshaping itself to trap me. Paths I thought I'd memorized led me in circles, and any attempt to hike out ended in confusion and panic. Sometimes I'd hear laughter, low, gurgling, human, yet wrong. It echoed through the trees surrounding me, mocking me. One night I heard a tapping at the window, slowly, methodically. I didn't move for a long time, listening. Then it stopped. I went to check outside. Nothing. No footprints, no marks. Only a small, crude figure made of twigs leaning against the window, facing me. I smashed it with the wrench. It shattered, but the next night, another appeared. Every night, they got closer, just more elaborate, almost lifelike. I couldn't sleep anymore. Every hour, I felt their gaze, their patience. On the 21st day, I heard a sound that chilled me to my bones, a low, guttural growl from inside the cabin. I jumped up, wrench in hand, and every object in the cabin began to shake. The fire sputtered violently, smoke filling the room, and the whispering turned into screaming. I ran outside into the freezing night, stumbling over roots and rocks, only to find every tree around me seemed wrong, distorted. Limbs twisted, bark rippling, shadows moving in, and then I saw them. Dozens of figures emerging from the trees, long-limbed, faceless, moving silently toward me. My mind went blank. I ran blindly through the forest, tripping and falling, feeling hands brush against me, grasping almost, but no one ever grabbed. It was a game, a hunt. By morning, I found myself back at the cabin. The door was open, the fire gone, the interior untouched. On the wall, carved deep into the wood, was a single word: stay. I couldn't leave. Every path I took ended the same, circling back, trapped in the forest's maze. I realized then that this place was alive, and whatever haunted it wasn't human. It wanted me here. It was patient, immortal, and it fed on fear. Weeks passed. I stopped keeping track of time. My food ran low, and I survived mostly on creek water and the occasional wild berry. The whispers became constant, like the wind, and the figures never left the tree line. They never attacked, never had to. I couldn't escape. I couldn't rest. I was trapped in a forest that had rules I didn't understand, haunted by entities that didn't exist anywhere else but here. I started talking to myself just to feel human. Sometimes I would find messages written in the dirt outside. Hungry? Cold? Come. I never responded. Then one night, during a heavy storm, lightning illuminated the clearing. I saw them all at once. Dozens, maybe hundreds, standing motionless in the rain. Faces obscured, bodies impossibly thin, limbs bending wrong. They weren't moving, just watching. And in that moment, I understood. I was never alone. The forest had always been this way. It didn't matter that I was human. I belonged here now, a permanent resident in a world that had no mercy, no escape, and no rules I could comprehend. I keep moving from the cabin to the creek, from one clearing to another, always watched, always hunted. Sometimes I see other lights, distant, fleeting, like someone else tried to find refuge here. But they never stay long. The forest swallows them, and I know in the deepest part of me that I will never leave. This place has claimed me. The figures will continue their silent vigil, the whispers will never end, and the forest will bend itself to keep me trapped forever. I am alive, but I am not free. Story the end. It started the way most things off the grid do, with a promise of peace. I had been burned out, exhausted by the constant hum of the city, the relentless obligations of work, friends, and family, and the kind of loneliness that crowds you in public spaces. I wanted to disappear for a while. Just me in the woods, some cabin nobody had visited for years. I found a listing online for a small off-the-grid property in northern Maine, north of Bangor, deep enough into the woods that cell service was basically a joke. The ad claimed solar panels, a generator, a small well, and a wood stove. The owner assured me it had been used sporadically over the last decade, but was in decent condition. When I drove up the gravel path that snaked through thick pines and maples, I realized the phrase off the grid wasn't exaggeration. The nearest neighbor's land was at least a mile away, and even the road in felt like it hadn't been maintained properly in years. The cabin itself was a one-story, rough-hewn structure. A small porch creaked when I stepped on it, and the windows were dusty but intact. The smell of damp wood and pine sap hit me immediately. Inside, it was dark and cool, with a faint smell of mildew, but nothing I couldn't handle. There was a loft for sleeping, a small kitchen area with a propane stove, and a wood-burning stove in the main living space. The solar panels on the roof looked serviceable, though I knew I would have to ration electricity. That first night, I sat on the porch as the sun disappeared behind the trees. For a moment, the world felt like it had melted away. No traffic, no planes, no distant dogs barking. Just silence. The first few days were blissful. I chopped wood for the stove, hauled water from the well, cooked simple meals. I read books by candlelight, walked the forest trails, and felt a connection to the quiet that I hadn't realized I'd been craving. Sometimes I would hear animals moving through the underbrush. A fox, maybe a deer. The isolation was soothing. Then, around the fourth night, things started to feel different. It began subtly. A branch snapping in the yard at night. I thought it was just the wind at first, but the sound was sharp and deliberate. I started leaving the porch light on, though I didn't want to admit I was feeling uneasy. The night air had a chill that seemed to sneak into my bones despite the fire. It was on the fifth night that I heard the first voice. At least, I think it was a voice. I was reading by candlelight when I caught it, a faint whisper, barely audible over the wood crackling in the stove. "Hello?" I called, my voice cracking slightly. Silence. I got up and walked to the front door, checking the yard with my flashlight. Nothing. The forest was black, the trees swaying gently in the wind, nothing moving. I told myself it was an animal, or maybe I'd imagined it. Sleep became restless. I started waking up around 3 a.m. every night with the feeling that I was being watched. The shadows outside seemed darker than they should be. One night I woke to see a figure standing at the edge of the tree line, tall, motionless, just watching. I froze. My first thought was a hunter, though I knew hunting season was over. I reached for the rifle I had brought for emergencies and shined my flashlight. The figure was gone. When I checked the perimeter the next morning, there were no footprints, no signs of anyone entering the property. I tried to rationalize it. Maybe I was losing it, alone in the woods, with nothing but my thoughts. But then the sounds escalated. Footsteps in the loft above me when I was downstairs, even though I had the loft door closed. A faint scratching on the walls as if something or someone was testing them. The whispers became more distinct. "Why are you here?" I heard one night, the voice raspy and uneven. I jumped up, swinging my flashlight into the corners of the room. Nothing. I started checking the locks obsessively, securing doors and windows. I even barricaded the loft ladder with a chair. Every night I told myself it was paranoia, that being alone for too long in the wilderness messes with your mind. But the events couldn't be explained away anymore. One evening, I came back from fetching water to find the cabin door wide open. I hadn't left it unlocked. I even remembered locking it before I went out. Nothing in the cabin was disturbed, no items out of place, but the door had definitely been opened. I decided to leave that night, or at least the next day, but that's when the weather turned. A storm rolled in. Heavy rain, fierce winds, and dark clouds that blocked the sun. My truck was parked near the end of the driveway, but the road had begun to wash out from the rain. I had no choice but to stay until the storm passed. During the storm, things got worse. The whispers became constant, all around me, coming from every corner. Shadows moved against the walls even when I was alone. One night, as I was sleeping in the loft, I woke to a hand on my shoulder. I screamed, grabbed the flashlight, and swung it around. Nothing. I ran downstairs, heart pounding, only to find muddy footprints leading from the door into the cabin, then stopping abruptly at the living room rug. I tried calling for help, but there was no signal. I had told a friend about my plans, but no one could come until the storm cleared. I spent the next few days constantly on edge, hearing whispers, footsteps, scratching, things moving when they shouldn't. Sometimes I would hear laughter, soft, almost playful, but completely wrong in the dark. On the seventh night, I woke up to see the same figure I had seen before, now inside the cabin. It was tall, thin, with long arms that seemed to stretch unnaturally. Its head was tilted slightly, and it didn't move toward me. It just watched. I froze. My flashlight fell from my hands, and in that brief moment of darkness, it vanished. When I turned it back on, nothing. I decided then that I had to leave. I couldn't stay another night. But when I tried to start my truck, the battery was dead. I remembered leaving it fully charged. I hadn't used it since I arrived. I tried the generator. It wouldn't start either. It was as if the storm had sabotaged everything. The nights after that were the worst. I stayed awake constantly, fire burning low in the stove, axe in hand. I could hear them moving outside, circling the cabin. Occasionally, something would knock against the walls or windows. Once, I saw two figures standing across the yard in the rain, just staring. I ran to the door and yelled, "Who's there?" They didn't respond, didn't move. Then, as I blinked, they were gone. Food ran low, and I was surviving mostly on canned goods I had brought. I started leaving crude marks on the walls, counting the days, marking each hour I was awake. The isolation was unbearable, but more than that, the feeling of being hunted, observed, and toyed with was unbearable. By the 10th night, I had begun talking to myself constantly, rationalizing, trying to convince myself it wasn't real. I would say aloud, "You're imagining this. It's the woods. You're fine. It's okay." But the woods didn't care about my logic. The whispers became clearer. "We're here," they said one night in unison, almost chanting. I ran to the loft, barricaded myself, and hid under my sleeping bag. I didn't sleep. I just waited, listening to them walking through the cabin, laughing softly, knocking on walls, whispering my name. I tried leaving again when the storm finally passed, but the road was partially washed out. My truck wouldn't start no matter what I tried. I even walked part of the road, hoping to get help, but the forest seemed to close in around me, the paths unfamiliar, twisting in ways they hadn't before. Every turn led me back toward the cabin, as if I was being guided. I realized then that whatever was haunting the cabin didn't want me to leave. It didn't need to hurt me physically. They wanted control, terror. They wanted me trapped, afraid, awake all night. I tried reasoning again, telling myself maybe I could wait it out, but something told me the next night would be worse. On the 12th night, I saw them up close for the first time in full light. I had managed to patch a window in the kitchen, and I was peering outside, hoping to see a deer or a fox. Instead, I saw three figures moving unnaturally between the trees. They were tall, with long limbs, their heads tilted to one side. Their eyes, though I could barely see details, seemed dark, empty, but aware. They didn't run when I shouted, didn't vanish like before. They just moved slowly, purposefully, toward the cabin. I realized then that I might never leave. I had prepared for storms, for isolation, for long nights, but I had not prepared for the living, watching horror that had chosen this place. I stayed awake the entire night, axe in hand, fire flickering low, listening as they walked around the cabin, peering in the windows, whispering words I couldn't understand, but that made my skin crawl. By morning, the figures had vanished. I ran outside, scanning the yard, the surrounding forest, but there was no trace of them, only muddy footprints that disappeared into the woods. I packed what I could, intending to leave immediately, but when I tried the truck again, it wouldn't start. I tried the generator. It sputtered once, then died. I left on foot, walking the road toward the nearest town. It took hours, but finally I reached the first inhabited house. The people there looked at me like I was insane, shaking, wet, tired beyond belief, telling stories that probably sounded unbelievable. I didn't care. I just wanted to get far away. Weeks later, I tried going back to the cabin with a friend to retrieve my remaining belongings. When we arrived, the cabin wasn't there. The land was overgrown, the path washed out completely, and there were no signs that a structure had ever existed. No traces of footprints, no mud tracks, nothing. It was as if it had never been there at all, and yet I remembered every detail. The layout, the smell, the fire, the way the shadows moved. I've never gone off the grid since. I can't shake the feeling that somewhere in the northern Maine woods, that cabin still exists, waiting for the next person who wants to disappear, waiting for someone to be alone. And I know, beyond any doubt, that if you go there, you might not be coming back. Or if you do, you might never see the world the same way again. Story the end. It was supposed to be a fresh start. After years of cramped apartments, loud neighbors, and the endless drone of city life, I thought I could finally find peace by going off the grid. I bought a small piece of land in northern Montana, about 40 acres nestled in the dense woods near Flathead National Forest. The property had a small, rundown cabin, nothing fancy, just enough to keep me warm in the winter. I figured it would take a few weeks to fix it up, but once it was livable, I'd cut off from everything. No internet, no electricity, no phone service, just me, the woods, and the occasional deer or elk wandering through. I thought it would be liberating. It wasn't. The first week was quiet, almost too quiet. The kind of quiet that makes every creak and snap of a branch sound louder than it is. I unpacked my minimal supplies, checked the cabin structure, and started a small woodpile for the stove. Nights were cold, bitter, even, but I had blankets and a thick sleeping bag. The woods were alive with noises, mostly birds and rustling animals. I felt alive in a way I hadn't in years. I thought I was doing the right thing. I thought I was safe. I was wrong. It started the third night. I woke up to a scratching sound at the edge of the cabin. At first I thought it was a raccoon, maybe a squirrel trying to get into the woodpile. But the sound didn't stop. It moved around the cabin, deliberate and rhythmic, like someone walking carefully on the edge of the roof. I stayed still, frozen under my blanket, telling myself it was just an animal. But then I heard it, a low, guttural whisper that seemed to come from the forest itself. I couldn't make out words, just sounds, hissing, breathing, something watching. My heart hammered so loud I was sure it would wake up the entire forest. By morning, I tried to rationalize it. Maybe the wind had moved the cabin's loose shutters. Maybe I was imagining things, sleep deprived from the cold. I walked around the cabin, checked the windows, the doors. Nothing was broken, no footprints, no signs of intruders. I chalked it up to paranoia. I'd always been a little jumpy, and isolation amplified it. But deep down, I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. Over the next few days, the feeling intensified. I started noticing things, small disturbances in the cabin. A log moved slightly from the pile I had stacked. The wood stove, untouched, would be slightly ajar in the mornings. I never heard anyone enter the cabin. I was the only one around for miles, but the sense of being watched grew. At first, I told myself it was stress. The isolation, the cold, the long nights, it was making me paranoid. But then I started seeing things, just glimpses out of the corner of my eye. A shadow standing among the trees, vanishing when I turned my head. Sometimes I thought I saw figures walking behind the cabin, tall and thin, too deliberate to be deer. I was determined not to leave. I had made a choice to be alone, to disconnect. I had stocked up on food, water, and supplies. I had a basic first aid kit and a few guns for protection. I had prepared for loneliness, but I hadn't prepared for fear. The first week, it was just nerves. By the second week, it was something else entirely. One night, after a long day of chopping firewood and trying to fortify the cabin, I heard it again. This time it wasn't at the edge of the cabin, it was inside. I was cooking dinner when I felt a chill sweep over the room. The air grew dense, heavy. I froze. Then I heard it, a soft, deliberate tapping on the window. Tap, tap, tap. It didn't sound like an animal. Animals don't knock like that. I grabbed my flashlight, shined it through the window, and nothing. Just the dark forest staring back at me. I waited, every muscle tensed. The tapping stopped. I didn't sleep that night. The next day, I found footprints around the cabin, human footprints. Bare, muddy, leading up to the cabin and then disappearing into the woods. They weren't mine. I wear boots. Whoever or whatever had been there had come close, inside my property. My mind raced with possibilities. Squatters, hikers, someone playing a cruel joke. But the nearest road was more than a mile away, through dense woods. No one could get there that quietly, and certainly not at night without leaving more traces. I started keeping my guns close, and stayed awake longer each night. I tried making loud noises, banging pots, shouting. Nothing. Whoever it was never responded. They just stayed, watching. I couldn't see them, but I felt it. I was being hunted. Slowly, my sense of control eroded. I felt trapped in my own sanctuary. The most terrifying encounter happened during the third week. I was sleeping when I heard the cabin door creak open. I bolted upright in bed, heart hammering, and shined my flashlight toward the door. No one. Then I heard it, soft, dragging footsteps across the wooden floorboards. Something heavy, something deliberate. I grabbed my rifle and crept toward the living area. The footsteps stopped. I shone the flashlight around. Nothing. Then I noticed it, a message written on the wall, scrawled in what looked like mud or ash. Leave. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely hold the flashlight. I yelled, tried to scare whoever it was, but silence. Just the forest pressing in around me. That night, I didn't sleep. I couldn't. Every shadow seemed alive. Every noise made me jump. I realized then that I wasn't dealing with a person, not entirely. This was something else, something older, something that had been here long before me. I tried to leave. I packed my things, got into my truck, and started driving down the gravel road toward the highway. Halfway down, I saw something move in the trees. Something tall, impossibly tall, standing perfectly still, just watching. Its limbs were too long, its movements too smooth to be human. I swerved, almost hitting a tree. When I looked back, it was closer. Faster. It disappeared into the woods when I reached the highway, but I could feel its eyes on me the entire drive. I didn't stop until I reached a gas station in Kalispell, hours later, shaking and covered in sweat. I couldn't stay in Montana. I told myself it was a hallucination, sleep deprivation, fear of isolation, but I knew the truth. I sold the cabin within a week. I thought leaving would end it. I thought I could go back to normal life. I was wrong. The nightmares started almost immediately. In them, I'm back in that cabin. I hear the scratching at the edges of the roof, the whispers in the dark. I see the shadows in the trees just beyond the window. Every dream feels like a memory. Every shadow, every sound is real. Weeks later, I received a letter in the mail. No return address, no signature, just a single sheet of paper. Inside, written in the same jagged, mud-like scrawl as the cabin wall, "Welcome home." I burned it immediately, but the fear never left. I know that whatever I saw in those woods, it followed me somehow. I see things out of the corner of my eye now, in the city, in my apartment, wherever I go. Shadows that don't belong, whispers that stop when I turn to listen. I can't explain it, and I don't try. The isolation was supposed to free me. Instead, it marked me. Something in those woods took notice, and it won't let me go. I never talk about it. People would think I'm crazy. Maybe I am. Maybe the woods were alive and I trespassed. Maybe it was a person. But I know what I felt. I know what I saw. And every time I close my eyes, I'm back there, standing in that cabin, hearing the dragging footsteps on the floorboards, seeing the shadow in the corner that is too tall, too still, too wrong. I know now that some places are better left alone. Some silences aren't peaceful. They're waiting. Waiting for someone like me to come too close, to disturb what sleeps in the dark. I've tried to rationalize it, tried to write it off as paranoia, isolation, stress, but the evidence is there. Muddy footprints that don't belong, noises that don't match any animal, shadows that move against the wind, and the dreams, they never stop. Every night, I wake up in a cold sweat, convinced I'm back in that cabin. I feel the presence like it's standing over me, just watching. It doesn't need to speak. Its intent is clear. It's patient, and it waits. For me, for the next person foolish enough to think they can be alone. I still live in Montana, but not near the woods. I don't go camping anymore. Don't hike trails alone. I avoid the forest entirely. Sometimes driving through the countryside, I catch a glimpse of something moving between the trees, and I swear it's watching me. It knows I've seen it, and I know deep down that it will never let me forget. There is no off the grid, there is no safety. The woods are alive, and once they've noticed you, you're never alone again. I think about the people who disappear in remote areas, the ones who are never found. I used to think it was animals, accidents, the elements. Now I know better. I know some places, some forests have memories. Some woods remember every footstep, every intruder, and they don't forgive. They wait, they watch, they take notice, and they make sure you know it. The worst part is that it doesn't stop when you leave. It doesn't care about distance. I moved across the country once, tried to start over, and still, the feeling follows. Shadows in the corners of rooms, whispers that vanish when I look, small disturbances, books out of place, objects moved, a door left ajar. I don't know if it's truly following me or if my mind just hasn't recovered, but I've learned not to dismiss it. I know what I felt in those woods. I know what I saw. I know the fear of being watched, of being studied, of being marked. People talk about solitude like it's peaceful, like it's healing. They don't know the truth. I've lived alone in the middle of nowhere, surrounded by the quiet of the forest, and I've learned that some quiets are alive. Some are predatory. And when you stumble into one of those, you don't get to leave. You think you're safe when you drive away, when you leave the property, when you move across the country, but it follows. Always. It waits for the moment you think you're alone, the moment you think the threat has passed, and then it reminds you it never really left. You're always marked, always watched, and there's no hiding. I haven't gone back. I don't plan to. But sometimes when the wind rustles the trees outside my apartment, when a shadow shifts in the corner of my room, I feel that same chill, the same knowing. It's patient, it remembers, and it will never forget me. That's the horror of being off the grid. The silence isn't empty. It's waiting, and it never lets go. Story the end. It started as the kind of adventure that seemed harmless, even exciting. I'd always been fascinated by the idea of going off the grid, living away from the chaos of modern life, testing myself against the wilderness and the isolation. My friends had laughed at me, told me it was unrealistic, but I didn't care. I wanted to disappear for a while, to be completely self-reliant, to see if I could handle life with only what I could carry and make for myself. I found a small cabin for rent in northern Idaho. tucked deep in the forests, miles from the nearest town, without running water or electricity. The owner's ad emphasized the solitude, the freedom from the world, the chance to live off what the land could provide. It sounded perfect. I arrived in late September. The air was crisp, the trees turning orange and gold, and the sunlight angled through the pines in a way that made everything feel almost unreal. The cabin was small, a single room with a loft, a fireplace, and a storage shed outside. There was a well, a wood stove, and a propane tank for cooking. No Wi-Fi, no cell signal, just the sound of the wind and the forest. I felt an exhilaration I hadn't felt in years. The first few days were easy. I unpacked my gear, stocked firewood, and explored the surrounding area. There were deer tracks in the soft soil, squirrels chattering in the branches, and the occasional distant sound of a hawk. I fished in a nearby stream, chopped wood, and cooked over the stove. Nights were silent in a way that made every sound exaggerated: twigs snapping, leaves rustling, the distant howl of a coyote. I slept with the window open, listening to it all, feeling alive in a way the city had never allowed. The first strange thing happened on the third night. I woke to a faint noise outside, like someone or something was walking in the woods near the cabin. I froze, listening. It wasn't deer or raccoons, those I could recognize. This was deliberate, slow steps, circling around the clearing where the cabin stood. My first thought was another human, maybe someone lost, but that seemed unlikely. The cabin was far from any trail. I grabbed a flashlight and stepped outside. The forest stretched endlessly in all directions, empty and quiet. I shined the beam through the trees, but nothing moved. Still, the feeling of being watched lingered, and I went back inside, double-checking that the door was locked. The next day, I tried to shake it off as paranoia. I told myself the wind had carried branches in a way that sounded like footsteps, that the isolation was playing tricks on my mind. But that night, the sounds returned, closer this time, accompanied by a low, guttural growl. My heart pounded as I pressed myself against the wall, trying to tell myself it was an animal, nothing more. But I couldn't identify the sound. It was too heavy, too deliberate. I stayed awake until dawn, listening. Morning brought a brief sense of relief. The forest looked peaceful again, the sunlight falling across the cabin like nothing had happened. I went to check the perimeter and noticed something unsettling. The snow-covered ground. I had thought it was too early for snow, but it had dusted the ground overnight. Had footprints. Human footprints. Barefoot, leading in a loose circle around the cabin, then disappearing into the trees. I didn't want to believe it, but I knew what I saw. Someone had been outside my cabin in the night. I spent the day nervously checking my surroundings, making sure my supplies were secure. I thought about leaving, but I'd come here to prove I could handle isolation. I rationalized that whoever or whatever it was probably wouldn't return, that the forest was vast and I was lucky to have survived one night. Night fell again, darker than before. I had learned to listen to the wind and the forest, but nothing could prepare me for the sounds that began just after sunset. Footsteps again, circling the cabin. But this time there was something else. Soft whispers, too low to make out words, just guttural tones that sounded almost human. My hands shook as I grabbed the baseball bat I'd brought. I tried calling out, but my voice caught in my throat. The whispers stopped. For a moment, nothing. Then a window rattled. Not the wind. Someone was outside. I froze. The adrenaline made it impossible to think clearly. I didn't know what to do. I wanted to leave, but my truck was parked far down the narrow forest path, blocked by fallen branches I'd noticed earlier. I had no way to escape quickly. The shadows outside seemed to stretch unnaturally, moving in ways that didn't match the flicker of my flashlight. I told myself it was exhaustion, that I was imagining things. Then I heard it, a voice, low, close to my ear. It whispered, "You shouldn't be here." I spun around, nothing. My skin crawled, every instinct screaming to run. I grabbed my keys and flashlight and bolted toward the truck, my feet crunching over snow and leaves. The headlights revealed nothing, but I didn't care. I drove down the narrow dirt road, the beam of the truck cutting through the darkness. I didn't stop until I reached the nearest town, a small cluster of houses and a gas station. My hands shook so badly I could barely fill the tank. I tried to explain what happened to the attendant, but he just gave me a worried look. "You've been in the forest too long," he said. "Things can get to your head out there." I nodded, pretending to understand, but I knew it wasn't just my imagination. I spent the next week in town, too shaken to return to the cabin, but part of me was stubborn. I had planned this off the grid experience for months, and I wasn't ready to give up. I rented a motel room, stayed awake during the day, and planned my return carefully. I brought additional supplies, a flare gun, and an emergency radio, just in case. Returning to the cabin, everything seemed normal at first. The forest was quiet, the cabin undisturbed, but as night fell, the feeling returned, stronger than ever. The footsteps started almost immediately, slow and deliberate. I aimed my flashlight and flare gun, but the shadows seemed to bend and stretch unnaturally, moving around me in ways that made no sense. I backed into the cabin, heart racing, and tried to call the emergency radio. No signal. Hours passed. The sounds outside never stopped. At one point, I swear I saw a figure, hunched and thin, standing at the edge of the clearing, watching me. Its eyes glowed faintly, reflecting the firelight from the stove. I couldn't tell if it was human or something else entirely. I stayed awake, trying to stay rational, but the isolation and fear were breaking me down. By the third night, I realized I wasn't alone in any normal sense. The whispers had evolved into voices, speaking directly to me, taunting me, telling me things that made no sense, but filled me with dread. The figure appeared again, closer this time, circling the cabin with unnatural speed, vanishing whenever I aimed a flashlight at it. I barricaded the door and windows, but it didn't matter. The presence was inside my mind, inside my soul, a constant pressure I couldn't escape. I tried to leave again, but the forest had changed. Paths I remembered were gone, replaced by thickets and brambles I hadn't noticed. My truck was gone, as if it had never existed. Panic set in fully. I ran blindly through the trees, screaming, trying to find the road, but every direction seemed endless, looping back on itself. The figure was always behind me, just beyond the reach of light, whispering, laughing, always there. Days blurred together. I couldn't tell how long I had been wandering, the sun rising and setting without notice. Hunger and exhaustion tore at me, but I couldn't stop. The figure, or figures, followed relentlessly. Sometimes I would stumble across old structures, abandoned cabins, and fire pits, all empty but eerily clean, as if maintained by invisible hands. It became clear that this part of the forest was alive in a way I had never imagined, watching, waiting, feeding on trespassers. I began to hear voices in the day as well, faint but constant, murmuring my name, recounting my fears, mocking me. I tried to call for help on a satellite phone I had brought, but the signal was gone. The forest itself seemed to distort, elongating paths, shifting landmarks. I realized I was trapped, and whatever I had encountered was no longer just outside. It had become part of my reality. I don't remember how many days I survived. Food and water ran low, my body ached, and my mind teetered on the edge of sanity. The figure never attacked physically, but its presence was unbearable. A constant pressure that made sleep impossible. Sometimes I would see dozens of them, thin, hunched forms with glowing eyes, circling silently. Other times the forest seemed empty, and the silence was worse than the fear. Eventually I stopped running. I sat by a small stream, exhausted, knowing there was no escape. The voices grew louder, more insistent, pressing into my thoughts. I realized that leaving the forest was impossible. It wasn't just a place. It was a trap, a living entity, feeding on those foolish enough to wander too far from the world. I screamed, but the sound was swallowed by the trees, the wind carrying it away. I accepted, somehow, that I would never return to normal life. The figure, or figures, never touched me physically, but they consumed my mind, my will. I exist now in the forest, wandering endlessly, aware of the outside world but unable to reach it. Sometimes at night I hear other voices, travelers who have come after me, hearing their whispers and footsteps, realizing too late that they are not alone. I am part of the forest now, a warning, a memory, a shadow moving just beyond sight. And yet, even as I write this, I know someone will read it and they will think they are prepared, that they can handle the solitude, that they can survive. They won't. The forest waits for them, patient, hungry, eternal, and I will be there, just beyond the trees, whispering, circling, watching. Story the end. It started with the idea of disappearing. Not for a vacation, not for a week, but vanishing completely from the noise of modern life. My friend Ethan had been obsessed with it for years. He had read every article, watched every documentary, and obsessed over survivalist blogs. He wanted to go off the grid, live somewhere no one could reach him, no one could track him. He finally convinced me to join him for a 2-week trial in the remote mountains of Northern California. It was supposed to be a test, see if we could handle the isolation and see if the stories were romanticized or if there was something real to being truly alone in the wilderness. We drove up in his old Jeep Cherokee, packed to the brim with gear, water purifiers, freeze-dried meals, first aid kits, sleeping bags, axes, saws, and firearms. He had spent months planning. He found a small cabin for rent that was technically abandoned but structurally sound, far enough off the road that cell phone reception was non-existent. I didn't think I'd be able to escape notifications and emails for 2 weeks, but the idea of experiencing a place where modern life didn't exist felt thrilling. The first day was serene. Pine trees stretched endlessly, the smell of damp earth after the morning mist, and no sound beyond birds, wind, and the occasional snapping of branches underfoot. The cabin was small but sturdy. It had a wood stove, a tiny kitchen, and a loft for sleeping. Ethan immediately set about fortifying it, checking windows and doors, setting up a perimeter of sorts with tripwires and simple alarms made from cans. I laughed at him at first, thinking it was overkill. He just smiled, quiet and serious in that unsettling way he sometimes did. The first few nights were magical. Stars so bright it felt like the sky was falling in every direction, the quiet so complete it was almost deafening. We would sit by the fire after gathering wood and talk about life back home, but our conversations were shorter and quieter as time passed. The isolation had a way of changing your internal rhythm. Food became secondary, sleep came in cycles, and small noises made us both tense. On the third night, I first noticed the smell. Ethan didn't comment, but I kept thinking I smelled smoke from somewhere other than our stove. But the smell was faint, almost sweet, like burning plastic mixed with pine resin. I didn't say anything because I thought I was imagining it. That night, I woke up to a sound I can't describe. It was low, deep, and almost mechanical, but organic at the same time. A scratching, dragging sound circling the cabin. I woke Ethan, and we stayed awake in the loft, listening. Whatever it was, it didn't move like an animal. It didn't run. It just stalked. And then it stopped, not gradually, but instantly, like a light switch being turned off. By day 4, tension was thick. Ethan seemed on edge, checking the woods more often, talking about keeping watch in a way I hadn't heard before. I brushed it off as paranoia. That night, I heard it again, louder this time, and it was closer. I swear I could hear something breathing outside, uneven and deliberate. I looked at Ethan and he nodded toward the window. He whispered, "Don't look at it." I froze. That's when I realized the sound wasn't moving away from the cabin. It was circling, adjusting, waiting. On day 5, we decided to hike to the nearest road, a trail about 4 miles away, just to make sure we weren't completely cut off. The trail was overgrown and everything felt wrong. The woods were too quiet, like the birds had vanished. It was oppressive. We didn't talk much. When we finally saw the road, it was empty. No cars, no people. Nothing. I got a sinking feeling that we were deeper off the grid than we thought. And then I saw it. A figure standing at the edge of the trees across the road. I froze. It was human-shaped but tall, unnaturally thin, and it didn't move the way humans move. It was just there, staring at us. We ran back to the cabin without looking back. That night, we didn't sleep. The scratching sounds were constant now, circling, creeping. Ethan barricaded the doors and windows with whatever furniture we could push. He whispered that it had probably been watching us for days, maybe weeks. I wanted to laugh, but the way he said it, so calm and certain, made my stomach churn. By day 7, the real fear set in. Our supplies were limited, but we didn't want to leave. The thing outside had started doing something different. Every night, it would bang on the walls of the cabin, softly at first, then louder, scratching nails against wood, breathing so heavy it rattled the windows. Once, I swear it tried to push the door open. I told Ethan we should leave, but he refused. He said something about proving we could survive, about not letting fear win. I wanted to believe him. By day 9, sleep deprivation was taking its toll. Every noise in the woods felt like the thing moving closer. The smell returned, stronger this time, and with it a wet metallic tang like blood mixed with decay. I caught glimpses of it through the small cracks of the boarded-up windows, a twisted silhouette among the trees, moving in impossible angles closer than we ever imagined. Then came the footsteps. Inside the cabin, I woke to the soft but deliberate thumping of heavy feet across the floor. Ethan was still asleep, or pretending to be. My heart raced. I tried to whisper his name, but the sound was gone before he could react. I shook him awake. He went pale, but grabbed his rifle and crept to the corner of the cabin. That's when we realized the door was no longer the door we had barricaded. The lock was intact, but something had warped it, bent it in ways that shouldn't be possible. We spent the next hour in complete silence, barely breathing, listening as the scratching turned to pacing, then something heavier. It wasn't human. Whatever it was learning, adapting. It wanted in. The next day, we tried to leave. We packed what we could carry, planning to hike back down the mountain. As soon as we stepped outside, the forest felt wrong. The path we had taken the day before had vanished. Trees, rocks, the trail itself, it was all gone as if it had never existed. Panic set in. We ran blindly, trying to find any sign of civilization. The deeper we went, the more we noticed it. The trees were unnaturally twisted, their shadows sharp and elongated even in daylight. And then the smell. Stronger, almost suffocating, filling our lungs with something acrid. That night, trapped and exhausted, we built a fire to keep warm, but we didn't sleep. From the woods came whispers, low, garbled, inhuman voices that echoed around the cabin. They weren't words, not exactly, but patterns of sound meant to unnerve. The thing was experimenting with us, seeing how we reacted. I realized then that we were not just trespassing in the woods, we were trapped in its territory. By day 12, our nerves were shredded. Ethan started talking to himself, or maybe to it. I couldn't tell. He would whisper instructions to the trees, warnings, threats. I couldn't understand him, but I could see his hands shaking, rifle clutched like a lifeline. The thing outside had started leaving gifts, bits of broken branches, stones piled into strange patterns, occasionally a chunk of meat that wasn't ours. It was toying with us, feeding our fear. On day 13, we tried again to leave. We packed light, running through the woods without trying to find paths, hoping to stumble upon the road. That's when we saw it, fully this time. Not just a shadow or a silhouette, but fully formed. Its body was skeletal, long limbs bending in ways that should be impossible. Its face was wrong. Featureless in some parts, stretched in others, eyes that were black pits staring straight into me. It moved like water, flowing and jerking, gliding over roots and rocks without making a sound. We ran for hours. The sun set, and still we ran. No matter which way we turned, the forest seemed to fold back on itself, trails looping impossibly, the cabin appearing in the distance as if mocking us. And always, just behind us, the sound of breathing, wet and heavy, accompanied by scratching nails and the occasional whisper that sounded almost human. By day 14, I realized one thing. If we didn't leave the woods, we wouldn't survive. Sleep-deprived, terrified, we made a plan to climb a ridge Ethan had scouted, hoping to see the highway from above. The climb was brutal, and my legs burned with exhaustion, but the forest seemed alive. Branches lashed at us, roots tangled our feet, and the shadows seemed to reach for us. Every so often we caught glimpses of it, always at the edge of vision, always moving faster than our eyes could follow. When we finally reached the ridge, the highway was there, lights flickering in the distance. I felt relief so strong I nearly collapsed. But as we scrambled down toward it, I realized the worst part. When we looked back, the forest behind us had changed. The ridge behind us wasn't the same. Trees were taller, twisted impossibly, and the figure was there again, standing at the top, staring. It didn't move, but the sense of being hunted was overwhelming. We ran to the road and flagged down a car, shaking, dirty, exhausted. The driver didn't speak much, only glanced at us before driving off. As we sped away, I looked back at the forest, trying to comprehend the events of the last 2 weeks. But the ridge was gone, flattened, just rolling hills. No cabin, no twisted trees, nothing. I've never returned, and I never will. Ethan tried to explain what happened, said the woods had a consciousness, that we had trespassed where no humans should be. I don't know if I believe that, but I do know this. We were hunted. Whatever it was, it still lives there. I still hear the scratching sometimes in the wind in the creak of trees outside my city apartment. I wake up at night thinking I can hear breathing outside my window. I think it followed us, or at least a part of it did. I've told this story to a few friends, but they laugh, call it paranoia. I don't care. I've seen it. I've felt its presence. And I know this. I will never, ever go off the grid again. Some things in the wilderness are better left alone. Some things are not meant to be observed, and some will wait. Every now and then I think about the cabin, the ridge, and the dark figure in the trees. I wonder if it remembers us, if it waits for the next people foolish enough to wander that far from civilization. And I shiver, because I know it doesn't forget. It never forgets. Story, the end. It was supposed to be the ultimate escape. Jared had been planning this off-the-grid trip for months, searching for a place so remote that cell service and Wi-Fi were nothing but fantasies. He wanted solitude, a chance to disconnect completely from the chaos of city life, and maybe even a little adventure. He found what he thought was perfect. An old cabin tucked deep in the forests of northern Idaho, a place reachable only by an hour's drive down gravel roads that gradually disappeared into a tangle of pine and fir. The owner, a man named Carl, had mentioned that it hadn't seen visitors in years, apart from hunters passing through in the fall. Jared, craving isolation, felt that was ideal. He arrived mid-afternoon in late September. The sun was low, and the shadows from the towering trees stretched long across the rough dirt path. The air smelled of damp soil and pine needles, the kind of heavy, earthy scent that makes you feel like the world has been untouched for centuries. He parked his Jeep on a flattened clearing just before the cabin and grabbed his gear. A backpack stuffed with dry food, a small wood stove, firewood, lanterns, and a survival knife. Jared had read every article, watched every YouTube tutorial, and thought he was prepared. The cabin itself was small but sturdy, made of rough logs with chinking that had begun to crack in places. A stone chimney jutted from the roof, evidence of countless winters endured. It had one door, no screen, and two small windows that looked out into the forest. The floorboards creaked under his weight as he entered, and dust motes floated in the shafts of sunlight cutting through the glass. There was a sense of stillness, almost like the cabin itself was holding its breath. He unpacked, set up the stove, and lit a small fire. The first night was peaceful. Jared made a simple dinner of canned beans and a protein bar, then sat by the window watching the forest grow darker, the silhouettes of trees shifting with the moonlight. He felt a strange exhilaration, the complete absence of human sound, no cars, no planes, no distant sirens, just the wind moving through the treetops and the occasional hoot of an owl. The next morning, he explored the surrounding area. The forest was dense, tangled, and damp from recent rains. Moss clung to fallen logs, and the ground was soft underfoot. Jared had brought a map and a compass, though he mostly wandered by instinct, letting the forest guide him. It was early fall. The air was crisp, and the sun filtered weakly through the canopy. While hiking, he stumbled across a small creek with water so clear he could see tiny fish darting among the rocks. He filled his water bottle and even caught a glimpse of a deer drinking downstream. It was idyllic, exactly what he had come for. That night he heard it, a faint sound like footsteps outside the cabin. He froze, straining to hear over the crackling fire. The steps were deliberate, slow, and too rhythmic to be a deer or any wild animal he recognized. He grabbed his flashlight and went outside. Nothing. The clearing was empty, save for the shadows of the trees swaying under the moonlight. He told himself it was probably his imagination, a combination of isolation and the wind. He went back inside, locked the cabin door, and tried to ignore the uneasy feeling creeping over him. Over the next few days, Jared settled into a routine. He explored during the day, chopped wood, and tried to read by the fire in the evenings. But he started noticing subtle, unnerving signs that he was not as alone as he thought. His firewood, neatly stacked outside, would occasionally be shifted slightly. He could have sworn he heard whispers in the distance at night, though when he shined his flashlight in their direction, nothing was there. Once, he saw footprints near the creek. Not animal tracks, they were human, oddly small, and they led in a circle around the water before vanishing into the forest. He checked and rechecked his map, trying to make sense of how anyone could have reached him without being seen. On the fourth night, the feeling of being watched escalated. The wind picked up, rustling the leaves in a way that sounded like murmurs, and the shadows outside the cabin seemed to shift unnaturally. Jared kept the lantern close and stayed by the fire, trying to ignore the prickle of fear crawling over his skin. Around midnight, he heard scratching, slow, deliberate, like nails on wood from somewhere outside. The sound circled the cabin, and he felt his stomach twist in panic. He grabbed his knife, flashlight, and a heavy branch from near the door, ready for anything. He forced himself to peek out a window. Nothing. Just the black forest, silent now, except for the wind. Sleep became impossible. Every snap of a branch, every rustle of leaves, made his heart race. By the fifth day, he decided to explore farther, thinking that maybe getting away from the immediate area around the cabin would calm his nerves. He hiked several miles into the forest, moving cautiously, aware of every sound. That's when he found them. Small piles of stones arranged in odd patterns, almost like markers, spaced at intervals along the trail. They weren't natural. Someone had placed them deliberately. They reminded him of cairns, though he'd never seen ones like this in the wild. The piles grew more frequent as he went deeper, and with each step the air seemed heavier, almost suffocating. He returned to the cabin before dark, unnerved but trying to rationalize. Maybe it was a local prankster or a hunter passing through. He brushed it off, even as he noticed the footprints around the cabin had returned, now closer to the windows. That night, the scratching returned. Louder, more insistent. It came from the roof. Jared's mind raced. Could someone be on the roof? He grabbed his flashlight and stepped outside. The wind had died, leaving an eerie silence. He shone the light upward and his stomach sank. There were handprints in the condensation on the roof tiles, or maybe scratches in the wood. He couldn't tell in the dim light. He took a deep breath and called out, "Hello? Is someone there?" Only silence answered him. Sleep was impossible again. The next day, he decided to leave. He packed his Jeep, loaded everything, and drove back down the gravel roads. But as he reached the point where the path merged with the main road, he noticed tire tracks in the dirt alongside his own, as if someone had been following him for miles but had disappeared before he reached the clearing. When he returned home, he tried to put the experience behind him. But then the nightmares started. Dreams so vivid he woke drenched in sweat. He dreamt of a figure in the woods, always standing at the edge of the tree line, watching him, never moving, just observing. Each dream became more detailed, the figure's face pale and featureless, clothes torn and wet, and it never approached, but the sense of malice was palpable. He tried to rationalize stress, isolation, maybe even a deer or bear blurred in the shadows. Weeks later, curiosity got the better of him. Jared researched the area around the cabin, scouring old news reports, online forums, and property records. What he found made his blood run cold. The forest had a history of disappearances, people vanishing without a trace, hunters and hikers mostly, some dating back decades. Several stories mentioned cabins where strange things were heard at night, lights seen moving through the woods, or footsteps circling the building. One report caught his eye. A man went off the grid for a week and returned with no memory of several nights, claiming only that he felt watched and couldn't shake the sense someone had been living in the trees. He tried to dismiss it, but the memories, the footprints, the cairns, the handprints on the roof, matched the stories. Something had been there, watching, waiting. Something patient. Months later, he received a package at his apartment. There was no return address. Inside was a small pile of stones arranged exactly like the ones he had seen along the trail. On top was a scrap of paper with one word, "Waiting." He never returned to the forest. He sold the Jeep, stopped camping, and avoided isolated areas entirely. But even now, years later, he sometimes wakes in the middle of the night, convinced he hears a soft scratch at his window, or the faint crunch of footsteps in the darkness just beyond the reach of the streetlight. Friends joke about it, call him paranoid, tell him it's the anxiety of the city following him home. But Jared knows better. He knows what he saw, what he felt, and what was waiting. And deep down, he knows that somewhere, deep in the forest, it's still there, patient as ever, watching and waiting for the next person who dares to vanish into the trees. Story the end. It was supposed to be a clean break, a chance to live simply, away from people, away from the noise. I'd been working remotely for years, burned out by the constant notifications, the city chaos, and the endless grind of online life. I'd saved enough to take a few months off, so I bought a used camper, packed it with supplies, and drove north through Idaho until the paved roads ended and dirt ones took over. My plan was to live off the grid for a while, close to nature, close to silence. A friend of mine, Nate, had mentioned an old ranger cabin deep in the Clearwater National Forest. It wasn't listed anywhere, but according to him, it had been abandoned decades ago. No cell service, no power, no tourists, he'd said with a grin. You'll love it, man. Just don't go too far off the main trail or you'll never find it again. The drive out there was long. Miles of Forest Service roads twisting through pine and fir trees. The deeper I went, the quieter it got. My phone had lost service 2 hours before I reached the place. When I finally saw the cabin, I almost didn't notice it. It was tucked between two massive spruce trees, the wood darkened by age and weather. It looked surprisingly intact, considering how long it had been unused. The inside smelled like dust and cedar. There was a small wood stove, a cot, some old tools left behind, and a rusted lantern. The windows were intact but grimy, and the air inside was cool and still. I swept the floor, aired the place out, and felt a strange sense of peace settle over me. The first few days went well. I spent my time fishing in the nearby creek, reading old paperbacks, and hiking the forest trails. Nights were quiet, except for the sound of wind in the trees and the occasional hoot of an owl. I'd light the lantern, write a few journal entries, and fall asleep to the soft creak of the cabin walls. Then, about a week in, small things started happening. I'd wake up and find the front door slightly ajar, even though I was sure I'd latched it. A few cans of food I'd left on the counter were on the floor. Once I heard footsteps outside late at night, soft but unmistakable. I told myself it was probably a raccoon or a bear nosing around. Still, I started keeping my hunting knife close. A few nights later, the footsteps came again, this time circling the cabin. Slow, deliberate, crunching over the pine needles, stopping just outside the window. I sat up on the cot, every muscle in my body tight, staring into the dark glass. I could see the faint glow of the moon through the trees, but nothing else. The steps moved toward the door, then stopped. I waited for a knock. Nothing. Just silence. After what felt like an eternity, the sound of retreating footsteps faded into the forest. I barely slept that night. In the morning, I checked outside. There were prints in the dirt. Bare feet. Human. They led from the tree line to the front steps, then vanished halfway back. It was strange because the ground was soft. I should have been able to follow them farther. But they just stopped. I thought about leaving that day, but curiosity, or maybe stubbornness, got the better of me. I told myself there must be an explanation. Maybe a lost hiker, maybe someone messing around. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone anymore. That night, I built a fire outside to keep animals away and stayed awake listening. The woods were too quiet, not even the usual chirping of crickets or rustle of small animals. It felt like the forest itself was holding its breath. Then, sometime past midnight, I heard whispering. Faint, disjointed voices drifting through the trees. I strained to listen, but I couldn't make out the words. They came from every direction, carried on the wind. I called out, "Hello, who's there?" But the voices stopped immediately. I waited, heart pounding, then heard one whisper, very close, right behind me, "Don't stay." I spun around, the fire crackling, but there was no one, just the empty woods. I packed my things right then and there, but as I turned toward the cabin, I froze. There was someone, or something, standing in the doorway. At first, I thought it was a trick of the light. The fire flickered and made the shadows dance, but the shape didn't move. It was tall, too tall, with long arms that seemed to hang almost to its knees. Its head was tilted to one side. I took a step back and my foot snapped a twig. The sound was deafening in the silence. The figure twitched, just a small jerk of movement, and then it stepped out of the doorway, slowly, deliberately, into the light. It was human, I think. Or it used to be. The skin was pale and stretched tight, the face blank, except for two deep black hollows where eyes should have been. It moved wrong, jerky and unsteady, like it was trying to remember how to walk. I grabbed the rifle from the porch and shouted at it to stop, but it didn't react. It just kept coming. I fired once into the air, hoping the noise would scare it off. It didn't even flinch. I backed away, tripping over my gear, fumbling for the lantern. By the time I got it lit, the figure was gone. I scanned the trees, the clearing. Nothing. Just the echo of my heartbeat pounding in my ears. I didn't go back into the cabin that night. I stayed by the fire until dawn, watching the shadows crawl across the trees. When the first light of morning broke, I searched the clearing. There were no footprints, no signs of anything. It was like the thing had never been there. I decided to leave for real that morning. I loaded my gear into the truck, but when I turned the key, nothing happened. Dead battery. I checked the cables. Everything was fine. It had worked perfectly the day before. I had jumper cables, but there was nothing around to jump it with. I was trapped. The next few days blurred together. I rationed my food and water, hoping someone would come down the road, but no one did. I tried hiking out, following the dirt trail, but the forest seemed to twist on itself. The paths looked unfamiliar, even though I'd walked them before. No matter which direction I went, I'd end up back near the cabin. On the fourth night after the encounter, I woke up to find my lantern lit again, even though I'd turned it off before sleeping. It was sitting in the middle of the room, casting a dull orange glow. The door was open, and the air inside was freezing. I could see my breath. There were footprints this time, bare, human prints, starting at the door, circling my cot, then stopping right beside me. I felt the air move, slow and deliberate, like someone was leaning over me, breathing. I reached for my knife, but my hand was shaking too badly to grip it. Then the lantern went out. I don't remember much after that. Just the feeling of something cold pressing against my chest, the faint sound of whispering, and the sense that whatever was there was inside the cabin with me, not outside anymore. When I woke, it was daylight. The door was closed again. My belongings were untouched. But when I looked at the floor, the footprints were gone, replaced by small, dark stains, like something wet had soaked into the wood. I left that morning, whether the truck would start or not. I packed my things, pushed the truck down the slope, and prayed as I turned the ignition. The engine sputtered to life, weak but running. I drove fast, faster than I should have, through the winding forest roads until I reached a ranger station miles away. When I told the ranger what had happened, he looked uncomfortable. He said quietly, "You must have found the old cook cabin." I asked if anyone else had lived there. He nodded slowly. "Yeah, used to be a fire watcher's post. The ranger who manned it disappeared back in the 1970s. Never found his body. Locals said he just walked into the woods one night and never came back. People who go near that area say they hear him sometimes, talking, walking around, trying to find his way back." I didn't say anything after that. I just thanked him and left. I sold the camper a week later and moved into a small apartment back in Boise. I still go camping sometimes, but only in campgrounds with other people nearby, other voices. Sometimes, though, when the wind gets quiet and the woods go still, I swear I can hear footsteps circling my tent. Slow, deliberate, just like that night. And if I listen too long, I can hear a whisper right behind me, soft and urgent. "Don't stay." Story the end. It was the spring of 2019 when my friend, Matt, decided he wanted to disconnect from the world for a while. He had been working in IT in Dallas for years and was burned out, stressed to the point where his doctor suggested a sabbatical. The idea was to go off the grid, live in the woods somewhere remote in the Ozarks, and just exist without phones, internet, or any human contact for a month. He pitched it to me, casually over beers one night, laughing at the absurdity of it, but I could tell he was serious. He wanted to escape everything, work, responsibilities, even friends. I tried to warn him, subtly, that solitude in a remote forest wasn't exactly a vacation. He waved it off and insisted he had been preparing for months. He bought a small cabin, stocked up on supplies, and even built a solar panel system for power. He was convinced he could handle it. The cabin he found was tucked deep into the Ozark National Forest, a few miles off a gravel road that barely counted as a road. There was a creek nearby, and from the pictures he sent, it looked peaceful, even idyllic. I remember looking at them and thinking, yeah, it's beautiful, but it's eerily isolated. No neighbors, no cell service, no real way to get help if something went wrong. But Matt didn't see the danger in that. He saw freedom. He left at the end of May, packing his truck with enough food, water, and camping gear to last him the month. I helped him unload the last box, gave him a hug, and reminded him to check in if anything seemed off. He laughed it off, saying that checking in would defeat the point of getting off the grid. I watched him drive away and felt a knot in my stomach I couldn't shake. The first week, he sent postcards. Yes, actual physical postcards to my apartment, describing the birds, the creek, and how he hadn't felt this relaxed in years. The handwriting was neat, the words cheerful, and the overall tone calm. I didn't worry. Not yet. By the second week, the postcards started to feel a little off. Matt wrote about hearing noises outside the cabin at night, snapping branches, shuffling steps, but he laughed it off, saying it was probably deer or raccoons. He mentioned seeing shadows move past the windows, but said the solar lights made them appear distorted and creepy. I shrugged it off when I read it, thinking he was exaggerating for effect. After all, isolation can mess with your mind. Then the postcards stopped coming. I called him, but of course, no answer. I emailed him, but there was no reply. I figured he was simply enjoying his time too much to bother with communication, though the silence gnawed at me. 2 weeks after the last postcard, I decided to drive out to check on him. The drive itself was long and winding, through miles of dense forest, the gravel road turning into nothing more than a rutted path by the time I reached the coordinates he'd given me. When I finally arrived, the cabin was strange. Not abandoned strange, but unsettling in a way I couldn't put into words. The solar panels were crooked, the front door slightly ajar. I called out for Matt. Nothing. Inside, the cabin was empty. Supplies were untouched, his bed was made, and a small journal sat on the kitchen table. I picked it up. The first entries were normal, describing his days, the creek, the deer, the peaceful isolation. But as I flipped through, the tone shifted. The words became erratic, messy, almost frantic. He wrote about hearing footsteps outside at night, of shadows lingering near the windows, of seeing figures standing in the tree line. He mentioned talking to them at first, thinking he was losing his mind, then trying to ignore them, and then realizing that the sounds weren't random, they were deliberate. He wrote about a man standing near the creek one morning, just watching him, disappearing when Matt approached. The final entry was chilling. It's not the wind, it's not animals. They are here, waiting. I hear them every night, just outside the cabin, circling. I can feel their eyes. I don't know what they want, but I can't leave. Every path out is blocked. Every road is wrong. I think they are keeping me here. If anyone finds this, don't come. Don't try. They are patient. I dropped the journal, heart racing. The hairs on my neck stood up. I left the cabin immediately and drove back to the nearest town to call the local authorities. The sheriff listened, nodded, and promised to check it out, but he was skeptical. Off-the-grid disappearances weren't common, but they happened. He said it could just be that Matt had wandered off, gotten lost, or decided to truly disappear. A week later, a search team went in. They scoured the area using drones, dogs, and ground crews. The cabin was empty as I had left it, but what they found in the woods nearby made everyone uneasy. There were signs of someone, or something, moving deliberately through the trees. Flattened brush, footprints that led nowhere, oddly organized piles of rocks and sticks. No Matt, no sign of a struggle, no bodies. Just traces that suggested someone had been watching the cabin. Constantly, and that the forest itself was not quite normal. The sheriff told me there were other reports over the years of people staying in that area who vanished. Hikers who never returned, campers who went missing for days, sometimes weeks, only to reappear later, incoherent and terrified. Locals avoided the deeper parts of the forest, calling it cursed or haunted, but no one could explain why. Months passed. The case went cold. Matt's truck remained at the edge of the forest, locked, but empty. His phone was never recovered. The last I heard, his family had hired a private investigator who found nothing but more stories. Legends of people disappearing off the grid, sometimes coming back changed, sometimes not at all. I still think about those postcards. The cheerful descriptions hiding something darker, the slow shift in tone, the gradual realization that he was being stalked by something. And I remember the feeling when I first stepped into that cabin, the unease that clawed at my chest, the sensation that the forest was alive, watching, waiting. I stopped going into the forest after that. I warn others when they talk about off-the-grid adventures, about isolation, about escaping the world. There's a part of the wilderness that isn't friendly. That doesn't forgive. that doesn't forget. And I can't shake the feeling that Matt is still out there, somewhere, trapped between the trees, watched by something patient and intelligent, something that waits until you let your guard down. Some nights I lie awake thinking I hear the rustle of leaves just outside my window, and I swear I can feel eyes on me. I know I'll never go back to the forest. And I hope Matt somehow survived, though I can't say I expect to see him again. It's been 4 years now. The cabin remains empty, the creek runs the same, the shadows still linger. People still vanish, the forest doesn't care. And sometimes late at night, I think I hear footsteps moving just outside my own home, and I wonder if the patience of whatever is out there extends beyond the trees, into the towns, into the world, waiting for the next person who thinks they can escape. Story the end. The first time I decided to go off the grid, I thought I was doing the smart thing. I'd been burnt out on the city, on the constant notifications, the sirens that never stopped, and the people who always seemed just one bad mood away from losing it on me. My friend, Mike, had gone completely off-grid for a year and came back alive, a little rough around the edges, but sane enough, so I figured I could handle it too. I wanted nothing more than a cabin in the middle of nowhere, a patch of land in northern Montana, a few miles from the nearest road, and no one around but trees, wildlife, and the occasional deer. The idea of being alone was exhilarating, peaceful, safe. I would quickly learn that there is a difference between solitude and isolation. One is calm, the other is terrifying. I bought a small off-the-market cabin, well, more like a shack, with a wood-burning stove and a well that still worked. No electricity, no cell service, just me, my pack, and my dog, Buddy. Buddy was a big mutt, half shepherd, half God knows what else. He'd been with me through everything in the city, and I trusted him instinctively. I figured if anything went wrong, at least one of us would be able to react. The first week was everything I hoped for. I woke with the sun, chopped wood, explored the woods around the cabin, and sat by the fire at night with Buddy curled at my feet. There were sounds, foxes, owls, coyotes, but they were natural, expected. I felt untethered from the world, alive in a way I hadn't in years. I thought for a fleeting moment that maybe this was the life I'd been searching for. Then the first incident happened. It was night, just after a heavy rain had passed through. I'd gone to bed early, Buddy at my side, and I was just drifting off when I heard it. A knock. Soft at first, almost tentative, but deliberate. I froze. It couldn't be. No one knew this cabin existed. I lived miles from the nearest town. Who could be out there? I whispered to Buddy, and he growled low in his throat. The knock came again, louder this time, reverberating against the thin wooden walls. I got up, flashlight in hand, and pressed my face against the window. There was nothing but darkness and rain-soaked trees. No headlights, no figure, nothing. I told myself it was a branch, the wind, or my imagination. I went back to bed trying to laugh it off. Buddy stayed alert, ears twitching. That night, I barely slept. The next morning, I found something on my porch. A small pile of dirt, fresh dirt. Not in a pot, not in the garden, just dumped there. I felt a chill, but I convinced myself it was a deer or some animal curious enough to sniff around the cabin. I didn't mention it to anyone. I had no one to mention it to, but it set the tone for the next few days. Something wasn't right. Over the next week, the incidents escalated. At first, it was subtle, the sound of footsteps crunching leaves outside when I knew I had the only access path blocked by fallen trees. The faint smell of smoke at night, like someone had tried to start a fire nearby but quickly abandoned it. The feeling of being watched, which I could never shake, even when Buddy was with me. I started checking my supplies and noticed they were slightly moved. Not a lot, nothing stolen, but enough that I couldn't explain it. My mind rationalized everything. Wildlife, the wind, my own paranoia. Then I found the first real sign that I wasn't alone. I had been hiking along a creek, collecting water and scanning for fish. I wandered deeper into the woods than usual, feeling something in the air, a tension that made my skin crawl. When I came back, the door to my cabin was open. I was sure I had locked it, as always. Inside, everything was exactly the same, except for one thing. On the wooden floor, carved roughly into the wood with what looked like a knife, were the words, "Leave." I dropped my pack. Buddy growled and lunged at the door. I checked every inch of the cabin. No one was there. No footprints outside. Nothing. Just the word on the floor, dark against the pale wood. I burned it with the stove later that night, but the sense of dread stayed. I wasn't just alone in the woods, I was being watched. I wanted to leave. I really did. But this was my choice, my experiment in isolation. I thought if I could tough it out, I'd prove something to myself. So I stayed. The next few weeks were a nightmare. I started seeing things at night, shadows moving between the trees, glimpses of a figure standing just beyond my line of sight. Sometimes I could swear I saw someone crouching by the edge of the woods staring at me. When I grabbed my rifle and went out to confront them, they vanished. No tracks. Nothing. I began to sleep with the rifle at my side, but even then I couldn't shake the feeling of eyes on me. Buddy grew restless. He would whine and bark at the woods, staring at something I couldn't see. Once I woke up to him growling at the ceiling, fur bristled, teeth bared, staring at the corner of the room. I turned on my flashlight. Nothing. I called him over, tried to calm him. He wouldn't leave that corner for hours. Food started disappearing. Not all of it, just enough that I noticed the imbalance. I would leave a few cans in a box, come back later, and some would be gone or half opened. I knew no animal could get into the cabin without leaving a trace, and I was meticulous about checking every possible entry. This was not wildlife. This was deliberate. Then came the night the figure stepped into the firelight. I had made a small fire in the yard, just outside the cabin, trying to calm my nerves. Buddy lay at my feet, still tense but watchful. I thought I heard a twig snap and froze. That's when I saw it, a man, maybe mid-30s, wearing a dark hoodie, jeans caked in mud. He didn't move like a normal person. There was something jerky, unnatural about him. His eyes caught the firelight, and I saw them clearly. Empty, no color, just darkness. I raised my rifle. He didn't flinch, didn't run. He just stood there, staring. I yelled, told him to get out of here, and the figure tilted its head like it didn't understand. That's when Buddy snapped, charging at him, barking like his life depended on it. The figure didn't react at all, just stepped to the side, letting Buddy run past, then vanished into the trees. I didn't sleep that night. I stayed awake, rifle in hand, Buddy pressed against me. I realized then that whatever this was, it didn't want me to leave. Days turned into weeks and the harassment escalated. Objects would move inside the cabin. Sometimes I would wake up to the smell of smoke again. Once, my food supply was completely destroyed, cans dented, bags torn open, water bottles spilled. I started barricading doors and windows, but nothing helped. Whatever was out there seemed to know my every move. The worst part was the silence. During the day, the forest was alive with birds, insects, and wind. At night, it went completely still. No crickets, no frogs, nothing. Just a heavy, oppressive quiet. I could hear every snap of a twig, every rustle of leaves, and in that silence, I could sense it moving closer. One night, I woke up to Buddy growling at something at the foot of my bed. I shined my flashlight down and saw a shape, a human-like figure, pale, emaciated, crouched low, just staring. I screamed and fired my rifle. The sound echoed into the night, but the figure was gone when I checked. I found scratch marks on the floorboards where it had been. Deep, deliberate. I realized then that I couldn't stay, but leaving was impossible. Every route out of my property seemed blocked. Roads that were supposed to exist vanished. Trees that weren't there before now lined my path. It was as if the forest itself had changed, trapping me inside. By the 4th month, I was barely eating. I had rationed what little food remained. Buddy was thin, exhausted, but still alert. The figure had started appearing during the day now, always at the edge of my vision, never attacking directly, just watching. I started talking to it, out loud, trying to humanize it. It never responded. It just watched. One day I found a note pinned to a tree near my cabin. "You can't leave." I lost it. I screamed into the forest, begging whoever or whatever was out there to leave me alone. For days, I didn't see the figure, but I felt it everywhere. Every gust of wind, every rustle, every creak of the cabin, it was inescapable. Then came the night I understood the truth. It was raining again, hard, and I had tried to sleep. Buddy was restless, whining. I heard the sound of footsteps inside the cabin. I jumped up, flashlight shaking. The air was thick, heavy, like it was pressing down on me. Then I saw him, or it, emerge from the shadows. Not human, not entirely. Its skin was pale, almost translucent, and its eyes were pits of black. Its movements were jerky, unnatural, like a puppet. It didn't speak, but I heard a voice in my head. You belong here now. I grabbed Buddy and ran, out the back door, into the woods, rain lashing my face, mud sucking at my feet. But the forest had changed. The paths I had known were gone. The figure was behind me now, moving impossibly fast, keeping pace. I ran for hours until I collapsed in a ravine, soaked, bleeding, exhausted. When I woke, Buddy was gone. The forest was silent. No rain, no wind, nothing. I crawled back to the cabin, half expecting it to be gone. It was still there. The door was open. Inside, the word "stay" was carved into the floor. I don't know how long I've been here. Days? Weeks? Time has no meaning. I rarely sleep. I hear it moving outside, stalking, watching. Buddy hasn't returned. I don't know if I'll ever leave this place or if the forest has claimed me. All I know is that whatever it is, it's patient. It waits. And I am not leaving. Sometimes I hear other voices in the woods. Faint whispers, echoes of people who once tried to leave. I don't dare go looking for them. I barely dare breathe. I have learned the hard way that some places are not meant to be visited. That solitude can become imprisonment. That some things in the woods are patient, relentless, and utterly inhuman. If anyone ever finds this, know this. Going off the grid is not freedom. It is a risk, a mistake, a trap. The woods will watch you, wait for you, and if you are unlucky, or perhaps just chosen, it will claim you. I can hear it outside right now, moving between the trees, just beyond the firelight. I am writing this because I have no other choice, and maybe, somehow, someone will find it. But I know better. Once the forest has marked you, it never lets go. I should have left. I should have never come here. But now there's nothing left to do but wait. Wait. And hope that somehow, against all odds, I survive. Story the end. It was supposed to be the perfect escape. My brother, Derek, and I had been dreaming of it for months. A week off the grid, far from cell service, traffic, and the relentless hum of city life. We weren't experienced survivalists, but we were good at planning. At least we thought we were. We packed our old Jeep with food, water, camping gear, and enough batteries to last a week. The plan was simple. Drive deep into the mountains of northern Arizona, find a secluded spot, and spend the week hiking, fishing, and relaxing. No phones, no Wi-Fi, no distractions, just the raw wilderness. The first day was everything we expected. The roads narrowed as we climbed higher into the pines. Streams crossed under old wooden bridges, and deer grazed along the roadside. Our GPS was practically useless past a certain point, so we relied on a map we had printed and a compass. By nightfall, we found a small clearing near a stream and set up our camp. The air was crisp, and the forest was alive with the sounds of rustling leaves, distant owls, and the occasional bark of a coyote. We lit a fire, cooked some beans and hot dogs, and laughed about how easy it was to feel like pioneers. The first strange thing happened that night, though we didn't realize it at the time. I was walking to the stream to refill our water bottles when I thought I saw a figure standing among the trees. At first, I assumed it was a deer, but it was tall, too tall, and motionless. I froze. The figure didn't move or make a sound. My mind told me it was probably just a trick of the firelight or a tree shaped strangely, but there was an unease I couldn't shake. I hurried back to camp, telling myself I was imagining things. Derek noticed I was jittery and teased me, saying the woods were playing tricks on me. I laughed along, though the unease lingered. The next day, we went hiking further into the forest. We had planned a loop trail that would take us past an abandoned cabin we had seen on an old map. The cabin was overgrown with ivy and surrounded by dead, leafless trees. It had been deserted for decades, but something about it made my stomach knot. Derek, as usual, was eager to explore. The inside of the cabin was dusty, with old furniture broken and strewn about. On a wall, scratched deeply into the wood, were letters that seemed to form words, though they were nearly illegible. I tried to read them, but the letters looked like they'd been carved in haste, or perhaps anger. Derek laughed it off and snapped a photo, but I couldn't shake the feeling that the cabin itself was watching us. That night, we heard the first real noises. Around midnight, our peaceful camp was filled with the sound of crunching underbrush. Derek and I sat up in our sleeping bags, straining our ears. The noises were deliberate, almost like footsteps circling our campsite. I grabbed a flashlight, shining it around the clearing. Nothing. But every time I thought it had stopped, the sounds moved, getting closer, then retreating, then closer again. Derek whispered that I was overreacting. I wanted to believe him. But then we both heard it, a low, guttural growl, not like any animal we had ever heard. It came from just beyond the tree line. We slept fitfully, keeping the fire burning all night. In the morning, I noticed marks in the dirt around our camp. They were too big to be a deer or coyote, roughly the size of a man's shoe, but with a strange, uneven stride. The tracks came from the forest and ended at the edge of the clearing, circling our campsite, and then vanished back into the woods. Derek, to his credit, didn't freak out. He chalked it up to some local hiker or maybe even a bear. But the fear had taken root in me. The next day, we decided to explore a bit more, trying to distract ourselves from the previous night. We hiked upstream along the creek, enjoying the quiet of the water trickling over rocks and the sunlight filtering through the dense canopy. Hours passed with only bird calls and the occasional splash of fish. When we returned to our camp, however, we found something that made my blood run cold. Our campsite had been disturbed. The fire pit had been doused, some of our supplies moved slightly, and there were more footprints, this time unmistakably human, circling the area like we had been the prey in some twisted game. Derek froze. We didn't speak, just stared at each other, the panic in his eyes reflecting my own. That night, we decided to stay awake in shifts. I took the first watch, sitting by the fire with a large branch in hand. Around 2 a.m., I saw it, a figure moving through the trees at the edge of the firelight. Tall, thin, almost unnaturally so, with long limbs that seemed to bend in impossible ways. It didn't run or walk, it glided. Its head was tilted oddly, as if examining us. My heart pounded, and I whispered to Derek, shaking him awake. He grabbed the flashlight and shone it on the figure. For a moment I thought it had disappeared, but then I realized it was closer, moving silently between the trees. We decided then that staying was no longer safe. We packed in haste, but even with the Jeep ready, the forest seemed to fight us. Trails we had hiked earlier twisted unexpectedly. The creek we had followed to the north looped back on itself. It was as if the forest had changed overnight. Every shadow seemed to harbor movement. At one point, I saw several figures standing just beyond a ridge, watching us, completely still, almost blending with the trees. We didn't stop. Derek drove faster, gripping the wheel tightly, but I swear I could hear them moving alongside the Jeep, keeping pace without effort. By the third day, exhaustion and fear had taken over. We found an old logging road and decided to follow it, hoping it would lead us back to civilization. The road was barely passable, overgrown with branches and mud. Then we came across something that made my stomach drop. A series of crude crosses, made from sticks and stones, were placed along the road. They weren't far apart, maybe 20 or 30 feet, and each one had what looked like red markings, though I didn't stop to look too closely. Derek didn't speak, just drove past them quickly. I thought about turning back, but the forest seemed alive, and I feared whatever had made those crosses would find us if we did. That night, we tried sleeping in the Jeep, but the figures from the forest continued. At one point, Derek thought he saw a hand press against the back window, but when he rolled it down, nothing was there. The air was thick, almost suffocating, with an earthy smell that reminded me of decaying leaves mixed with iron. It was impossible to ignore. Shadows seemed to flicker at the edges of our vision, and any attempt to shine a flashlight or fire a flare revealed nothing, though the feeling of being watched intensified. On the fourth day, we finally reached a small ranger station marked on our map. It was abandoned, like so many places in the forest. But here, the sense of being hunted escalated. Inside, the walls were scratched with symbols, some resembling the crosses we had seen, others like jagged human forms. There were also names, hundreds of them, carved in the wood. Some were recent, some old and weathered. I saw one that looked disturbingly like my own handwriting, or at least the way I would print my name. My hands shook as I traced the letters, trying to make sense of it. Derek urged me to leave, but I needed to document it, take pictures, maybe prove we weren't losing our minds. That night, while hiding in the ranger station, the figures entered. I don't know how to describe it properly. They weren't quite human, not quite animal, limbs elongated, torsos twisted unnaturally. Their faces were featureless in the darkness, or perhaps we couldn't recognize them. They didn't speak, just moved silently, inspecting us as if we were objects, not people. I thought we were going to die there. But then, as suddenly as they appeared, they left. No sound, no trace as if we had imagined it. But the carvings on the wall had changed. New names appeared. One of them was ours. We didn't stop. At first light, we left the station and drove as far as we could on the old logging road. The Jeep got stuck in mud at one point, and for the first time I thought we might not make it out. I ran through the forest trying to find a solid path, and I saw them again, standing just beyond the trees, watching. I screamed, but Derek kept the Jeep running. Somehow we pushed it free, our hands raw and aching, and drove until the road finally met the main highway. We never spoke of it to anyone else. People would assume we had a bad trip, maybe hallucinations from isolation and exhaustion, but we knew the truth. That forest isn't just dense woods. It's alive in a way that can't be explained. It watches, waits, and marks those who enter. Years later, I still wake up in the night, heart pounding, thinking I hear the crunch of footsteps outside my window. Derek moved across the country, changed his phone number, his address. We've tried to move on. But some nights, especially when the wind rustles the leaves in the autumn, I feel their eyes on me again, and I know that the forest hasn't forgotten. I've read stories of people going off the grid to reconnect with nature, to escape the modern world. Most return with nothing more than mosquito bites and happy memories. But some places are different. Some places are alive in ways we can't comprehend. That forest, those mountains, the abandoned trails and logging roads, they're a warning. If you go off the grid, if you go looking for solitude in the deep, untouched woods, remember this: you are never truly alone. They are always watching, and sometimes they come close enough to touch. We never returned, and we never will. Some nights, I think about the names carved in that ranger station, the ones that appeared without explanation. I hope it was just a warning, not a promise. But deep down, I know it wasn't. The forest doesn't forgive trespassers. It doesn't forget, and it doesn't care who you are. Years later, when I drive past the highway that cuts near those mountains, I see people heading in with tents and backpacks, smiling and laughing. They have no idea what waits for them once the GPS fails, once the cell towers are out of reach. They think they're brave, adventurous, in control. I want to warn them, but who would believe me? By the time they realize it, it's too late. The forest has already chosen them, and the game has already begun. Even now, when I'm alone in my apartment, I sometimes hear faint rustling outside, soft footsteps that stop when I do. I know it's not coincidence. I know it's them reminding me that distance doesn't save you, that some things, once they've marked you, follow you forever. I can't explain everything I saw, not in words. Some things defy logic, science, and reason. All I know is that the forest was alive, more alive than we could ever comprehend, and it didn't like intruders. Derek and I were lucky to escape with our lives, but the forest left its mark, a reminder that some horrors are beyond human understanding, and it never forgets. Story the end. It was late September when I decided to take a break from the world. Life in the city had worn me down. Endless traffic, neighbors who never smiled, work emails at 2 a.m., and the constant hum of human activity that left me feeling hollow. I wasn't escaping for vacation or leisure. I needed to disappear, if only for a few weeks, somewhere I could exist without the prying eyes of anyone else. I had always been fascinated by off-the-grid living. The idea of trading my smart devices and suburban apartment for a place where the only noises were wind in the trees and water running through a creek felt like salvation. After some research, I found a property deep in the mountains of West Virginia, owned by a retired logger named Earl. He didn't rent often, but he appreciated that I wanted total isolation and could verify I was self-sufficient. I drove out there in my aging pickup, loaded with supplies, canned food, a small solar panel, a hand crank radio, water filtration equipment, and a cast iron skillet that had been in my family for generations. The cabin was basic: a single room with a wood-burning stove, a loft for sleeping, and no electricity beyond what the solar panel could provide. It was perfect. The first few days were blissful. Mornings began with sunlight pouring through the windows, bird song, and the occasional rustle of deer in the underbrush. I chopped firewood, collected water from the nearby stream, and slowly acclimated to the silence. Nights were colder than I expected, and the wind through the trees made the cabin creak like it had 100 stories to tell. But I felt alive for the first time in years, disconnected from obligations and people who demanded constant attention. About a week in, I started to notice subtle oddities. At first, it was small things. The stove left slightly warmer than I remembered. My canned goods shifted on the shelves, the back door slightly ajar when I was sure I'd closed it. I chalked it up to absent-mindedness. I was alone, after all, and adjusting to a new routine. But then I began hearing things I couldn't explain. Footsteps outside my door when the wind wasn't strong, whispers that seemed to come from the trees, and at night, the sensation of being watched. I tried to rationalize everything. Animals could make the noises. My mind was playing tricks on me. But one evening, after a rainstorm had soaked the forest floor and left the cabin smelling of wet pine, I saw them. I had been sitting by the stove, reading a worn paperback, when a shadow moved across the wall. My first thought was a branch hitting the cabin, but then I noticed something impossible, a figure standing just beyond the tree line, perfectly still, watching me. I froze, unsure if I'd imagined it. I blinked, and it was gone. Sleep that night was shallow and restless. Every creak and gust of wind felt magnified, and I found myself straining to listen for the figure I couldn't explain. Morning brought no relief. I considered leaving, but something kept me there. A stubborn pride, maybe, or a morbid curiosity. By the second week, the intrusions escalated. Footprints appeared around the cabin, barefoot prints, oddly long and thin, with an unnatural stride. I never saw them approach, and they always vanished before I could follow. My supplies were tampered with, not stolen but arranged differently, sometimes in patterns I didn't understand. One morning, my cans were stacked into a crude tower, each tin rotated at a precise angle, like some silent message. I tried calling Earl for advice, but my satellite phone had no signal in the valley. My hand crank radio picked up static and, occasionally, distorted voices that sounded almost like someone repeating my name. At first, I laughed it off, thinking it was just interference. But then one evening, clear as day, I heard, "Get out! Get out!" repeated in a voice that was neither male nor female, but chillingly human. I decided to investigate. I left the cabin with my flashlight and a hunting knife, following the trail of footprints through the muddy undergrowth. The forest was thick, dark, and silent except for my own breathing. The footprints led me to a small clearing I hadn't noticed before. In the center, there was a circle of stones, charred at the edges like someone had burned a fire there recently. The ground around it was trampled, as if something had been pacing, and then I saw it. More footprints, leading away, but these were not human. They were too long, clawed, dragging slightly, like the forest itself had left them. I ran back to the cabin, heart pounding, convinced that I was being hunted. That night, I barely slept. The whispers continued, more insistent now, circling the cabin, sometimes moving inside, though I had locked the doors. I started seeing shadows that didn't belong, glimpses of movement in my peripheral vision, and the distinct feeling that something was sitting in the loft, just above me, breathing softly. I tried to leave the next morning. I packed my truck quickly, but when I turned the key, it wouldn't start. The battery was dead, though I had charged it fully the night before. I cursed, opened the hood, and saw the battery terminals had been unscrewed and twisted, not damaged, just loosened. My mind went to panic. This was no longer about isolation. Something didn't want me to leave. Over the next few days, I barricaded myself inside, gathering firewood, collecting water, and staying awake almost constantly. The figure in the trees appeared more frequently, never coming closer than the edge of the clearing, but always there. The whispers escalated into hissing voices, mocking and urgent. I began hearing scratches on the walls at night, and sometimes soft thuds from the loft above me. I couldn't tell if it was the wind, animals, or something else entirely. One night, during a violent storm, I saw it clearly. Lightning flashed, illuminating the forest for a split second, and there, standing at the edge of the cabin, was a tall figure, impossibly thin, with elongated limbs and eyes that reflected the lightning like mirrors. Its head tilted unnaturally, and it stayed still, watching me. My breath caught, and I slammed the door, fumbling with the lock, heart hammering in my chest. When I looked again, it was gone, but the footsteps on the porch told me it had been there. Fear took over completely after that. I stopped sleeping, barely ate, and my mind began to fray. I started hearing things even during the day. Footsteps, whispers, the faint scraping of claws against the cabin walls. Objects in the cabin moved on their own. My canned goods were stacked into different patterns every morning. One morning, I woke to find a crude carving on the table, a stick figure with elongated arms, surrounded by symbols I didn't recognize. I tried writing in a journal to keep my sanity, documenting everything I saw, heard, and felt. But even then, I couldn't be sure what was real. Sometimes the journal entries would be rearranged when I looked at them, sentences split across pages, words crossed out with heavy scratches. One day, I found a page with a single sentence repeated over and over. "You can't leave." I knew I had to escape. I spent hours repairing my truck, avoiding going outside as much as possible, listening for the figure, the claws, the whispers. Finally, after a week of tense preparation, I got the truck started. As I drove down the narrow, winding road out of the valley, I glanced in the rearview mirror. I saw a figure standing at the edge of the forest, tall and impossibly thin, watching me leave. The headlights illuminated its eyes briefly, reflecting a cold, unnatural light. Then it vanished into the darkness. I didn't stop driving until I reached the nearest town, dozens of miles away. My hands were raw from gripping the steering wheel, and I felt hollow inside, as if part of me had been left behind in that cabin. I tried to tell myself it was a hallucination, a combination of isolation, stress, and fear. But then I noticed something strange on my dashboard, a single muddy footprint, far too large and narrow to be mine. I reported the incident to Earl, the cabin owner. He listened quietly, then said, "You weren't the first. People come and go up there, but something lingers. Something that doesn't want company, doesn't like to be disturbed. Most of the time it waits, watching. Sometimes it lets people leave, sometimes it doesn't." I never went back. The idea of returning to that cabin, even to prove myself, filled me with dread. I tried to return to city life, but nothing felt the same. I would wake in the middle of the night, convinced I heard whispers outside my apartment window, shadows moving across the walls, shapes in the darkness that shouldn't exist. The memory of the figure, tall, thin, and impossibly still, haunted me endlessly. Months later, I spoke with another traveler who had rented the same cabin. She was cheerful at first, telling me how peaceful it had been. Then she paused, eyes wide, and said, "Sometimes at night I hear them, footsteps, whispers. I thought it was just the wind." Her voice dropped. "And last night something was watching me from the tree line. It didn't move, just stared." I realized then that what I had encountered wasn't an anomaly. It wasn't a hallucination. It was something that belonged to that place, something patient, something that waited for anyone who dared to intrude. The truth hit me fully. The off-grid life I had sought was never meant for humans. That forest, that cabin, was owned by something older, something that thrived in silence and shadows. Even now, years later, I cannot hear the word quiet without flinching. The thought of isolation makes my skin crawl. And sometimes in the dead of night, when the wind howls and shadows stretch long across my room, I swear I hear a faint scraping on the walls, the softest of whispers, and the memory of those impossibly long, thin footprints. And I know that whatever I encountered out there still waits, patient and unmoving at the edge of the world, ready for the next person, foolish enough to leave civilization behind. Story the end. The first time I thought about leaving everything behind, it wasn't because I hated my life. It was because I hated the noise. The city was a constant barrage of sirens, car horns, barking dogs, and people talking over each other in endless loops. Work had become another cage, full of fluorescent lights, email chains that never ended, and colleagues who cared more about politics than actual human connection. My apartment felt like a closet. My phone, a leash. I was 29 and exhausted. One morning, after a particularly sleepless night, listening to the neighbor's kids scream while someone else hammered something in the hallway, I made a decision. I was leaving. Completely. Off the grid. No bills, no phone, no contact with the world. Just me, nature, and whatever peace I could find. I started small, researching land in the mountains. The Appalachian region felt right. Dense forests, rugged terrain, small communities far enough apart that the hum of humanity wouldn't reach me. I found a property in West Virginia, a few acres of heavily wooded land with a stream cutting through it. There was a tiny cabin, decades old, mostly intact, but clearly neglected. The price was absurdly low, something that should have tipped me off, but didn't. I didn't care. I wired the money, quit my job, sold most of my belongings, and drove to my new home with a single backpack and a car full of essentials. The first few days were liberating. The forest swallowed sound. The stream's rush became my constant companion, and the cabin, musty and creaky, became my sanctuary. I chopped firewood, fixed a leaky roof with duct tape and whatever supplies I had, and marveled at the quiet. I couldn't hear traffic, neighbors, or the drone of life elsewhere. I slept like a child, though the woods outside were alive in ways the city could never be. Owls hooted, branches creaked, and animals rustled through the underbrush. I felt invisible and safe. But it wasn't long before the isolation began to weigh on me. Days blurred together. The sun would rise and set, and I barely noticed. I'd start a fire in the morning and watch it burn down to embers by nightfall. The first time I heard it, I thought it was the wind, a low, dragging sound coming from the trees, like something large moving slowly through the underbrush. I froze listening, but nothing followed. By the third night, I realized it wasn't wind. Something was out there, something deliberate. Heavy footsteps that didn't belong to deer or bears. A crunch of leaves, deliberate, slow, circling the cabin. I tried rationalizing it. Maybe another off-the-grid person lived nearby. But no, there were no other homes within miles. And anyone else who lived in the forest had reasons to stay hidden. They wouldn't announce themselves with footsteps outside my cabin. That thought should have scared me, but I told myself it was just paranoia. A result of isolation, of spending weeks without human contact. Still, the sound persisted, always at night, always circling. Sometimes it stopped, as if listening back. I started barricading the cabin, nailing boards over windows, reinforcing the door, even though the place was already secluded. I felt watched, exposed. One morning, I found footprints in the soft mud near the stream. They weren't human. Too long, too wide, with a strange splay of toes or claws I couldn't identify. My stomach sank. I realized then that I might not be alone at all, and whatever was out there was aware of me. Over the next few weeks, the presence became more aggressive. The sounds would start earlier, like sometimes in the middle of the day when I was chopping wood. I began carrying a hatchet everywhere, sleeping near the window to see outside, but every time I looked, nothing was there. My nerves frayed. I felt my mind slipping, paranoia growing like moss in the damp cabin corners. But I refused to leave. I had committed to this life. Running would mean admitting failure. One night, I woke to a scratching at the cabin wall. Not the roof, not the door, but the wall itself. It sounded like nails scraping wood from the inside. I froze, heart hammering, breath shallow. I grabbed the hatchet, crept toward the sound. By the time I reached the wall, it stopped. Dead silence. I pressed my ear to the wood, expecting to hear my own heartbeat echoing, but there was something faint beneath it, a low, guttural rumble, almost like a growl muffled through the cabin boards. I couldn't identify it. I couldn't make sense of it. I slammed my ear back, backed away, and didn't sleep for the rest of the night. The days after that were worse. I started hearing voices, not words, just whispers that floated through the trees at night. Sometimes they sounded like my own voice, calling my name softly, coaxing me outside. I tried to record them, to prove I wasn't losing my mind, but the recorder captured nothing. My journal entries became frantic, rambling accounts of things I couldn't explain. I started to doubt everything, the forest, my senses, even reality itself. One evening, I ventured down to the stream to refill my water. The sun was setting, the sky streaked with red and gold, and I thought I could ignore the constant feeling of being watched. Then I saw it, something moving just beyond the tree line. I couldn't make it out at first, but the shape was humanoid, tall, with limbs that bent in angles that made my stomach twist. Its head turned slowly toward me. I froze, unable to scream, and then it moved. Not toward me, not away, just a slow step to the side, keeping me in sight. I ran. My legs felt heavy, my lungs burned. I didn't stop until I slammed the cabin door behind me and barricaded it with every piece of furniture I could move. The following days were the hardest. I stopped venturing outside except for essential chores, and even then, I kept the hatchet ready, eyes scanning constantly. I started leaving lights on at night, candles, lanterns, anything to make the cabin seem alive, occupied. I don't know if it worked or if it just made me feel safer. One night, I awoke to the sound of the front door slowly creaking open. The lock hadn't been tampered with. It was as if it moved itself. I froze, my heart in my throat, holding my breath. Nothing happened. The door slowly closed, leaving no trace of entry. I slept sitting up, gripping the hatchet. After a month of this, I realized the creature or presence was learning my habits. It would appear where I least expected, vanish when I tried to confront it, and always stay just at the edge of my vision. I began setting traps, simple snares along the paths I took, logs rigged to make noise. Nothing ever caught it, but the forest grew quieter in response, almost like it was mocking me or studying me. Winter came early that year. Snow blanketed the forest, muffling sound, and for a few days I had the illusion of safety. I chopped wood for the coming months, stored enough food to survive, and tried to maintain sanity. But then I noticed the tracks again. They were larger now, deeper in the snow, and they didn't stop at the cabin. They circled the property, sometimes approaching the edges of my window. And in the morning, I found things, small, almost human items, like broken glasses or twisted scraps of clothing I didn't recognize, placed carefully near my door. Messages? Warnings? I had no clue. My mind started unraveling. Every shadow seemed alive, every sound amplified, every movement in the trees a threat. One night, as the wind howled through the valley, I awoke to whispering outside my cabin. I couldn't make out words, but the cadence was rhythmic, deliberate, chanting almost. I peeked through a gap in the boards. Just beyond the tree line, a figure, tall, thin, impossibly straight, stood completely still, looking toward the cabin. Its head tilted unnaturally, and I swear its eyes glowed faintly in the moonlight. Then more figures appeared, emerging silently from the forest, dozens of them, forming a loose circle around my cabin. I wanted to run, but the snow made every step loud, and the door wouldn't budge under my shaking hands. I watched, paralyzed with terror, as the figures did not move toward me, did not attack, but they didn't leave either. They simply stood there, watching, until dawn. When the first light hit the snow, they vanished. The forest was silent again, deceptively calm, as if nothing had happened. I tried to convince myself it was a hallucination. Sleep deprivation, fear, isolation. But then I found a mark on my door, a long, deep scratch, perfectly vertical, impossible for me to have made. I began to pack. I couldn't stay. Not anymore. I drove back to civilization slowly, stopping in small towns along the way to avoid detection. Every time I saw a forested area, my heart raced, and I had to fight the urge to turn around. When I finally reached my old apartment, I felt relief, though the city now felt oppressive. I slept in my own bed, but the nightmares persisted. I dreamt of the tall figures, their eyes glowing, circling my cabin in the snow. Sometimes I'd wake up and hear a faint scratching on the window, even in the middle of the city. Months later, I tried to convince myself I was safe. I tried therapy, friends, distractions, but the memory clung to me like a shadow. Then one evening, my phone rang. It was an unknown number. I answered, thinking it might be a wrong call. A voice whispered my name softly, a voice that wasn't human, yet familiar, coaxing me to come back. I hung up. The line went dead. That night, I dreamt of the cabin again, the snow, the figures, the silence broken by whispering. When I woke, I saw faint scratches along my apartment doorframe, thin, vertical, deliberate. I hadn't done them. Since then, I've never gone back to the woods, never tried off-grid living again. But I can't escape it. I can't shake the feeling that whatever I ran from, it followed me, waiting, learning, perhaps biding its time. And sometimes when the city is quiet, I hear the faintest rustling outside my window, like the wind through trees, but I know better. It's watching, still, always watching. Story the end. It was mid-October when Jake decided to disappear. Not in the sense that he planned to vanish entirely, but in the way a man might decide to leave behind the grid, the clutter, the constant hum of city life, and all the obligations that had begun to feel like a noose. He had spent his late 20s working in tech support in Portland, Oregon, and over the last year, the stress had begun to gnaw at him in ways that sleep or therapy couldn't touch. Nights were the worst. He'd lie awake, staring at the ceiling, the glow from the streetlights spilling through his apartment blinds, imagining the forest, imagining silence. Not the fake, contrived silence of a library, but the deep, unbroken quiet of a place far from roads, radios, and human chatter. He bought a small cabin online, sight unseen, a cheap fixer-upper in the Cascades, 12 miles from the nearest road that was actually passable in winter. The listing was sparse, a few photographs of a wooden structure half hidden by pines, a promise of isolation, and a note that the well still functioned, though the septic system might need work. Jake liked the sound of it. He imagined himself chopping wood, tending a small vegetable patch, fishing in the nearby creek, reading by candlelight. The idea of being entirely self-reliant thrilled him. He envisioned the solitude as a kind of liberation, not the prelude to terror that it would become. The drive out of Portland was long but quiet. The sun had begun its slow descent when he turned onto the narrow dirt road that would take him to the cabin. His sedan rattled over ruts and loose gravel, and he passed a few small, weather-beaten cabins, all of them empty-looking with signs of neglect, peeling paint, rusted-out trucks, and doors that sagged on their hinges. When he finally arrived, the forest seemed to exhale around him, the wind in the fir trees carrying a scent of damp moss and something earthy, rich, and alive. The cabin was small, built of roughly hewn logs, with a steeply pitched roof and a stone chimney that looked like it had been there for decades. It was drafty and smelled of old wood and mildew, but Jake didn't mind. He was too excited. He spent the first evening unpacking essentials, lighting the old fireplace, and eating a can of beans that he had brought with him. Night fell quickly, dark settling into every corner of the forest, and he felt an unfamiliar weight of quiet pressing against the walls. There were sounds, of course, the wind, the trees creaking, the occasional distant snap of a branch, but nothing human, nothing intentional. The first few days passed without incident. Jake chopped wood, gathered water from the well, and walked along the creek that ran behind the cabin. He found himself smiling more, feeling a kind of relief that only comes when a man is finally in charge of his own schedule and his own survival. The evenings were spent with a flashlight and a book, and sometimes he'd sit by the fire, sipping cheap whiskey, listening to the wind. But then, during the second week, the subtle things began. At first, they were easy to dismiss. The sensation of being watched, for example. It was always there at night, a prickling on the back of his neck, like the trees themselves were observing him. He told himself it was paranoia. He was alone, deep in the wilderness. That was the nature of isolation. He tried to ignore it. The first clear sign that something was wrong came on a Thursday. He was outside stacking firewood when he heard the sound of footsteps on the fallen leaves. Crunch, crunch, crunch. They were too heavy for deer, too rhythmic for the wind. He froze, listening. The sound stopped when he stopped, resumed when he moved. He looked around, but all he could see was the dense forest, gray and black in the early evening light. He grabbed a heavy branch and called out, "Hello?" Nothing answered. After a long moment, he shook his head and muttered to himself, "It's probably just a deer." That night, he couldn't sleep. He lay in bed, eyes wide, staring into the shadows. Every groan of the cabin seemed exaggerated. Every distant rustle felt like someone or something moving closer. Around midnight, there was a knock at the door. Not a faint tap, but a solid, deliberate knock. Jake froze. No one knew he was here. The road was 12 miles away. He lived 12 miles from the nearest neighbor. Who could it possibly be? His mind raced, trying to think of every rational explanation. He got up slowly, picking up the heavy branch from earlier. The knock came again, louder this time, followed by the scraping sound of metal against wood. He crept to the door, heart pounding, peering out the small window. Nothing. He swung the door open and looked into the dark. The forest pressed in, silent. Nothing. He stepped outside, scanning the trees, but there was no one. He shouted, but only his voice answered him, bouncing off the trunks. When he finally went back inside, his hands were shaking. He bolted the door and stayed awake until sunrise, sitting by the fire, listening, too afraid to sleep. The next day, Jake considered leaving. The rational part of him said this was a mistake, that isolation had magnified every sound, every shadow, but he didn't. There was a stubborn streak in him, a desire to prove that he could do this, that he could survive. And so he stayed. A week later, it got worse. Things started moving inside the cabin. At first, small things. Pots shifted on the stove. The stack of firewood that had been neat in the corner was suddenly scattered. He blamed himself, claiming he had been careless or forgetful, but deep down, he knew it wasn't. The air itself seemed heavier now, thick with expectation. He felt like he was being studied. He began carrying the branch with him everywhere. Then came the whispering. At night, just at the edge of sleep, he would hear it. Low, indistinct, words that seemed familiar yet impossible to grasp. Sometimes it came from the corner of the room, sometimes from outside the cabin, hovering just beyond the windows. He began leaving the lights on all night, candles flickering in every window, trying to create a feel of safety around himself. One night, he woke to find a figure standing at the edge of the clearing outside his cabin, shadowed, humanoid, taller than any human, impossibly still. He froze, breath caught in his throat. The figure didn't move, didn't blink, didn't shift in the wind, it just watched. He wanted to scream, to run, but his body refused. Then, slowly, it turned and faded into the trees, disappearing like smoke. After that, Jake stopped going outside at night. He built barriers, nailed boards over windows, tried to make the cabin feel like a fortress. But it never mattered. The feeling followed him everywhere. Footsteps, whispers, shadows that moved in impossible directions. He would see shapes darting through the trees, always staying just at the edge of vision. One morning, he woke to find the front door wide open. He remembered locking it the night before. Inside, everything was in place, nothing stolen, but on the table was a small, crude figurine made of twigs and dried moss. It was a human figure, roughly the size of his hand, and it had a crude face, a long pointed nose, empty eye sockets. He hadn't made it. No one had been there. Or had they? After that, Jake stopped trusting anything. The days merged into one long stretch of fear. The forest, once beautiful, now seemed alive with malevolent intent. He could no longer tell when the sounds were natural or orchestrated. The footsteps came in the day now, too, circling the cabin, always stopping when he looked. The whispers became words. Names. His name. Jake. Jake. He tried to leave once, packed his car, ready to drive the 12 miles back to civilization, but as he turned the key in the ignition, he saw something in the rearview mirror. Footprints leading to his car from the forest now. Large, heavy, humanoid, but too long and narrow to be human. He didn't see anyone, but the impression left a terror in him that made his blood run cold. The car wouldn't start. Not a click, not a sputter, just silence. Days passed, and Jake stopped trying to rationalize. The forest was alive. The cabin had a pulse. He could feel it beneath his feet. Sometimes he would wake to find the figurine in a different place. Sometimes it would be on his pillow, or sitting at the table, or perched in a chair across from him. It always faced him. He began leaving offerings. Small things he found in the woods, stones, feathers, scraps of food. He placed them at the edge of the clearing, hoping to appease whatever it was, but nothing changed. The figure's appearances increased, growing in number. Sometimes there were 2, sometimes 3. They never moved, never left, just watched. By the end of the 3rd week, Jake was barely eating, barely sleeping. He heard the whispers constantly now, and they were insistent, urgent. He began talking back, reasoning with them, pleading. I'm alone. I mean no harm. He didn't know if he was talking to spirits, to some unknown creature, or to his own fraying mind. It didn't matter. The eyes were always there, watching. One night, the cabin shook. Not the wind, not an earthquake, but a deep rolling vibration that seemed to emanate from the ground itself. The windows rattled, the walls groaned, and the fire leapt wildly in the hearth. Then came a sound unlike anything he had heard before. A voice, loud and guttural, emanating from everywhere and nowhere. Leave, it screamed, and Jake understood that this was no longer a test, no longer a game of survival. This was a warning. The next morning, he found all the figurines had multiplied. There were dozens scattered across the cabin and into the trees, and carved into the trunk of a pine in the clearing was a crude message. A handprint, large, with fingers unnaturally long, pressed deep into the bark. Jake left that day. He drove 12 miles down the dirt road, not looking back. The car started without hesitation once he reached the main road. When he reached the town, he went straight to the police, but they laughed, assuming he had simply suffered from cabin fever, that he was exaggerating or hallucinating. No one wanted to listen when he described the figurines, the footsteps, the whispers. He returned to Portland, apartment rented, life resumed, but he never forgot. At night, in his dreams, he sees the figures standing at the edge of the forest, watching. Sometimes, when he closes his eyes too long, he can hear the whispering. He will never go back, but he knows the forest is waiting, patient, alive, and forever hungry for those who think they can escape the world and live alone. Jake tells the story rarely, only to those he trusts, But he warns them, isolation is seductive, but in the wilderness there is a presence older than man, waiting for the naive, the overconfident, the lonely, and it watches always. The figurines are still out there, he believes, hidden among the trees, growing in number, waiting. And sometimes, just sometimes, when he hears a branch snap outside his window, he swears he sees one of those twig figures staring at him from the darkness, unmoving, patient, and waiting for the day he might return. Story the end. The idea started as a break from everything. No phones, no noise, no neighbors, just me and the woods. I had been living in Phoenix for almost a decade, working as a mechanic, saving up just enough to finally take time off and breathe. A friend of mine, Kyle, had gone off the grid 2 years earlier, building a small solar-powered cabin deep in the mountains of northern New Mexico. He used to text me pictures, handmade furniture, snow-covered roofs, wild elk outside his window. When I stopped hearing from him last spring, I figured he'd just gone fully disconnected like he always talked about. But in August, I got a letter. No return address, just my name written in shaky handwriting. Inside was a note from Kyle that said, "You should come out here, brother. I finally figured it out. This place is everything I wanted. You'll understand when you see it. Bring supplies and stay a while." There was a map drawn on the back. Crude, but clear enough, a winding dirt road splitting off from a highway about 30 miles from Taos. No coordinates, no GPS location, just hand-drawn markers, creeks, cliffs, and an X. I'd been looking for an excuse to get away, and this was it. The first few hours of the drive were smooth. The highway stretched endlessly, no other cars, just me and the desert. But once I turned off onto the dirt road, everything changed. The air got cooler, the sun vanished behind tall pines, and my phone lost signal almost instantly. I followed the map, crossing over an old wooden bridge that looked like it hadn't seen a car in decades. The road narrowed into something barely wider than my truck. By the time the sun started dipping, I found the clearing marked with the X. Kyle's cabin stood there, exactly as he described it years ago. Hand-built, sturdy, solar panels on the roof, a metal chimney rising from one side. I expected him to come running out, beard wild, grinning like an idiot. But no one came. I got out and called his name. Nothing but wind. The only sound was the creak of trees shifting and the faint buzz of flies somewhere in the distance. Inside, the cabin smelled of wood smoke and earth. There was food, tools, and candles. On the table was a notebook, open to a page filled with messy handwriting. I leaned closer and read, "It doesn't stop watching. I tried to leave, but the woods won't let me. I see it every night as this wind don't follow the sound." I thought it was some kind of joke. Kyle always had a dark sense of humor. I called out for him again, but the only response was a crow cawing from somewhere outside. That night, I lit a small fire in the wood stove and tried to settle in. The forest was silent. No crickets, no owls, nothing. I figured maybe the elevation or weather kept things quiet. But around midnight, I woke to something tapping on the cabin wall. 3 sharp knocks. Then silence. I held my breath, listening. Another knock, closer this time, lower to the ground. I grabbed my flashlight, aimed it toward the window, and froze. A face was staring back at me. It was pale, almost gray, the eyes dark and wide, unblinking. But when the light hit it fully, it vanished, leaving only my reflection. I told myself it was my imagination, a mix of exhaustion and darkness playing tricks. But the next morning, I found footprints in the dirt outside. Bare footprints, long and thin, almost like they had too many toes. I decided to hike out just to see if I could find Kyle or maybe a ranger station. The trail behind the cabin led deeper into the woods, where the trees grew thick enough to block most of the sunlight. The deeper I went, the more I noticed carvings in the bark of the trees, symbols I didn't recognize. Circles, crosses, strange spirals, some carved deep enough to bleed sap. After 2 hours of walking, I heard something. A voice? It was faint, distant, calling my name. "Ely?" It sounded like Kyle. I yelled back, but there was no response. Just that same voice again, softer, this time behind me. When I turned, no one was there. The woods felt wrong, like the air was thicker, heavier. I decided to head back. But the trail had changed. The landmarks, the boulder, the fallen tree were gone. Every direction looked the same. The voice came again, closer. "Ely, this way." My heart pounded. I turned and saw movement between the trees. Someone, or something, walking slowly, deliberately, keeping pace with me, but never fully visible. I started running, branches snapping under my feet. The forest seemed endless until suddenly I stumbled out into the clearing again. The cabin loomed in front of me like it had been waiting. The front door was open. Inside, the table was overturned, the notebook on the floor. A new line had been written since I left. "It knows your name now." I slammed the door shut and locked it, though I wasn't sure what good it would do. The sun went down fast, the woods outside fading into complete darkness. I lit every candle I could find and sat with my back against the wall, trying not to listen. But the noises started again, slow footsteps circling the cabin, something brushing against the walls, then tapping on the glass. "Eli!" This time it wasn't Kyle's voice. It was higher, distorted, like someone imitating him but getting it wrong. I tried to stay awake, but exhaustion got the better of me. When I woke up, it was morning, the candles all burned out. The door was still locked, but there were handprints on the glass. Dozens of them, smudged and overlapping, all on the outside. I spent the day trying to repair the Jeep's radio, but it was dead. My phone showed only a black screen, though the battery had been full when I arrived. The solar panels on the cabin were working fine, but every time I tried to use the power to charge something, the lights flickered and went out. That night, I found something else, Kyle's jacket, hanging from a tree behind the cabin. The sleeves were torn and the fabric was stiff with dried blood. That was when I realized something had happened to him out here, something no one would believe if I told them. I packed what I could and decided to hike back toward the bridge, following the stream this time. The deeper I went, the more wrong the forest felt. There were no birds, no insects. Even the wind had stopped. I walked for what felt like hours before realizing the stream wasn't leading me anywhere. It looped back on itself, twisting unnaturally through the trees. I stopped to rest and saw something ahead, a small clearing with several wooden crosses. At first, I thought it was some kind of old graveyard, but as I got closer, I realized the crosses weren't graves. They were markers, and each one had a name carved into it. One of them was mine. I ran. I don't know how long or how far, but I ran until I couldn't breathe. When I stopped, I could see the cabin again in the distance, though I swear I had been running away from it. The woods bent around it, drawing me back. That night, I sat inside with my knife in hand, waiting for whatever it was to come. Hours passed, then I heard it again, scraping along the roof, slow, deliberate, like fingernails dragging across wood. Then came the whispering. Not one voice, but many, overlapping, too soft to make out. I covered my ears, but it was inside my head now. The words were wrong, backward, echoing until my vision blurred. I must have passed out because when I woke, the sun was rising. The whispers were gone, but the smell hit me immediately, something foul like rotting meat. Outside by the fire pit, something was waiting. It was Kyle, or what was left of him. His body was slumped against a tree, his eyes wide open, skin pale and sunken. His mouth was frozen mid-scream. On his chest, carved deep into the flesh, was a symbol I recognized from the trees, a circle with jagged lines through it. I dropped to my knees. I wanted to bury him, but something stopped me. A noise came from the woods, a low, guttural sound, followed by the cracking of branches. I grabbed my pack and ran to the Jeep. It started on the first try. I drove faster than I ever had in my life, tearing through brush and rocks, not caring about the damage. The road twisted and split, and I realized I was no longer following the same path I came in on. The trees grew denser, pressing in closer and closer. I swore I saw figures between them. Tall, thin shapes keeping pace with the truck, faces hidden in shadow. Then, just as suddenly, I burst out onto the highway. I didn't stop until I reached Taos. I parked at a gas station and sat there for hours, shaking, unable to move. When I finally looked at the truck, I saw scratches all along the doors, like something had dragged its fingers across the metal. A week later, I went to the police. They sent a team to find Kyle's cabin, but when they came back, they said there was nothing there. No cabin, no clearing, not even the road I described. They thought I was delirious, maybe got lost and imagined the whole thing. But I know what I saw. Every night since, I wake up to that same sound, 3 slow knocks somewhere outside my window. Sometimes when I look into the darkness, I swear I see a pale face staring back at me, eyes wide, unblinking. And last night I found a note slipped under my door. It was written in the same shaky handwriting as before. It said, "You came. Now it knows your name too." Story the end. I remember the exact moment I realized living off the grid was a mistake. I had spent months planning this escape. Years, really. The stress of my job in Boston, the endless emails, the phone calls at all hours, the unceasing chatter of neighbors and traffic, it was suffocating. I longed for complete solitude, a place where I could live with only my own thoughts, no one to judge, no one to interrupt. That's how I ended up in northern Maine, in a remote valley with a small cabin a mile from the nearest road, owned by a man named Hank. He was a grizzled kind of guy, all beard and calloused hands, who didn't ask many questions, only warned, "You won't see anyone for miles." And sometimes the woods have their own rules. I arrived in early October. The leaves were turning, the air crisp, the kind of silence that almost makes your ears ache. The cabin was simple: a single room, a loft for sleeping, a wood stove, a small kitchen, and a hand pump for water. No electricity, no cell signal, no internet. It was perfect. I set to work unpacking, stacking my canned goods, and chopping firewood. At first, it was bliss. Mornings were spent drinking coffee by the window, watching mist rise off the creek nearby. Days passed slowly, beautifully. But soon I noticed things were off. Small things at first. The firewood I had stacked would be scattered in the morning, though I had been careful to stack it neatly the night before. The water pump would squeak even when no one was near. I told myself it was animals: raccoons, squirrels, maybe a deer. That's the kind of thinking you cling to when you're alone in the forest. Then the noises started. A tapping on the roof at night, soft footsteps outside the cabin when the wind wasn't blowing, a low murmur almost like someone whispering just beyond the tree line. I tried to ignore it. I told myself it was imagination. I reminded myself I had wanted this isolation. I had begged for it. 3 nights in, I woke to the sound of breathing, slow, deliberate, and close, as if someone were standing at the foot of my bed. I froze, listening. The cabin was dark, lit only by the glow of the embers in the stove. The breathing stopped, and I thought maybe it had been a dream. But then I felt it. A shadow crossing the wall, long and thin, stretching unnaturally. I sat up, heart hammering, and shined my flashlight across the room. Nothing. The next day, I found footprints outside. Not the kind a human would leave, and certainly not animal tracks I recognized. They were long, thin, with toes spread wide, almost clawed, and they circled the cabin, never approaching the door, but always close enough to make my stomach churn. I tried not to panic, telling myself maybe it was some kind of large bird or a deer walking strangely in the mud. But even as I said it, I knew it wasn't true. By the end of the first week, the intrusions were more deliberate. My canned food would be rearranged, sometimes stacked in towers, sometimes laid out in patterns I couldn't decipher. One morning, I found a circle of small stones on the porch, perfectly placed. I didn't move them. I didn't want to touch whatever had made them. I tried to leave, but the truck I had brought to the cabin refused to start. The battery was dead, though I had charged it fully. There were scratches along the hood that hadn't been there before. That night, the whispers came again, louder, more insistent. "Stay," they hissed. "Stay." The voice was metallic, almost, but undeniably human in cadence. I stayed awake all night, knife clutched in my hand, staring at the loft above me where the shadows seemed to gather. I realized then that whatever was out there didn't want me to leave. It wasn't just curious, it was territorial, patient, and intelligent. I barricaded the cabin, blocked the doors with furniture, kept the fire going, and slept fitfully in the loft. One afternoon, I tried cautiously exploring the woods around the cabin, flashlight in hand. I wanted to understand what I was dealing with. I followed the tracks, moving deeper into the forest than I had before. They led me to a small clearing, where the grass was flattened as if something huge had rested there. In the center, there was a shallow pit, blackened as if by fire. And then I saw them, more footprints, this time leading directly toward me, long, thin, dragging slightly, ending at the edge of the clearing. I couldn't see what made them, but I felt its presence before I saw it. Cold, deliberate, and patient. I ran back to the cabin, convinced I had been watched the entire time. Nights became unbearable. The shadows grew longer and darker. The whispers became constant. Sometimes I would wake to find the door open slightly, even though I had locked it. Once I woke to find a figure in the corner of the room, impossibly tall and thin, with elongated limbs and eyes that reflected the firelight like glass. It didn't move, didn't breathe, didn't blink. It just watched. Days turned into weeks. I stopped sleeping properly, barely ate. I spoke to Hank once more, finally managing to reach him on a borrowed satellite phone. He said nothing I wanted to hear. That valley, it's old. It's patient. People leave sometimes. People leave sometimes not. Some things there, they don't like to be disturbed. I hung up, shaking. I managed to get the truck started one cold morning, the fog thick in the valley. As I drove away, I glanced back. The figure was standing at the edge of the trees, motionless, watching me leave. I drove without stopping until I reached the nearest town, hands raw on the steering wheel, nearly chest tight, skin crawling. Months later, I told my story to another person who had rented the cabin. She was cheerful, dismissive at first, until she described the same shadows, the same whispers, the same footprints circling the cabin. I realized then that what I had encountered wasn't unique. It wasn't a hallucination. Something owned that forest, that cabin, something old and patient that waited for anyone foolish enough to intrude. Even now, I can't hear the word quiet without shivering. I can't look at a dark forest without imagining long, thin limbs waiting among the trees. And sometimes when I'm alone in my apartment, I swear I hear soft footsteps, a faint whisper, and the unsettling thought that whatever is out there still waits, patient and unmoving, for the next person who wants solitude too badly. Story the end. 3 summers ago, I decided to disappear for a while. I'd gone through a brutal divorce and quit my job at a logistics company in Kansas City. Everything about city life reminded me of what I'd lost. The same streets we used to walk, the same restaurants, the same noise that filled every hour. I told myself I needed peace, quiet, time to think. I sold most of what I owned, bought an old camper, and went looking for land where I could live off the grid for a few months. I found a spot through an online listing, 30 acres of land near the northern border of New Mexico at the edge of Carson National Forest. The owner, an older man named Jacob, said it used to belong to his grandfather. He hadn't lived there in decades, but still maintained the deed. He said it was quiet, isolated, the kind of place where you can hear yourself think. That's exactly what I wanted. When I arrived, it was breathtaking. Open sky that stretched forever, distant peaks painted in blue, and pines so thick they felt like a wall protecting the land. There was a small shack, an outhouse, and a stream that ran through the lower edge of the property. The air felt untouched. My phone lost signal 5 miles before I reached the cabin. Jacob met me there for the handoff. He was wiry, with skin darkened by years of sun, and eyes that never seemed to stop moving. He told me to be careful at night. "Coyotes?" I asked. He shook his head. "Not coyotes. Just don't wander too far once it gets dark." I laughed, thinking it was some local superstition, but he didn't laugh with me. After he left, I settled in. I put up a small solar array, set up rain barrels, and started keeping a journal. The first few nights were peaceful. The air smelled like pine sap and cold water. The stars were unlike anything I'd ever seen. I felt free for the first time in years. On the 4th night, I woke up to a noise outside. It was around 2 a.m., and the moon was high, lighting the yard with pale blue. Something moved near the stream, slow, deliberate. I thought it was an animal, maybe a deer. I watched through the window, waiting for it to pass, but then it stood upright. It wasn't a deer, it was a person. They stood perfectly still for a long time, just staring toward the cabin. Then they tilted their head like they were trying to listen. I whispered for my dog Scout, but he didn't move from his bed. He was trembling, a low whine in his throat. I stayed frozen until the figure slowly turned and disappeared into the tree line. The next morning, I went down to the stream. I found tracks in the mud, bare footprints, larger than mine. I told myself maybe it was Jacob or a hiker passing through, but deep down, I knew that didn't make sense. The nearest road was 12 miles away. For the next few days, nothing happened. I pushed the memory down, convincing myself I'd overreacted, but Scout refused to go near the stream again. He'd stand at the top of the bank and growl, his fur bristling, his body shaking. A week later, I started hearing things at night, whispering, faint but clear, just outside the cabin walls. I could never make out words, only the rhythm of speech, like several people murmuring in low voices. Sometimes I'd hear a single long breath pressed against the window glass. One night, I woke up to something tapping on the door, not knocking, tapping, like fingernails. Slow, deliberate, in a pattern that didn't sound random. Tap, 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 then silence. I stayed awake until morning, gripping the shotgun I kept by the bed. At dawn, I opened the door. There were small black handprints on the wood. They looked like they'd been pressed in mud, but when I touched one, it smeared red. Blood. That day, I decided to pack up and leave. I loaded what I could into the truck, started the engine, and drove down the dirt road. 5 minutes later, I hit a dead end. Literally. The road that had brought me in, the same one Jacob and I had driven just a week earlier, was gone. In its place was dense forest. I thought may had taken the wrong turn, so I turned back and followed my tracks, but they just ended, as if the truck had appeared out of nowhere. I tried to use my phone, no signal. I turned on the radio, static, every channel. That night, I didn't sleep. The whispers came again, closer this time. I could hear them all around the cabin. It sounded like multiple voices. Men, women, maybe even children. They circled the cabin slowly, their footsteps crunching in the dirt. Scout barked until he was hoarse, then whimpered under the bed. When I shouted for them to stop, the voices went silent. Then, just outside the window, a single voice said clearly, "Go back inside." I froze. I was already inside. I pulled the curtains shut and sat in the corner with the shotgun. I didn't sleep until daylight. When I finally worked up the courage to look outside, I found small totems hanging from the trees around the clearing. Little stick figures tied with twine and strips of cloth. Some had what looked like teeth or bone tied to them. I cut one down, thinking maybe it was a prank. But when I dropped it, I noticed something carved into the bark of the tree where it had been hanging. "Welcome home." The next night, Scout disappeared. I woke up to him barking furiously outside. I ran out with a flashlight, shouting his name. The beam caught him at the edge of the trees, or what I thought was him. His body was stiff, tail low, eyes wide. Then he bolted into the woods, barking in a way I'd never heard before, desperate and wild. I chased him, shouting his name until my throat hurt. The forest was pitch black, the trees crowding closer, the air thick with that same rotting sweet smell I'd noticed before. Then I heard it, a high-pitched yelp that cut off instantly. When I found him, he was lying in a small clearing, perfectly still. There was no blood, no wound, no sign of struggle. His eyes were open, and his mouth was stretched wide as if frozen mid-bark. I fell to my knees beside him. His body was ice cold. I carried him back to the cabin, crying the whole way. When I laid him down by the firelight, I saw something carved into his collar with a sharp object. Just one word: stay. I buried him the next morning near the stream. The air was still, too quiet. As I covered the grave, I heard something across the water, faint laughter. I spun around, but there was no one there, only the sound of something retreating into the woods. That night, I packed my things again. I didn't care if I had to walk until I collapsed. But when I stepped outside, I saw movement at the edge of the trees. Dozens of figures, standing perfectly still, all facing me. They were too far to see clearly, but I could make out their shapes, tall, thin, motionless. Some of them swayed slightly, as if the wind was moving them, but the trees around them didn't move at all. I ran back inside and bolted the door. The whispers started again, louder now, coming from every direction. I tried the radio again, desperate for any sign of life, but this time it wasn't static, it was a voice. "You shouldn't have dug here," it said. I froze. "Who is this?" I shouted into the receiver. The voice didn't answer, just breathed for several seconds, then said, "We're waiting." Then static. The next morning, the solar batteries were drained and all my food had been taken from the shelves. I don't remember sleeping that night, only sitting by the window, watching the forest, waiting for something to happen. It wasn't until I noticed the movement behind me, a reflection in the glass, that I realized I wasn't alone inside anymore. Someone was standing in the corner of the room. I turned, raising the flashlight, and saw him. A man, skin ashen, eyes white, lips split wide in a grin. He looked like Jacob, the landowner, but older, decayed. He opened his mouth and spoke in a whisper that wasn't quite human. "You can't leave. This is our place." I fired the shotgun. The blast shattered the window, filling the air with smoke. When it cleared, the corner was empty. I stumbled outside, coughing, and ran. I didn't stop until the sun came up. When I finally looked back, the cabin was gone, just trees. For hours, I wandered in circles until I came upon something I hadn't seen before, a clearing filled with small wooden crosses. Dozens of them. Some had names carved in, others didn't. The dirt was freshly turned. In the center was a wooden sign nailed to a post. The words were faded, but I could still read them. Property of the Hollow Bend Settlement, 1912. Trespassers will remain. I turned and ran, tripping over roots and rocks until my legs gave out. When I came to, it was dark again. The whispering was back, closer than ever, circling me like a swarm. I covered my ears and screamed. I don't know how long I stayed like that. When I finally opened my eyes, the whispering had stopped. It's been 2 years since then. I never made it out of those woods. I don't know how I'm writing this or who will find it. Every time I try to leave, I wake up back at the same clearing, the same empty fire pit, the same sound of the stream nearby. Sometimes I still hear Scout barking in the distance. Sometimes I hear Jacob's voice calling my name. But I've learned something. You don't go off the grid out here. You don't disappear. You just change places. And once you step onto this land, it decides you belong. Story the end. It started with an ad. Off-grid mountain cabin. Isolated, serene, for writers or nature lovers. $250 per week. That was what caught my attention. I had been working a dead-end job in Seattle, staring at a screen for 10 hours a day, losing track of time and meaning. I thought maybe isolation would help me reset, clear my mind, maybe even start the book I'd been meaning to write. I reached out to the number in the ad, and an old man with a gravelly voice answered. He didn't give a name, just said, "If you're looking for quiet, you'll find it up here." He gave vague directions to the place. No GPS, no coordinates. "There's no signal past the last town," he warned. "Take County Road 38 until you see a mailbox with a red handprint on it. The path's right across from there. Follow it for about 8 miles. You'll know the cabin when you see it." The drive took almost 5 hours, winding through mountain roads that grew narrower and lonelier with every mile. By the time I saw the mailbox, the sky was bruising with dusk. True to his word, a dirt path cut through thick forest just across from it. I followed it carefully in my old Subaru, the tires crunching over rocks and fallen branches. When I reached the cabin, I stopped breathing for a second. It stood at the edge of a steep slope, surrounded by trees so tall they blocked most of the sky. It looked older than I expected, gray wood warped from rain, windows clouded by dust, but it had a strange, lonely beauty. Inside was a single room, a cot, a wood stove, a small table, and a lantern. The air smelled faintly of smoke and pine sap. There was no power, no plumbing, just a hand pump outside for water. It was exactly what I thought I wanted. The first night was uneventful. I sat by the stove, writing in my notebook by lantern light, the wind whispering against the cabin walls. Around midnight, I heard something, faint, rhythmic, like tapping. It came from somewhere near the window. I paused, listening. Tap, tap. It wasn't an animal. It sounded deliberate, like fingers on glass. I froze. Then it stopped. I waited several minutes before daring to look outside. The darkness was absolute, so thick it seemed to move. Nothing. I told myself it was a branch, the wind, my imagination. I went back to bed, heart hammering. The next morning, I found something that made my stomach twist. On the outside of the window, just where I'd heard the tapping, were 3 small smudges, perfectly round, the size of fingertips. The glass was fogged from the inside, but the marks were clear. Someone or something had touched it from outside. I walked around the cabin, scanning the ground for footprints, but the earth was packed and covered with pine needles. No tracks. By the second night, the forest felt different. The silence wasn't peaceful anymore. It was too heavy, like the trees were holding their breath. As the sun sank, I made a fire and tried reading, but I couldn't focus. I kept glancing toward the windows. Around 2 a.m., the tapping returned, louder this time. I held my breath, gripping the flashlight. Tap, 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 tap. Slow, deliberate. It circled the cabin, one wall, then the next. It was like someone was walking around the structure, dragging their fingers across the wood as they went. I shouted, "Who's out there?" The noise stopped. The silence that followed was worse than the tapping. I stayed awake until dawn, jumping at every sound. When daylight finally came, I went outside again. Nothing. No footprints, no sign of anyone. But at the back of the cabin, etched into the wood, were deep, uneven scratches, almost like letters. They didn't spell anything I recognized, but they looked purposeful. That afternoon, I thought about packing up and leaving, but the trail had been rough and I wasn't sure I could navigate it safely without rest. I convinced myself I was overreacting. Maybe it was a prank. Maybe someone had found out I was staying here. I stayed another night. The tapping didn't come back, but I heard something worse. Whispering. Soft, close, right outside the walls. I couldn't make out words, just a low murmur that moved around the cabin. Sometimes it rose, almost like laughter, then sank again into nothing. I pressed my hands over my ears, rocking in bed, whispering to myself that it wasn't real. But it didn't stop until just before sunrise. I barely slept. When I opened the cabin door that morning, something was waiting for me on the step. A dead rabbit. Its body was intact, but its eyes were gone, two hollow sockets staring up at me. My stomach lurched. I kicked it away and stumbled back inside, heart pounding. I couldn't deny it anymore. Someone was out there, watching me, playing with me. I decided to leave that day. I packed my bag, loaded the car, and started down the trail. But after maybe an hour, I realized something was wrong. The path didn't look familiar anymore. I hadn't seen the fallen birch that crossed the road on my way in. The trees seemed different, closer. I turned the car around and drove back. Or tried to. After a few minutes, I passed the same stump, the same crooked pine. No matter which direction I drove, I ended up circling back to that spot. It was like the forest had changed overnight. By dusk, I gave up and returned to the cabin, shaken and disoriented. The forest had gone silent again. No birds, no insects, just stillness. That night, I didn't bother lighting a fire. I sat on the floor with the flashlight, listening. Hours passed. Then around 3 a.m., I heard something new, a slow creak from the porch. My body went rigid. I turned off the light, holding my breath, another creak, footsteps. Someone was walking back and forth across the porch, slow and deliberate. Then came the sound of fingers brushing the door, followed by a long, dragging scrape. I reached for the hatchet I'd brought, gripping it tight. The footsteps stopped. For a moment, all was still. Then, knock. Not a tap this time. A knock. Firm, heavy. Knock. "Who's there?" I shouted. My voice cracked. Silence. Then, just as I was about to turn the lantern back on, a voice spoke from the other side of the door. It was a whisper, low, almost kind. "Let me in." Every muscle in my body locked up. The voice wasn't right. It didn't sound like a stranger. It sounded like me. My own voice, repeating, soft and pleading. "Let me in." I screamed. The knocking turned violent, pounding hard enough to rattle the hinges. I backed away, stumbling, gripping the hatchet so tightly my hand ached. The pounding grew faster, louder, until suddenly it stopped. The silence afterward was suffocating. I waited for what felt like hours, not daring to move. Eventually, exhaustion pulled me under, and I fell into a restless sleep. When I woke, the sun was high. The door was wide open. I bolted outside, searching the ground. This time there were footprints. Bare, human, dozens of them circling the cabin, leading into the woods. I followed them for a short distance, but they stopped abruptly at a tree, vanished, as if the person had been lifted straight off the ground. I ran back, grabbed my things, and started walking. I didn't care which direction. I just needed to get out. After several hours of hiking, I stumbled upon a fire road and eventually flagged down a ranger's truck. The ranger looked at me like I was crazy when I told him what happened. "There's no cabin up there," he said flatly. I insisted there was. I even showed him the ad I'd saved, but when I pulled out my phone, the listing was gone. No number, no photos, just blank space. He drove me back to town, and I didn't argue. I was shaking too hard to speak. 2 days later, I went back with another ranger and showed him the general area. We found the path, but it ended after half a mile. No cabin, no clearing, nothing but trees and silence. I haven't gone camping since. Sometimes I still wake up in the middle of the night, hearing that knock. Sometimes I hear my own voice whispering from the hallway, soft, pleading, "Let me in." And I know wherever that place was, whatever was out there, it isn't gone. It's waiting. Story the end. A few years ago, I decided to spend some time completely off the grid. Not just a weekend camping trip or a few nights at an Airbnb with bad cell service. I mean, truly off the grid. I'd been working 60-hour weeks at an insurance firm in Columbus, Ohio, and I was starting to feel like my life was one endless stretch of fluorescent lights and paperwork. I wanted silence, the kind that only nature could give. A college friend named Nick had mentioned a place his uncle used to own in northern Idaho, a cabin deep in the woods with no electricity, no plumbing, and no neighbors for miles. It had fallen into disrepair, he said, but it was still standing. He even gave me rough directions, an old dirt road branching off from Route 12, a half hour past Lowell, then a logging trail barely visible from the main road. I looked it up on Google Earth, but the area was mostly dense green blur. Perfect. I took 2 weeks off work, packed my truck with supplies, water filters, non-perishable food, a solar lantern, and a rifle for protection, and drove west. The farther I got from the cities, the lighter I felt. The forest grew thicker, the traffic thinned to nothing, and by the time I reached Idaho, it was just me, the sound of tires on gravel and miles of unbroken trees. When I finally found the turnoff, it was nearly dusk. The dirt road wound up a steep incline, my tires slipping in patches of mud. I kept thinking the truck wouldn't make it, but somehow it did. At the top, I saw the cabin, or what was left of it. The wood was gray and warped from years of weather, and the roof sagged, but it was standing. The air smelled like pine and damp soil, the kind of clean scent that made you forget about everything else. There was a clearing around the cabin, maybe 50 feet wide, then trees as far as the eye could see. I didn't see any tire tracks, no signs of recent visitors. The last person who had been here must have come years ago. I parked near the front porch, killed the engine, and listened. It was quiet. Too quiet. I'd always imagined the forest as full of sound, birds, insects, rustling leaves. But here, the silence was absolute, thick enough to feel it pressing against my ears. I shook it off and unloaded my things, making a small fire pit outside before the light faded. Inside, the cabin was basic. One main room with a stone fireplace, a broken-down couch, and a small cot in the corner. A thin layer of dust coated everything. The windows were intact but streaked with grime. Still, it was shelter. I could make it work. The first 2 days were peaceful. I spent my time chopping wood, fishing in a nearby stream, and writing in a notebook I'd brought. I didn't check my phone once. It was exactly what I'd wanted, total separation from everything. But by the third night, I started feeling strange. The air inside the cabin seemed colder than outside, even with a fire burning. The silence, once comforting, began to feel suffocating. That night, I woke to a faint sound, something scraping against the wall outside. Slow and deliberate. I froze. It lasted maybe 10 seconds, then stopped. I grabbed my flashlight, heart pounding, and aimed it at the nearest window. Nothing. I told myself it was an animal, maybe a deer brushing against the siding. Still, I slept poorly, every creak of the old wood making my pulse jump. The next morning, I found tracks outside. They weren't animal tracks, too big, too human. Bare footprints in the mud circling the cabin. They stopped near the back wall and then disappeared into the forest. I knelt down to look closer. The prints were deep, like whoever made them was heavy or had been standing there a long time. I thought about leaving that day, but I told myself I was being ridiculous. There were probably hikers passing through, even if it was unlikely. I decided to stay another night. That evening, I built a bigger fire outside, partly for warmth, but mostly for comfort. The light flickered against the trees, and for a while, I almost felt normal again. Then I heard something moving in the forest. Slow, rhythmic steps crunching through leaves. I called out, "Hello?" My voice sounded small. The footsteps stopped. I stayed frozen for a minute, listening, but there was nothing after that. No retreating sound, no animal noises, just silence. Eventually, I went back inside and bolted the door. The scraping came back that night, louder this time, circling the cabin. It moved along the walls, paused at the door, then continued. I could hear something breathing, heavy, deliberate. I raised my rifle and shouted, "Get the hell out of here!" The sound stopped. I waited, flashlight trembling in my hand until my arm ached. Nothing. I didn't sleep at all. When daylight came, I checked outside. More footprints. The same bare ones, this time pressed into the dirt right up to the door. Whoever, or whatever it was, had been standing there, inches away from me. I decided to leave that morning. I packed quickly, loading everything back into the truck. But when I turned the key, the engine didn't start. Not even a click. I popped the hood, but everything looked fine. The battery was new, the fuel tank was half full. It just wouldn't start. Panic set in. I told myself I could walk to the highway if I followed the road back, but it was nearly 15 miles, and the trail was rough. I decided to wait until morning, hoping maybe the truck would start after resting overnight. As night fell, I locked myself inside the cabin again, the firelight flickering weakly. I didn't bother trying to sleep. Around midnight, the noises started. This time, it wasn't just scraping, it was whispering, low, guttural, just outside the walls. I couldn't make out words, only the rhythm, the intent, the sound of something circling. Then came the knocking, slow, steady knocks on the front door. 3, then silence. Then 3 more. My body went rigid. I raised my rifle again and shouted, "Who's there?" The knocking stopped. For a long moment, everything was still. Then, from the other side of the cabin, came 3 more knocks. I didn't move. I didn't breathe. Eventually, I heard it walk away. Heavy, deliberate steps retreating into the woods. I stayed awake until dawn, gripping the rifle, every muscle locked in fear. When morning came, I stepped outside cautiously. The forest was empty, sunlight spilling through the trees like nothing had happened, but something was wrong. Near the tree line, where the dirt road began, there was something hanging from a low branch. I walked closer. It was a bundle of sticks, tied together with what looked like strands of hair. My stomach dropped. The bundle was roughly shaped like a person, with tiny handprints etched into the dirt below it. I turned and ran back to the truck. I tried the key again out of pure desperation, and the engine started. Just like that. I didn't question it. I slammed the door, floored the gas, and didn't look back. Even as I drove down the mountain, I felt eyes on me. The forest seemed darker, closer. I kept glancing in the rearview mirror, half expecting to see someone standing in the road, but there was nothing. When I finally reached the main highway, I pulled over and got out to catch my breath. My hands were shaking uncontrollably. That was 2 years ago. I haven't been back since. I don't go camping anymore. I don't even like being in the woods. For months afterward, I would wake in the middle of the night. Sure, I could hear knocking somewhere in my apartment. I tried talking to Nick about it later, asking if he knew more about his uncle's cabin. He got quiet and said his uncle had died up there alone. They found him outside the cabin one winter. No signs of struggle, just frozen solid in the snow, barefoot. I've thought about that ever since. Those footprints, bare and human, circling the cabin. The whispers, the knocking. I don't know if it was his uncle's ghost or something older, something that lived in those woods long before people ever built cabins there. I still see that cabin in my dreams sometimes. The rotting wood, the black windows, the feeling of something waiting just beyond the firelight. I always wake up before I reach the door. And every now and then, late at night, I swear I hear it again. 3 slow knocks. Then silence. Story. The end. In the summer of 2019, I decided to get away from everything. I'd been living in Denver for 5 years, working as a web developer, chained to my screen and surrounded by noise. My apartment overlooked a busy street, and even at night, the glow of traffic lights and the sound of distant sirens never really stopped. I had this creeping feeling that I was losing something, some quiet, inner stillness I used to have when I was younger and spent summers in Montana with my uncle. He lived near Flathead Lake, off a dirt road where there wasn't much more than pine trees, coyotes, and wind. It was the kind of silence that scared city people, but felt like home to me. So I decided to go off-grid for a while. Just me, a cabin, and no internet. I found the cabin online, ironically. It wasn't on Airbnb, but a survivalist forum where people rented or exchanged off-grid properties. The post was simple. Cabin in northern New Mexico. Solar power, water from well, secluded, for people who want quiet. The owner's name was just listed as Liam. I messaged him, told him I was looking to stay for at least a month, and he replied the same day. His tone was short, almost like he didn't want to talk much. You'll have everything you need. Bring your own food. Don't expect cell service. Coordinates attached. When I asked for photos, he sent only 2, one of the outside, a small log cabin surrounded by ponderosa pines, and another of the interior, a single room with a bed, wood stove, and table. There was something unsettling about how empty it looked, but that's what I wanted. To be alone. The drive out there took nearly 9 hours. After Taos, I turned onto smaller roads, each narrower and dustier than the last. My GPS lost signal about 30 minutes before I reached the coordinates Liam sent me. I followed his directions on a printed map, turn left at the rusted windmill, follow the ridge until the road ends, then drive another mile on a dirt path through the trees. By the time I got there, it was close to dusk. The cabin looked even more isolated than I imagined. It stood in a small clearing surrounded by thick pines that made the light feel darker, even before sunset. There was an old pickup parked off to the side, Liam's, I assumed, but when I got out of my car and looked around, I didn't see anyone. Liam? I called out. Nothing. I waited, expecting him to appear, maybe from the woods or from behind the cabin, but no one came. I walked up to the door and there was a note tacked to it. The handwriting was neat and short. Keys under the rock by the step. Cabin stocked. Have a good stay. That was it. No signature, no phone number. I felt a flicker of unease, but brushed it off. Maybe he was one of those off-grid types who didn't want to deal with people. I unlocked the door, pushed it open, and stepped inside. The air was still and smelled faintly of pine and old smoke. The cabin was one large room, just like in the picture. A bed with a wool blanket, a small table, a cast-iron stove, and shelves lined with canned food. There was a lantern hanging from a hook and a solar-powered light on the ceiling that glowed weakly when I flipped the switch. I checked the bathroom, a composting toilet, no shower, just a basin and a hand pump for water. It was basic, but clean. It felt like the kind of place you could disappear in. For the first few days, it was peaceful. I hiked, read books I'd been meaning to get through, cooked simple meals on the stove, and went to bed when it got dark. I didn't even bother trying to get cell reception. It felt good not to see a screen. But by the fourth night, things started to feel off. It was around midnight when I woke up to a sound outside. It wasn't the usual forest noise. This was rhythmic, deliberate. Footsteps. I sat up, heart pounding, and listened. The steps crunched in the dirt, moving slowly around the cabin. I couldn't see much out the window, just the faint outlines of trees. I reached for my flashlight, but the batteries were dead. My stomach tightened. Probably a deer, I told myself under my breath. Or a raccoon. But the steps didn't sound like hooves or claws. They sounded human. Soft, measured, circling. After a minute, they stopped right outside the door. I held my breath. Then, nothing. No sound, just silence so deep it hurt my ears. I waited for what felt like an hour, then finally convinced myself it had to be my imagination. The next morning, I found fresh prints in the dirt. They were boot prints, not animal tracks, large ones. I tried to tell myself maybe they were Liam's, maybe he came by to check on something, but I hadn't seen his truck again since the day I arrived. The prints weren't there before. That day, I kept busy, chopping firewood, hiking to the stream nearby, doing anything to keep my mind occupied. When evening came, I double-checked the lock on the door. It was just an old latch, nothing that would stop someone determined. I wedged a chair under the handle anyway. That night, I woke again. Not to footsteps this time, but to whispering. It was faint, like someone murmuring through the walls. I sat up, straining to hear. The words weren't clear, just the cadence of human speech. Then it stopped. I sat there in the dark for a long time, staring at the door. Eventually, exhaustion won, and I drifted back to sleep. In the morning, I found something that made my stomach twist. The chair I'd wedged under the door handle was moved. Not far, just a few inches. Enough that I knew it hadn't been me. I searched the cabin, checked the windows, looked for signs of forced entry, but there was nothing. I told myself maybe I moved it without realizing, half asleep, but a small part of me didn't believe that. A few days passed with no incidents. I almost convinced myself I was being paranoid. Until I noticed the truck. I was coming back from a hike when I saw it through the trees, parked maybe 100 yards from the clearing, half hidden by brush. A dark pickup, not the same one Liam had. This one was older, with a cracked windshield. No one was inside. I froze, staring. The air felt thick, heavy. Whoever it was hadn't parked there before. I watched for a while, but nothing moved. Eventually, I forced myself to go back to the cabin. That night, I barely slept. Every creak of the wood made my heart race. In the morning, I checked again. The truck was gone. That was when I decided I wanted to leave. I packed my bags, loaded them into my car, and tried to start it, but the engine wouldn't turn over. Dead battery. I hadn't left the lights on, hadn't used it since arriving. But the hood was slightly ajar. Someone had been under it. My chest went cold. I walked around the car and saw faint, muddy prints leading away from it, disappearing into the trees. I grabbed my phone. It was useless, no signal. The solar battery on the radio was dead too. I felt like the walls were closing in. I told myself I'd hike down the road until I got reception. But when I tried to leave, I realized something worse. The road was blocked. A fallen tree, massive, freshly cut, lay across the path, too clean to be natural. Someone had used a saw. I didn't know what to do. Panic made me lightheaded. I thought about trying to move it, but it was too heavy. I spent the rest of the day trying to calm myself, sitting by the door with a kitchen knife in my hand. That night, I heard the whispering again, closer this time, right outside the window. I stood up, heart hammering, and shone my flashlight toward the sound. For a split second, I saw something move. A shadow, tall, thin, slipping out of sight behind a tree. I screamed, slamming the window shut. My hands shook so bad I dropped the light. When I picked it up again, the shadow was gone. I stayed awake until dawn, every muscle tense. When I finally stepped outside, the forest felt different, too still, like the air was holding its breath. I walked around the cabin, scanning the ground. That's when I saw the markings, scratched into the wood of the cabin wall just below the window. 3 deep lines, like claw marks, but too even, too deliberate. Almost like someone dragged a knife across the logs. I wanted to leave more than anything. I packed what I could carry and started down the dirt path on foot. The sky was overcast, and every sound made me jump. I walked for hours, following what I thought was the same route I came in by, but the trees all looked the same. I wasn't sure anymore. By late afternoon, I realized I was lost. The road had vanished, swallowed by the forest. I turned in circles, trying to orient myself, but all I saw were endless trees. Then I smelled smoke. It was faint but sharp, drifting on the wind. I followed it, thinking maybe it was another cabin, someone who could help. The smell grew stronger until I reached a clearing. In the center was a fire pit, freshly burned, ashes still glowing. And next to it, clothes. Torn, dirty, piled in a heap. A jacket, a pair of jeans, boots. The kind of heavy outdoor gear someone like Liam might wear. I backed away slowly, my breath catching. Then I saw something else, something nailed to a nearby tree. It was a photograph. My photograph. A printout of my face, the one from my old work ID, pinned to the bark with a rusty nail. Someone had drawn an X over my eyes in black marker. I don't remember how long I ran. My legs gave out at some point, and I fell hard, scraping my hands on the dirt. When I finally stopped, it was dark again. I didn't know where I was, but I could hear something moving behind me. Not an animal. Footsteps. Slow, deliberate, just like before. I ducked behind a fallen log, trying not to breathe. The footsteps stopped a few yards away, then a voice, low, rasping. "Don't run." I froze. It was a man's voice, rough like gravel. I couldn't see him, but I felt him there, close. "I know you're here," he said softly. "You shouldn't have come here." I didn't move. My heart was beating so hard it hurt. Then silence. I waited, terrified to look up. When I finally did, he was gone. I stayed hidden until dawn, then stumbled through the woods until I found the cabin again. I didn't want to go back, but I had nowhere else to go. When I opened the door, my stomach dropped. Everything inside was moved. The bed shoved against the wall, the food scattered across the floor, the shelves empty. And on the table, carved into the wood with something sharp, were words, "Don't leave again." I sank to the floor and started crying. I didn't even realize how exhausted I was. I must have blacked out, because when I opened my eyes again, it was dark and raining. The sound of water dripping from the roof filled the silence. Then, footsteps again. This time inside. Someone was in the cabin. I didn't see them, but I could hear their slow breathing. I stayed completely still, pretending to be asleep. The air smelled of wet earth and sweat. Then I felt it, fingers brushing my hair. I screamed and rolled off the bed, grabbing the flashlight. The beam swept across the room, empty. The door still latched. But on the pillow where my head had been, there was a muddy handprint. I didn't sleep again that night. At first light, I packed a small bag and left everything else behind. I didn't care about the car anymore. I just started walking, following the direction of the rising sun, hoping it would take me somewhere, anywhere, out of that forest. After nearly a full day of walking, I saw power lines, thin metal towers cutting through the trees. Civilization. I followed them until I reached a dirt road and finally a small ranger station. When I stumbled inside, covered in dirt and shaking, the ranger looked at me like I was a ghost. He gave me water, let me sit down, and asked what happened. I told him everything, the cabin, the whispering, the man, the photograph. He listened quietly, then asked where exactly the cabin was. I gave him the coordinates. He frowned. "That's government land," he said. There's no cabin out there. I insisted I'd stayed there, showed him the key I still had in my pocket. He examined it and shook his head. This is old, probably from one of the fire lookouts that got shut down years ago. They sent a search team a few days later. They found my car, hood open, battery missing, but no sign of the cabin. No tools, no footprints, nothing. Like it had never been there. They told me I must have gotten turned around and imagined things, but I know what I saw. A few weeks later, I got an envelope in the mail with no return address. Inside was a single photo. It was the same picture from that tree, the one with my face and the X over my eyes. But this time, there was something new drawn in black ink underneath it, a date. The date was tomorrow. Story the end. It started as a break from everything. That was the point. No phone service, no emails, no coworkers, no city noise. Just quiet. Just me. I had been burned out from my job as an IT specialist in Portland. My apartment felt like a coffin of screens and constant buzzing notifications, and I couldn't remember the last time I had spent a day outside without some device tethering me to the world. So, when I stumbled across a listing for a solar-powered cabin in the middle of Idaho's Frank Church wilderness, I didn't hesitate. The ad said off-grid, and that was the appeal. The place was old but well-maintained, surrounded by dense forest, accessible only by a long dirt road that took an hour to drive from the nearest paved highway. There were no neighbors, no stores, and barely any wildlife, according to the ad, just silence and mountains. I booked it for 3 weeks. I wanted isolation, total disconnect, and that's exactly what I got, though not in the way I expected. I drove out in early September when the mornings were cool and the air still smelled faintly of pine resin and rain. The forest got denser the deeper I went until my GPS stopped working about 10 miles before I reached the property. I followed the printed directions the owner emailed me, which felt almost comically old-fashioned, but that was part of the experience. When I finally reached the cabin, it looked exactly like the pictures. One story, wood exterior faded to gray, a small porch with 2 rocking chairs, a propane tank behind it, and a small solar array about 20 feet away in a clearing. A narrow creek ran not far from the porch, its soft trickle the only sound in the air. The key was hidden in a tin box under the porch step, just like the owner described. Inside, the cabin was small but cozy. One main room with a wood stove, a little kitchenette, a couch, a desk, and a back room with a bed and a small bathroom. No cell signal, as promised. No internet, no television. The only power came from the solar batteries. The first few days were perfect. I woke up early, made coffee on the propane stove, hiked around the nearby hills, read books, and wrote in my journal. The kind of quiet that city people forget exists. Sometimes I would just sit outside at dusk and listen, nothing but the creak and wind in the trees. But on the 4th night, things started to feel strange. It was around 11 p.m., and I had just put out the oil lamp in the living room. The cabin was nearly pitch black, with only the moonlight spilling faintly through the windows. I lay in bed, half asleep, when I heard a sound, something like a distant knock. Slow, heavy, deliberate. I sat up and listened. It came again, 3 dull thuds from outside, like someone rapping on wood. I told myself it was probably an animal. Maybe a branch fell. Still, the sound had a rhythm to it that didn't feel random. I got up, grabbed my flashlight, and looked through the window facing the porch. Nothing. The forest beyond the clearing was still. But as I stood there, I had this sudden feeling that someone was nearby, just outside the circle of moonlight, watching. I didn't see anything, though, and after a few minutes, I went back to bed. Sleep didn't come easily. The next morning, I walked around the cabin to check. There were no footprints on the porch or the dirt around it, just some deer tracks by the creek. I decided I'd been imagining it. That afternoon, I hiked up one of the ridges about a mile from the cabin. From up there, I could see the endless green expanse of trees stretching in every direction. No roads, no rooftops, nothing. It was humbling and unsettling. There was a point where I realized if anything happened to me, no one would know for days. When I came back down, I noticed something odd near the creek, a pile of stones, small, smooth ones, stacked into a kind of little cone shape. I hadn't seen it before. It was about 2 feet tall, carefully arranged, like someone had taken their time building it. I thought maybe some hiker had made it long ago, though the stones were freshly washed and didn't have moss on them like the rest nearby. I pushed it over out of curiosity, and the top few rocks rolled into the water. That night, I heard the knocking again, this time closer, slower. I froze in bed, staring at the ceiling. The sound wasn't on the porch, it was on the back wall, just outside my bedroom. 3 knocks, then silence. My mouth went dry. I wanted to believe it was the wind, but the rhythm was too distinct. I grabbed the flashlight again, heart racing, and shined it through the bedroom window. Nothing. The forest was just a black void beyond the glass. I thought about going outside, but something deep in my gut told me not to. Instead, I lit the oil lamp and stayed awake until morning. When daylight came, I went out to check the back of the cabin. No footprints, no marks on the wall. But something made me stop by the creek again. The rock pile was back, rebuilt perfectly, exactly as before. I stared at it for a long time, my stomach tightening. I hadn't told anyone where I was going. The owner didn't live nearby, and the nearest town was over an hour away. That evening, I double-checked the locks, drew the curtains, and kept the oil lamp burning. The forest outside felt different, heavier somehow, as if it was holding its breath. Around midnight, I heard something move on the porch. Slow, deliberate footsteps. Wood creaked. I didn't even breathe. Then a faint scraping sound, metal against wood, like someone dragging a knife across the railing. I turned off the lamp and crouched by the window. The moonlight was faint, but I could just make out the outline of something tall standing by the porch post. It was motionless, facing the cabin. It didn't look human, not at first. It was too still, too elongated. My brain couldn't make sense of what I was seeing. I blinked and the shape moved, slowly, stepping out of the moonlight and melting into the tree line. I didn't sleep again that night. In the morning, I found scratches on the porch railing, long, shallow grooves that hadn't been there before. I tried to tell myself it could have been an animal, a bear, maybe, but the marks were too clean, too straight. I thought about leaving that day, but part of me didn't want to admit I was scared. I'd driven all this way to be alone, to clear my head, and now my mind was spinning stories out of nothing. I decided to stay at least one more night. Around noon, I went exploring again, this time farther up the creek. The deeper I went, the quieter everything became. No birds, no insects, just the sound of my boots in the mud. About a half-mile upstream, I found another rock pile. Then another, each one carefully built, evenly spaced along the bank. There were dozens of them. The air felt wrong there. I can't describe it any better than that. It was colder, heavy with stillness. My pulse started racing for no reason I could explain. I turned back. When I returned to the cabin, the front door was open. Just a crack, but open. I was sure I'd locked it. My heart hammered in my chest as I pushed it wider and looked inside. Everything looked normal until I saw the table. There, right in the center, was a single stone, smooth, wet, and placed perfectly upright. I dropped everything and grabbed my keys. I didn't care how paranoid I looked. I was leaving. I packed my duffel, grabbed some food, and got in my Jeep. I turned the key. The engine coughed but didn't start. Tried again. Nothing. The battery light flickered, then went dead. It made no sense. The Jeep had run fine the whole trip. I popped the hood. The battery cables were gone. Not disconnected. Gone. As in, removed entirely. I stood there in the silent clearing, staring at the empty space where they'd been. Someone had to have done it. And that meant someone had been right outside my cabin while I slept. I backed up toward the cabin, scanning the trees. I couldn't see anything, but I could feel it. The same weight of eyes somewhere in the woods. I stayed inside the rest of the day, clutching the hunting knife I found in one of the kitchen drawers. As night fell, I barricaded the door with a chair and sat by the window, waiting. It started around midnight again. The knocking. 3 times on the wall. Then silence. Then 3 more on the opposite side. I whispered, "Who's there?" No answer. I don't know what possessed me, but I yanked open the door, flashlight in hand. The beam cut through the dark, and for a moment I saw nothing, just trees and fog. Then, movement. Something stepped between the trees. It was tall, thin, and pale, its face featureless except for 2 dark holes where eyes should have been. I froze, my body refusing to move. The thing tilted its head slightly, like it was studying me. Then it took a step forward. I slammed the door shut, shoved the chair back under the handle, and ran to the back room. I didn't sleep at all, just sat there listening. Sometime before dawn, I heard it walking on the porch again, slow and deliberate until the first light crept through the windows. Then, nothing. When morning came, I packed what I could carry, grabbed a wrench, and walked the dirt road toward the highway. I didn't even look back. It took me most of the day to hike out. My legs ached, and every rustle in the woods made my heart jump. I finally reached a ranger station just before dark. The ranger, an older guy named Frank, listened quietly as I told him everything. Probably sounded like a lunatic. He said nobody was supposed to be out there. That cabin hadn't been officially rented for over a year. I showed him the email confirmation, but he said there was no record of that listing on any site. He drove me back in his truck to retrieve my Jeep. When we arrived, the cabin door was wide open and everything inside was wrecked. The furniture overturned, dishes shattered. The scratches on the porch were deeper now, clawed into the wood. We didn't stay long. He helped me tow the Jeep back to town. I got a motel room that night and didn't sleep. The next morning, I went to the sheriff's office to file a report. The deputy said they'd checked the property. 2 days later, they called me, said they found nothing. No footprints, no damage, no stacked rocks. They said the cabin was completely empty, like no one had been there in months. I went back to work after that, but I haven't been the same since. Sometimes I wake up at night thinking I hear those 3 knocks again. And sometimes when I walk by a creek near my apartment, I'll see it. Just one small pile of stones, perfectly stacked. Story the end. In October 2021, I decided to spend 2 weeks completely off the grid in northern Idaho. I'd gone through a messy breakup, left my job at a design firm, and felt like my head was just filled with noise. City traffic, people's voices, the constant scrolling on my phone. I wanted silence. Real silence. The kind that only exists miles away from anyone. A friend from college, Dylan, had a connection to a guy who rented cabins in the Bitterroot Mountains. He said it was primitive but peaceful, solar-powered, stocked with essentials, and miles from the nearest paved road. That was exactly what I was looking for. The guy's name was Henry. When I spoke with him on the phone, he sounded older, maybe in his 60s. His voice had that scratchy tone of someone who spent a lifetime outdoors. He asked a few questions. If I could drive a 4x4, if I knew how to use a generator, if I was comfortable without Wi-Fi or cell service. I said yes to everything. He gave me directions that sounded almost poetic. You'll pass an old green mailbox with no house. Keep going until the road splits, then follow the trail with the rusted cattle gate. If you reach the stream, you've gone too far. I left Spokane early in the morning, and by noon I was winding through dense pine forests. The air grew colder, the trees taller. The road turned from gravel to dirt, climbing up into the hills. I saw no houses, no other cars, just trees and sky. When I finally reached the cabin, it was smaller than I expected. A one-room wooden structure, weathered gray, with a tin roof and a small porch that leaned slightly to one side. There was no sign of Henry. Instead, a note was pinned to the door with a knife. "Welcome, Sam. Keys inside the mailbox. I'll stop by in a few days. H." The mailbox stood crookedly at the end of the porch, and inside was an old brass key attached to a leather strap. The moment I opened the door, a rush of cool, dusty air hit me. The cabin was simple but cozy. A cot, a small wood stove, shelves with canned food, and a lantern hanging from a ceiling hook. A faded rug covered the wooden floor, and a cracked window let in thin beams of light. I felt an immediate calm. I unpacked, lit the stove, and sat outside as the sun sank behind the trees. The forest was so still, it almost didn't feel real. When darkness fell, I could see every star. The first 3 days were perfect. I read, took long walks, cooked over the stove, and slept more deeply than I had in months. I didn't hear a single engine, not even a plane overhead. The silence felt sacred. Then the first strange thing happened on the 4th night. I woke up to what sounded like tapping on the window. Soft, irregular, like fingertips. I lay still, thinking maybe it was a branch swaying in the wind. But the tapping stopped, then started again, 3 sharp knocks this time. I grabbed the flashlight from beside my bed and aimed it toward the window. Nothing, just trees and darkness. My breath came fast, clouding in the cold air. "Hello?" I said quietly. No answer. I told myself it was probably a bird or small animal. I forced myself back to sleep, but my dreams were filled with whispers. The next morning, I checked outside. The ground beneath the window was soft with mud from last night's rain, and there were footprints, bare ones. human. They led from the edge of the trees straight to my window and back. I stood there for a long time, staring at them. The toes were long, the arches deep, adult-sized. They weren't mine. I hadn't been barefoot outside. That day, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. The woods that had felt peaceful before now seemed dense and hostile. Every rustle of branches made me jump. I told myself Henry might have come by early and had maybe checking on me at night for some reason. But that didn't make sense. Why barefoot? Why not knock on the door? That night, I locked the door, latched the windows, and kept my flashlight beside me. Around midnight, I heard it again. The tapping. Then footsteps, slow and deliberate, circling the cabin. "Who's there?" I shouted, voice trembling. The sound stopped. Then, faintly, from the other side of the door came a man's voice. "You shouldn't be here." I froze. It wasn't Henry's voice. It was higher, rougher, almost like a whisper forced through clenched teeth. "Henry? Is that you?" No reply. I stood there, gripping the flashlight like a weapon, waiting for the sound of retreating steps, but there were none. Just silence. When dawn came, I opened the door carefully. No one. No footprints this time either, like it hadn't happened. That morning, I decided I'd leave. I packed my things and loaded the car, but when I turned the key, the engine sputtered and died. I popped the hood and found the battery cables cut clean through. Someone had sabotaged it. I don't remember the last time I felt fear like that. Pure, shaking fear that turns your stomach. I tried my phone. No signal. I even climbed a hill behind the cabin, but nothing. The only thing up there was forest and more forest. I spent the rest of the day inside, sitting by the door with an axe across my knees. The shadows stretched long, then melted into night. It was around 1 a.m. when the noises started again. First, the footsteps, then scratching along the side of the cabin, slow, deliberate, like nails dragging on wood. I shouted again, "Go away!" The scratching stopped. For a few seconds, there was silence. Then a voice, low, taunting. "You think you're alone out here?" I swung the flashlight toward the sound, but it was too late. A hand slammed against the window from outside. Pale, dirty, fingers spread wide. I screamed and stumbled back. The hand slid down the glass and disappeared into the dark. I didn't sleep that night. When morning finally came, I went outside shaking, expecting to find footprints or marks, but there was nothing. Even the window was clean. I didn't know what to believe anymore. I decided I'd hike out, battery or not. Henry said the nearest road was 8 miles east. I packed some food, a flashlight, and left just after sunrise. The forest was deathly quiet. No birds, no wind, just my footsteps crunching on pine needles. I followed the trail Henry described, but after a few hours, I realized something was wrong. The path forked where it shouldn't have. I checked my compass. It spun uselessly. I picked a direction and kept walking. The trees grew thicker, the light dimmer. Then I heard it again. The voice. "Sam." It came from somewhere behind me, distant but unmistakable. I turned, scanning the trees. "Sam, you can't leave." I ran. My lungs burned, branches whipping my face. I didn't stop until I burst into a clearing. My stomach dropped. It was the cabin. I'd walked in a full circle. I stumbled to the porch and collapsed, gasping. The door was open. I hadn't left it that way. Inside, everything was different. The rug gone, shelves overturned, the lantern smashed, and carved into the table, in jagged letters, were the words, "I said don't leave." My knees went weak. I backed out slowly, staring at the woods. The silence was total. Then, from somewhere close, came the sound of heavy breathing. I turned toward it, flashlight trembling in my hand. The beam caught movement between the trees, something pale slipping behind a trunk. "Henry?" I called, though I already knew it wasn't him. The breathing got louder, closer. I ran inside, slammed the door, and bolted it. The footsteps came next, pounding against the porch. Then, quiet. Hours passed. The sky outside turned gray, then black again. I sat by the stove, axe in hand, trying to stay awake. At some point, exhaustion won. I must have drifted off, because when I opened my eyes again, it was still dark. But I wasn't alone. Someone was standing in the corner of the room. I didn't see them at first, just the outline. Tall, still, watching. My heart stopped. "Who are you?" I whispered. They didn't move. Then, slowly, they turned their head toward me. In the flickering light of the dying fire, I saw a face. Grayish skin, hollow eyes, lips cracked and bleeding. "You shouldn't have come," the man rasped. I lunged forward with the axe, but he stepped back, then vanished. Not ran. Vanished. Like the darkness itself swallowed him. I tore out of that cabin at dawn, running until my legs gave out. I don't remember most of it, just trees blurring past, my breath ragged, tears freezing on my face. When I finally reached a dirt road, a logging truck came around the bend. The driver, a heavy-set man named Joel, stopped and helped me climb in. He said I looked like I'd seen a ghost. I didn't answer. He took me to a ranger station about 20 miles away. I told them what happened. They sent a few officers out to check, but when they came back, they said there was no cabin. Just a clearing with the remnants of an old foundation and a rusted stove buried in moss. They said the structure must have collapsed years ago. I insisted I'd stayed there. They looked at me with pity. One of them, an older ranger, pulled me aside and said quietly, "You're not the first person to talk about that place. Some of the old-timers call it Henry's Hollow. Folks say a trapper used to live there in the 50s, went missing one winter. People who wander too close swear they hear him, trying to keep others away." I wanted to believe it was just a story, something my brain conjured under stress. But when I emptied my backpack at the station, one thing fell out that I hadn't packed. A photograph. It showed me, sleeping in the cabin. The picture was taken from outside the window. Story the end. I'd been talking about going off the grid for years, but when I finally did it, it wasn't because I wanted peace or freedom. It was because I needed to start over. My name's Eric. I'm 34, and after my marriage fell apart and my business went under, I figured maybe it was the universe's way of telling me to disappear for a while. A friend of my dad's, an older guy named Dale, owned a piece of property in northern Idaho, a few acres of thick pine forest, no cell signal, no running water, no electricity, just a one-room cabin with a wood stove and an outhouse. He told me I could stay there as long as I wanted if I helped him fix up the place when the snow melted. I arrived in early April, when the last of the frost was still clinging to the ground. The nearest town, Wallace, was a 40-minute drive, and the final 6 miles to the cabin were over a dirt trail that looked like it hadn't seen a vehicle in months. I had to get out twice to clear fallen branches. I remember stopping at the top of the last hill, looking out at the trees stretching endlessly around me and thinking, this is either going to save me or break me. The first few weeks were quiet, peaceful even. I got into a rhythm. Wake up with the sunrise, make coffee on the propane burner, chop wood, work on clearing the path around the cabin. There was a solar-powered radio that only picked up 2 a.m. stations, and I'd sometimes listen to it at night for a bit of noise. But most nights I'd sit on the porch and just listen to the forest. The silence was heavy, like it pressed on your ears until you could hear your own heartbeat. It took about a month before things started to feel off. The first thing was small. Footprints. I found them one morning just beyond the cabin's clearing. Human-shaped, bare, small enough to belong to a teenager maybe, but definitely not mine. The ground was damp enough to show detail. 5 toes, the arch of a foot. They led from the trees toward the side of the cabin and then stopped right below my bedroom window. I stood there staring at them for a long time, my coffee cooling in my hand. It was early morning, dew still clinging to the grass, and my breath came out in little clouds. My first thought was that maybe some hiker had gotten lost, wandered through the property, but no one hikes barefoot through pine needles and cold dirt. And there hadn't been any car sounds, no voices, nothing. That night I couldn't sleep. I kept imagining those wet footprints, the shape of them, the way they just ended beneath my window. I kept telling myself I was being paranoid, that it was probably a trick of the mud, maybe an animal track distorted by rain. A few days later, I was out back splitting wood when I heard something move in the trees behind me. It wasn't the wind, it was the sound of someone taking a step. I froze, axe still in my hand, and turned slowly toward the noise. The woods were dense, shadowed, but I caught something, just a glimpse. A figure ducking behind a tree about 50 feet away. Human-sized. I called out, "Hey!" No answer. The woods went silent again. Not quiet, silent. Even the birds stopped. I waited a long moment before walking closer, but there was nothing there. No footprints this time, no broken branches, just the sound of my own breathing and the creak of the trees. After that, I started locking the cabin door at night, even though the lock was just a flimsy slide bolt. I moved the axe inside, leaned it by the bed, I'd laugh at myself for it during the day, but come sundown, when the woods turned black and the sound of the wind shifted to something almost like whispering, I'd feel it again. That deep unease in my gut that told me I wasn't alone out there. 2 weeks later, it got worse. I woke up around 2 a.m. to the sound of something tapping against the window. 3 taps, slow, deliberate. I lay there frozen, staring into the dark. Then again, tap, tap, tap. I slid out of bed as quietly as I could, grabbed the flashlight, and aimed it toward the window. The beam hit the glass and reflected back, blinding me for a second. When my eyes adjusted, there was nothing, just my own pale reflection staring back at me. I stepped closer, pressed my face to the glass, and scanned the clearing. Empty. But then I saw it, right at the tree line. A shape, a person standing there, perfectly still, just outside the reach of the light. I couldn't make out any details, but I could tell it was facing me. My stomach dropped. I yelled out, "Who's there?" No response. The figure didn't move. I blinked, and it was gone. Just gone, like it had never been there. The next morning, I found new tracks by the porch steps, bare feet again. Small. I followed them for a while until they vanished into the forest, just like before. I thought about packing up that day. I really did. But then I told myself I was being dramatic. Maybe someone from town had wandered up here, maybe kids messing around. I didn't want to look like a coward to Dale who was planning to come up in June, so I stayed. The following week, I was out collecting firewood when I found something strange near the creek that ran behind the property. A small pile of stones, stacked carefully on top of each other. 5 of them, balanced too perfectly to be accidental. I remember crouching down to study it, and when I did, I noticed something else. A piece of fabric caught on a branch nearby. It looked like part of a shirt, torn and stained with something dark. That was when I realized how deep into the woods I'd gone. I hadn't heard any vehicles, hadn't seen another soul for weeks, and suddenly there was this feeling that I was being watched. I turned in a slow circle, scanning the trees, but everything was still, too still. That night, I dreamed I was lying in bed and someone was standing over me, whispering in a language I couldn't understand. I woke up sweating, the sheets tangled around my legs. There was a faint sound outside, footsteps circling the cabin. Crunch, crunch, crunch. I reached for the axe, held my breath, and listened. The footsteps stopped right outside the front door. Then came the sound of fingers dragging slowly down the wood. Scratch, scratch, scratch. I yelled, "Get the hell out of here!" Silence. When I opened the door and shone the flashlight around, there was nothing but trees and darkness. But when I looked down, there were wet handprints on the door, 5 small fingers pressed against the wood, smeared with mud. I didn't sleep the rest of the night. By morning, I'd convinced myself it was some backwoods local screwing with me. Maybe a meth addict, maybe a squatter. I loaded my shotgun and kept it by the door. I'd only brought it for bears, but now it was my security blanket. The days passed quietly after that, almost too quietly. The forest had gone eerily lifeless. No birds, no deer, nothing. Just wind and the occasional groan of trees shifting in the cold. I started marking days on the wall, just to keep track of time. Then one afternoon, I heard something from inside the cabin while I was out chopping wood. A thump. Then another. I ran to the door, kicked it open, and froze. The radio was on. I hadn't touched it in days. It was just hissing static, the volume turned all the way up. I walked over and turned the dial, trying to get a station, but all I got was bursts of white noise. And then for a split second, through the static, I heard a voice, a woman's voice. It said, "Eric," clear as day. I spun around, scanning the cabin. My skin prickled. I turned the radio off and backed away. That night, I barely closed my eyes. Every creak of the cabin made me jump. Around midnight, I heard something on the roof. Light footsteps, pacing back and forth, the sound of bare feet on wood. I just sat there in bed, clutching the shotgun, staring up at the ceiling, praying it would stop. It went on for nearly 10 minutes. When I finally gathered the nerve to open the door and look up, there was no one there. Just a cold wind moving through the trees. The next morning, I found a pile of small stones stacked right in front of the cabin door. 5 again. Exactly like the ones by the creek. That was it. I decided I was leaving. I packed my things, loaded up the truck, and started down the trail toward town. I didn't even make it a mile before I had to stop. The road was blocked by a massive fallen tree. I got out, tried to move it, but it was too big. I could have used the chainsaw, but I'd left it at the cabin. I decided I'd walk back, grab it, and clear the path. I was gone maybe 20 minutes, but when I got back to the cabin, something was different. The door was open. I knew I'd closed it when I left. I stepped inside, shotgun raised, and immediately noticed it. The air smelled wrong, damp, sour, like rotting leaves. And then I heard it, a soft sobbing coming from the corner of the room. I froze. There was a shadow there, small, crouched low to the ground. It sounded like a child crying. I said, "Hello?" The sobbing stopped, and then the shadow lifted its head. It wasn't a kid. I don't know what it was, but its face was all wrong. The eyes were black pits, too wide apart, and the mouth stretched open like it was trying to scream, but no sound came out. I fired the shotgun, and the blast lit up the room. When the smoke cleared, there was nothing there. Nothing. I dropped the gun, ran out of the cabin, and didn't stop until I reached the truck. I didn't care about the fallen tree anymore. I just drove off the road, branches scraping the sides, until I hit a paved road again. I didn't stop until I got back to Wallace. When I told the sheriff what happened, he gave me a long look like he didn't believe a word of it. But he agreed to send someone to check the cabin the next day. When they came back, the deputy told me they hadn't found any footprints, no sign of anyone staying there but me. But he did mention something that chilled me. He said there was an old well behind the cabin that I probably hadn't noticed, covered by rotted boards. Inside, they'd found bones, small ones. They told me the cabin used to belong to a family in the 1970s, a couple and their little girl. The father disappeared one winter, and the mother and daughter were found dead months later. The mother had apparently thrown herself into the well. The daughter was never found. After that, I didn't go back. Dale ended up selling the land that summer, and I moved to Boise. But I still dream about it. The tapping on the window, the sound of footsteps on the roof. And sometimes when it rains, I swear I can still hear that voice through the static, my name, whispered just under the noise. Last week, I got a call from Dale. He said the guy who bought the cabin had moved out after 2 weeks, said he couldn't sleep, that something was scratching at the windows at night. He asked if I thought it was an animal. I told him no. I knew exactly what it was. And I don't think it'll ever stop. Story the end.